labors here at the CTICC today. As Keenan mentioned, a lot of work goes into this event, and so on the day, seeing it all come together, it's such a great pleasure. You are going to be spending a decent amount of time with us today. Keenan and I will be filling the breaks in between panels with some short, sharp chats with some of our speakers and even some of our journalists, and giving you a little bit more depth and insight when it comes to their views and what they've been chatting about on their panels. It seems only fair that you get to learn a little bit about us. So a fun fact about Keenan and I is that we both started at Daily Maverick as interns at exactly the same time, about 4 years ago now, and they haven't managed to get rid of us yet, so that's great.
Not yet, yeah. 2021 is when we started at Daily Maverick together, and we're so lucky to be with you guys today to speak with you and be on this panel. But this is not what we do, this is not who we are. We are actually predominantly writers. We sit behind a desk or behind a computer and a laptop, and we just type away and we send off and we file off our stories, and we jet off to new locations and we work over there. But today things are a bit different. We're sitting in front of you, in front of a camera in a mini studio here at the CTICC. But we are very excited to be here. It's something different, something we're quite keen to do, and quite keen to bond with you guys who are online with us today, to get to know you guys a bit better. It's an exciting time, it's an exciting day, it's something new for us, it's something different, but we're quite keen for what this day has, and it's a day of what's happening today. So is a question I'd like to know the answer to, and what are we looking forward to, and what are you looking forward to seeing today?
It's incredibly hard to pick because there is so much going on today, such a rich set of speakers and panels. But for myself, one thing I'm really interested in is the politics panel that's coming up. It's going to be headed by our very own Stephen Grootes. I'm sure you've all heard of him. If you haven't, probably been living under a rock. But he's a man that wears many hats, and he wears them well.
That's true.
And he will be leading a conversation with Musi Mayamane, Songezo Zibi, Herman Mashaba. Yeah. And it's a great time to have a sit down and a political chat, because we're about just over a year into the GNU now. We've got local government elections coming up in 2026. And it's a great time to get some insight as to what these political figures think about what's happening right now, but also looking ahead, what does the future hold? There is a women's panel as well, and maybe I'm biased, but I'm very keen on that. That's going to be headed up by Judith February. She is the executive officer at Freedom Under Law, and she's going to be chatting with a real powerhouse panel of women from across a couple of sectors in South Africa, really unpacking some of the issues that are facing us here in society at the moment. And last but not least, what I am excited for, possibly more than anything else, is Rebecca Davis's emceeing today. For those of you who have joined us before, you know Rebecca Davis is one of our journalists. She is incredibly talented, but she is also hilarious. And I just can't wait to see what she has in store for us this year. What are you looking forward to, Keenan?
Yeah, I can't agree with you more times. And Rebecca Davis is the highlight of the gathering every year. She was last year, and I'm so glad that she's back this year hosting the event. She's witty, she's fast, she's funny. So to see her hosting the event is quite an honor. But we will also be joined by one of our very own Lindsay Shooters this afternoon. There's a third chair on this panel that we've got here. Lindsay will be seated in this afternoon. He'll be discussing business with us, a bit of economics, a bit of crypto, which someone like myself, as I mentioned earlier, I'm at Maverick Sports, Stamps and Maverick Citizen. We don't know too much about business and economics and those kind of things, so we're laymen with regards to that. So we're quite excited to learn a bit more about that and have those open discussions about that and what it means to be a change maker. And Lindsay, he's quite a change maker. He's only been with us a couple of months, but he's quite an interesting character, as you guys will see a bit later. He's got a lot of personality, as I'm sure you've seen in your writing, but now you'll be able to experience that in person today. So I'm quite looking forward to hearing what Lindsay has to say, and alongside his panel, and just breaking a couple of things down for us, and understanding the nitty-gritties in this ever-evolving, ever-changing world, and how it's moving into the crypto space. So that's something I'm quite keen for, Tamsin.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've had quite a few years of the gathering now, and no two of these events are ever the same. But there is something that sets this year's gathering apart, and that's that it'll be the first of these events under our editor-in-chief, Gillian Green.
Yeah.
Gillian took over from the longtime legend Branko Brkic, and I hope that I'll still have a job tomorrow because I'm pretty sure I mispronounced that. But yeah, took over from Branko about a year ago now. It's a formidable job heading up an organization like Daily Maverick, heading up any media organization. And Gillian has guided us with such grace and poise over the last couple of months. We exist in a very complicated time for journalism. There's a lot of challenges like resource constraints, evolving technologies, changing audience patterns, and so you really have to be quite adaptable and quick on your feet to hold that position of editor-in-chief. Gillian has an opening address that she'll be giving this morning, so please stay at your screens for that. It's worth hearing what she has to say. I'm very curious to know what her reflections are on being a change maker, being a media worker in the world we're living in today.
And Gillian will be joining us this morning as well. Right after that opening address, we'll have a segment with her and a bunch of other panelists. As I've mentioned, Lindsay will be with us. We've got a couple, I don't mean to name drop, but Rachel Kolisi will be with us this afternoon as well. So that's very exciting for us to speak to them. And you guys will also have an opportunity to speak with them from the virtual side. We will be taking a couple of questions from you guys. So there is a chat box on the virtual side. There's a little comment section, chat box, and we are online. We are checking them out. So just please, if we can ask, if you guys could just send in your questions. If you have any comments that you want to put out there, just put it out there. Let's get the conversation going. Let's get the conversation flowing. We will read out some of your questions. We will read out the best questions, though.
Bear in mind, the best questions, that's our lens. So you've got the fun job of trying to figure out what we're interested in.
Exactly. It's very subjective, so we'll decide on that. But please send them through. You can send out some tough questions, some easy questions, some soft questions, whatever you want to find out about these extremely interesting change makers in our world in South Africa. So please send that out, and then we will get to you. We'll get those questions asked and answered, and we will. That's something very exciting. But also, I think it's very important to take a moment to thank everyone for making this whole event possible. It's a tireless job. It's a job filled with effort to get this going, to get the gathering off the ground, and it is off the ground, and it's about to start, and we're very excited about that. But we'd like to thank Binance firstly. They're one of the title sponsors of the event. 91, another one, Frederick Newman Foundation. Those are the three sponsors of this event. Thank you to you guys for everything you've done. But then this event couldn't happen without someone special, Nicole Williamson. I think she's got a little one on the way. She's got us all doing what we need to do, and special shout out to Nicole Williamson, I think.
Absolutely. Nicole has headed up our team to get all the behind the scenes work done at the gathering today. And one of the things you have to bear in mind is that organizing journalists is a bit like herding cats. We're not the easiest bunch to get in line, and Nicole has done it. I mean, we're a great example. Keenan and I would usually be in our coffee-stained hoodies, our raggedy jeans. But here we are today, cleaned up, presentable. I shaved.
I've got makeup on.
And that's just a testament to the power and influence that Nicole has. So the other group we should thank is our Maverick Insiders.
Of course, Maverick Insiders, who a lot of you are in attendance today physically, but a lot of you would also be in attendance virtually today. Thank you so much for all the work you do, all the little payments you do. Without you guys doing that, this couldn't be possible. We couldn't be in front of you today to make this possible. This event wouldn't be possible, but because you guys do subscribe and you are insiders to Daily Maverick, this has become possible. So thank you to you for your donations and for supporting journalism, and journalism needs the support. So if you wanna subscribe, if you wanna become an insider, if you wanna get all the inside information into Daily Maverick and what's happening around the world, subscribe to us and just make that a bit easier for us. That would be greatly appreciated, I think.
Yeah, not just because it pays our bills.
Not just because it pays our salaries. So yeah, thank you, and for those in attendance today, thank you to you for being here, for making the trek out to the CTICC. Thank you so much for being here. For everyone at Daily Maverick for your efforts in making this possible. Tamsin said 6 a.m., 5:30, long nights, long days. So yeah, thank you for everyone who's made that possible. But the title of today, this year, 2025, the gathering is called Changemakers. And what is that? What does that mean? What does Changemakers mean to you, Tamsin?
To me, I mean, I do think it's a subjective thing because, change is a subjective concept. But for me, I think it's really about where we are in the world right now, in that it's a chaotic time, it's a strange time. I think for a lot of people, it's an overwhelming time. It's very easy to feel like you're a victim of change in the current global society. And I think today is about shifting that narrative a bit and maybe reflecting on how we can be in control of the fluctuating circumstances we have going on in our world. And I mean, that's why we've got such fantastic speakers from across a range of sectors: politics, education, health, to really give us a bit of guidance on how we can not just experience and be at the whim of the changes, but be the influencers and be the leaders of that change. And it's something for us to consider when it comes to our journalism at Daily Maverick as well. We want to be creating stories, sharing information that empowers people, allows them to defend truth, but also allows them to take the lead in their communities, in their lives. And so that's something we do every day as journalists, is reflecting on what impact our stories are having, what intention is behind them. And it's a good opportunity for us as well to network with these individuals and think about how we could be doing our jobs better to better service you guys as our readers and our audience.
Yeah. And Tamsin and I will be with you all day today. We'll be having conversations with different people and different speakers, and we are privileged enough today to be at this event alongside these change makers who will be giving who will be speaking on panels and just giving having their own speeches and being questioned and being challenged. So that's the exciting thing about this. And as Tamsin said, it's an ever evolving world. It's an ever evolving. Everything's changing all the time, and journalism's changing with it too. We forgot to mention someone. We've got Peter Louis Myburg, who will also be with us a bit later today.
The man of the moment.
The man of the moment. Many of you out there will recognize him. He of course, he had the little camera in the tree. What is it? Yeah, no, sure.
Yeah, no, sure.
We've got a couple of T-shirts. I think they're off for sale.
Some limited edition Yano shirt, Peter Louis Mayberg shirt.
I'm sure we could get him to sign a couple of shirts.
He's going to be signing.
He's going to be signing shirts. So I think that's something quite exciting to look forward to. I guess if you aren't in attendance yet, I guess you could maybe just sneak get through and get a signature and then leave again or something. I know that's something that people are looking forward to. He's the man of the moment right now. So that's I think that's something that I'm looking forward to. Unfortunately, we won't be speaking to him today.
No, but he will be giving an address.
He will be giving an address, and I think that he will be the last address, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
So stay tuned all day. We'll be with you all day. We'll be getting. If you have any questions for him or anyone, we could maybe get him to answer the question outside. Record the answer and then bring it to you guys inside. We might do something like that. Whatever you guys, it's a free for all. Just type in what you want from us, and we'll get it done.
But we are running out of time for this segment this morning now, and we don't want to cut into the main event.
I think, just thought I heard a door closing.
Well, there you go. The auditorium is shut. Bums are in seats.
Bums are in seats. We're about to get going. It's time for us, Tamsin and I, to temporarily say goodbye to you. It won't be too long, a couple of hours, and then we'll be back. But the doors are closing. Bums are on seats. We're ready to jet off and experience this day with you guys. So let's have the first. I think Rebecca is just tapping on a mic to get us going. So I think that's our cue. So from Tamsin and I, we'll see you guys later. Ta-ta.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
Join me on Binance.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
It can look like this, or like this. It is threatened, but it is our responsibility to protect it. For each person, it means something different. But when we reach it, we all know what it looks like, what it sounds like, or how it feels. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together. Freedom.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
Join me on Binance.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
It can look like this, or like this. It is threatened, but it is our responsibility to protect it. For each person, it means something different. But when we reach it, we all know what it looks like, what it sounds like, or how it feels. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together. Freedom.
Humans, politicians, and corporate raiders, please welcome Rebecca Davis.
Good morning. Now, I know that all of us will, at some time or another, have wrestled with that age-old question. How did people wake up before alarm clocks were invented? I'm glad you asked. Mechanical alarm clocks were not widely used until surprisingly late, after World War I. But there was a need for people to wake up at a specific time long before that, because the Industrial Revolution meant that people had to arrive at the factories and coal mines in time for their shift, which was often well before dawn. Don't worry, I'm going somewhere with this. Somewhere pretty important. So as a result, there was a job. There were people known as knocker-uppers, this is true, who would go around a town waking people up at an agreed-upon time, normally by knocking on their windows with a very long pole. People would leave chalkboards outside their homes where they would write the time at which the knocker-uppers were to wake them up. Now, I know that all of us will, at one time or another, have wrestled with that age-old question, how did the knocker-uppers wake up in time to knock up the other people? The answer to that is, in fact, not interesting. They simply stayed awake all night. So being a knocker-upper was an established job, providing a service which allowed society to function smoothly. But in a cruel irony, the Industrial Revolution, which had created the need for knocker-uppers to wake people up for factory shifts, also led to the ability to mass-produce cheap alarm clocks. So that by the time the late 1930s rolled around, nobody needed knocker-uppers anymore. The job was virtually dead. Knocker-uppers were obsolete. No young people learned the ancient craft of knocking up. Although, if we're honest, it wouldn't have involved an enormous amount of training, I don't think. Anyone who has a hand can knock. And even if you didn't have a hand, I think there would probably be some workarounds, like a pole up your sleeve. Stay with me here because we're reaching the important part and I need to stick the landing. Then World War II begins. And what happens is that all the factories viewed as producing inessential goods, like alarm clocks, are repurposed to make weapons for the war. Nobody is producing alarm clocks, and the previous cheaply made alarm clocks start breaking all over the show. But guess what? There's no backup. There aren't any knocker-uppers anymore. What follows is a genuine labor crisis, because half the people aren't waking up on time for their jobs in areas critical to the war effort. This is true, you can look it up. One Chicago store on a Sunday in 1944 advertised that they had somehow got their hands on 1,500 alarm clocks for sale while stocks last. And this is from a newspaper report of what happened on that Monday. Monday morning, 3 women fainted, several clerks were trampled, and 4 showcase windows were shattered before police untangled a jam of 2,500 women and a few stout-hearted men who converged on the store. That is the kind of thing that happened because the alarm clocks weren't fit for purpose and there weren't any knocker-uppers left. Ladies and gentlemen, being a journalist in the age of AI feels a lot like being one of the last remaining knocker-uppers in a world entranced by alarm clocks. Thank you. Thanks. I know this metaphor might not hold up perfectly under close scrutiny, but actually there are some other uncanny similarities between knocker-uppers and journalists, not least that knocker-uppers tended to dress in rags, they were paid pennies per week, they smelled quite bad, and would often be disdained by contemporary society, if the shoe fits. I am an AI doomer. I think it will kill us all, but not before it makes us infinitely more stupid. Everyone I know says I am a drama llama about AI, to which I say, sure, prophets are never listened to in their own lifetimes. But you cannot tell me that we did not plumb a new low in human existence with the news 2 weeks ago of a 29-year-old American woman who used ChatGPT to make her suicide note just that little bit punchier. It's pretty bleak. AI is one of the reasons why in-person events like Daily Mavericks, The Gathering, seem increasingly urgent and valuable, and why I am so grateful to be here hosting it in the last remaining moments before I am replaced with a hologram of someone better. I'm grateful that we are all here speaking human to human. None of us are wire-born, which is the term people online now use to describe their AI girlfriends and boyfriends. Wire-born. To those joining us on the virtual platform, you too are very welcome because you are not wire-born either. You are meatbags like me, and I mean that as the very highest compliment. Look, all in all, it's a confusing time to be alive. And today we are going to try to make sense of what is happening in South Africa and beyond with the aid of some of the country's top thinkers and doers. We have a cabinet minister. We have the heads of two vital state institutions, SARS and the NPA. We have the leaders of 3 political parties. We have luminaries from civil society and business. And we have some of Daily Maverick's hardest punching journalists. And that's just on the stage. In the audience today, I know we have CEOs, we have captains of industry, titans of civil society. But more importantly, we also have the headmaster of my son's primary school, who asked me in advance if I was intending to swear on stage today. To which I could only reply, Mr. Story, it is too soon to tell. It is too soon to tell you that I probably definitely will be swearing at some point if the circumstances demand it. There has been one last minute change to the program that we do sincerely regret, and that is that the brilliant Reddy Klabi had her flight delayed from Washington. I am sorry, and hence cannot make it here today because America always fucks things up for us. Reedy has recorded a video message for you fine folk, and we have substituted the unbeatable Ferial Hafji to put Zane Dangor in the hot seat. Now, up there, you will see other Daily Maverick journalists. Give the nice people a wave, if you don't mind. We keep them up there because they are too attractive to permit into normal society. A riot would ensue down here. Okay. A few housekeeping notices on the food front. Look, this is not the national dialogue. We don't have a 400 million rand budget to play with, okay? If you have a premium ticket, then you are like the people who live in the capital in the Hunger Games, and you will be feasting like lords in the networking hall. If you have a general admission ticket, you will feast, well, not like a lord per se, if I'm honest, more like a middle manager in the royal court. But there is a limited amount of food available for free. Let's talk quickly about parking. Joe Burgers, I don't know if you're aware that the parking in central Cape Town is now so expensive these days that when your allotted parking time runs out, they actually don't even bother clamping your wheels. They just repossess your house. It's wild. But you can buy a 65 Rand prepaid parking ticket for the day, and shockingly enough, that is actually a bargain in central Cape Town, from the Maverick Insider or Daily Maverick counters or the CTICC booth outside the networking hall. If you had plans for 6 p.m. today, cancel them immediately, because I'm about to give you the 2 most beautiful words in the English language other than defend truth, and those are open bar. There are free drinks courtesy of our wonderful sponsors. Not since the days of Southwest Africa have Germans and South Africans collaborated as enthusiastically as the Friedrich Naumann Foundation does with Daily Maverick on a significantly less racist project, namely our post-gathering networking drinks. Vielen Dank, Friedrich Naumann. Binance, I really like that name because it makes it sound like your money uses they, them pronouns. But they are, of course, one of the hottest cryptocurrency firms around, and we are very grateful for their sponsorship this year, including of coffee this morning and cocktails tonight. Get loaded on cocktails and do some spur-of-the-moment crypto trading. What could go wrong? Then to 91, our very best friends who have been in the kind of stable coalition with the Daily Maverick for the past 4 years that the DA and the ANC can only dream of. Our headline sponsor, we couldn't do any of this without you. Thank you so much. Then to our trade exchange partners, thank you to Southern Sun for the accommodation, Lyft Airlines for the flights. Lyft is great because they give you those little lints. I don't know if you've experienced it. Plantify for the really beautiful flower arrangements outside, Peterson and Leonard for this great stage design, Flow Communications for handling our virtual platform like a boss, and Radford Dale, the wine sponsor from those post-event networking drinks. And those wines are nice. Thank you to all of those. All right. Oh yes, this is important. One more piece of housekeeping. If you are intending to bribe any of our journalists today... All right. Just quickly. So, as recent events have shown, the lowest quantum of bribe that we are able to accept at the moment is 60. Big ones. Big ones. 60K. It should be neatly stacked, consecutive bills if you can manage it, ideally in a Dior or Chanel bag. And just before you do the bribing, we are just going to ask that you move to a well-lit, quiet area just to get mic'd up. It's nothing personal, it's standard bribing procedure. Okay, so that's if you want to bribe us. Okay, right. I think it's time to get on with the show. So, Daily Maverick's founding editor, Branislav Branko Brkic, stepped away last year to pursue his ultimate goal of world domination. Many of you here know Branko, the mad Serbian genius, strong Rasputin energy, but using his powers for good, not evil. And it was never going to be easy to step into his scuffed Converse sneakers, but the person bravely stepping up to the plate to follow him as editor was the wonderful Gillian Green. You may not have seen or heard a lot from Green up to this point, because she is possibly the most modest and humble person I've ever met in an industry of giant, insufferable divas. But don't be fooled. Behind that very soft-spoken and calm demeanor lies a steely mind and a fiery heart. Please welcome Daily Maverick's editor, Gillian Green.
Thank you, Rebecca. It's a hard act to follow. Good morning, everybody. Molweni, goeiemôre, sawubona. It's my great pleasure to welcome the more than 1,500 Daily Maverick gatherers in attendance today. An equally warm welcome to the 8,000 more gathered online. These are our biggest numbers yet. A special welcome also to all our dignitaries, to those who have agreed to participate as speakers and on panels. And of course, my greeting extends to all Daily Maverick friends and colleagues. Daily Maverick was founded in 2009, now 16 years ago. So you would be forgiven for thinking of us as a precocious teenager. These annual gatherings have become a ritual of sorts. It serves as a space for celebrating our work, for bonding with our very valued supporters. It's an annual stock-taking, a pragmatic and spiritual affirming of our goals, and as a collective learning space as we spend a day listening to important and diverse voices. This year's gathering and its theme also offers us a reminder that change, when rooted in integrity and action, is still the most powerful tool we have to shape the future, not only of our nation, but of our place in a rapidly changing world. Our work, our country, the world, Life is so very complex. We face immense challenges as society. Brutal wars and diminishing of respect for human rights, the destruction of our earth, the chaos of fake news and the disinformation monster machine, artificial intelligence and digital transformation, and so much more. South Africa and all countries in the world are at the mercy of these factors, which both present opportunity and risk. How will we adapt and transition with our values intact? How boldly and courageously will we meet these challenges? How will we keep human rights at the center of our decisions, with our eyes on the prize of equality, freedom, and prosperity for all, rather than greed, exploitation, and dominance? As hard as our work is in the making sense of these complexities, there's a kind of supreme simplicity to be found in the essence of journalism and in our reason for existing as a news organization. If you didn't know, journalism is a force for good, of truth-telling and accountability against power, censorship, and brutality. Telling the truth is a mammoth undertaking that is intensely difficult, increasingly dangerous, but absolutely profound and important. Its destruction is a major threat to democracy, to peace, and to a stable world order. Journalist and political commentator and author Walter Lippmann said it best: "There can be no higher law in journalism than to tell the truth and shame the devil." We are at present in the midst of the deadliest period for journalists in recorded history. In 2022, 88 journalists were killed, 129 the following year. And in Gaza alone, since the war started, 230 journalists have been killed. Our colleagues are being murdered, often in circumstances where they are the last witnesses to unspeakable horrors that are brought to bear on often helpless civilians, including thousands and thousands of defenseless children. Our ship is sailing in extremely dangerous waters, and it requires considered, value-driven, and morally inspired navigation if we are to survive. Challenging these complexities and shining a light in the darkness that threatens requires a spirit that seeks a positive change for humanity. It is a spirit that stands on the side of human rights, no matter the situation. And so, we trim ourselves with truth-telling that can shift the trajectory. This is the why of our work. This is what we strive for, sweat for, and suffer for. Our promise at Daily Maverick and our commitment to you is to continue this work. As Mavericks, we are willfully independent and have an unbreakable spirit to achieve our goals despite opposition. We will do so in memory of our fallen colleagues around the globe, and alongside you and so many others in our beautiful country who continue to try make things better for themselves, their communities, and the environment. We suspect you share this view. We suspect you also hear this voice that says change is possible and important. This is why you become our supporters. It's why, for the cost of 4 cappuccinos a month, you become insiders. When we launched our Maverick Insider membership 7 years ago, we promised you community. And today, I'm proud to announce the public launch of Daily Maverick Connect. This is your space to network, to connect, to talk, to listen, and to pitch in. Details of how you can join this community are in the program, or if you're tuning in online, will be shown on your screen now. We believe that Daily Maverick Connect will provide the connection that social media promised but failed dismally to deliver. It's your platform to drive the change you'd like to see around you. This change we speak of is never abstract. At best, it positively alters the lives of ordinary people, making them safer, freer, and more hopeful. It demands courage. The South African people are often powerful agents of transformation. How proud we stand in the world when we find our courage and our spirit. This gathering is an opportunity for change making. It is dialogue anchored in action. It is a witnessing of powerful stories of real change makers, living examples of what courage, innovation, and resilience can achieve. These must serve as a catalyst, a spark that connects citizens to ideas, leaders to accountability, and individuals to the possibility of agency. We hope the gathering will bring new momentum to drive impactful change, not as a luxury, but as a dire need. Our challenges are urgent, but so too is our capacity to innovate, to resist, and to lead. The stories we produce are often, as the saying goes, a very rough draft of history. It can be messy, often imperfect, yet have unquestionable impact. Just yesterday, we faced a gag order, an urgent interdict in the Johannesburg High Court for the work of our journalist, Peter Louis Myburg. Yeah, no, sure. It aimed to silence us, to stop our investigation and the publication of allegations of irregularities worth millions of rands relating to contracts with the Independent Development Trust. It even sought to stop us from speaking about this at this very gathering. I'm happy to say it was unsuccessful. Whilst legal action and threats, even death threats against us, is not uncommon, it is an affair that can cost millions and is exhausting for our limited financial and human resources. To land such a story takes enormous skill, courage, commitment, and time. It brings home the notion that journalism is a calling, a service to the greater good. And it's but one example of how the power of robust journalism. Our tireless work on the Life Esidimeni tragedy involving 144 deaths of people with severe mental health issues was an uncovering of one of the greatest human rights violations in democratic South Africa. Other work resulted in the finding of a pump that a municipality lost, feeding children during a school holiday who otherwise would have gone hungry, and reporting that led to the car power ship cancellation. Many of our stories, done with the help of brave, ordinary citizens, often become the spark that lights a fire which draws attention from other players whose action, alongside our own, burns change into the lived realities of our people. Our industry has saved our nation billions in recovered and halted corruption. And yet, the corruption continues. It is most acutely felt in our municipalities, and it's no coincidence that with the decline of local journalism, so too came the decline of our cities. Daily Maverick is changing that. In May this year, we launched our first dedicated local bureau in Nelson Mandela Bay, providing its residents with the aptly titled Baywatch newsletter. Sign up if you haven't. Joburg, the city I call home, is crumbling. Streets are potholed. Water leaks are commonplace. There's no accountability, and we've got to bring it back. And so we are. It's my great pleasure to announce today that our next Metro Bureau will be in Johannesburg and will be launching in October. Our vision is to open similar bureaus in the 10 largest metros in South Africa, and we can do it with your help. But today, we invite you to listen deeply, to challenge assumptions, to bring new ideas into the public square, and to leave this gathering with the courage to act. Change will come from the collective energy of all who gather. My thanks to all of you for your involvement, your continued support, and your constructive criticism, which makes us stronger and keeps us steady. Nkosi, dankie, Thank you.
Thank you, Gillian. If the Springboks can win with 14 men, surely government can deliver with 1.6 million men and even better, women. Let's find out. Here to discuss the inside story of fixing government one department at a time, we have the Minister of Home Affairs, Leon Schreiber. We have the Commissioner of the South African Revenue Service, Edward Kieswetter. We have the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Omar Rabaji Rasataba, in conversation with Daily Maverick's one and only Ferial Haffji.
Good morning, everybody. It's delightful to be with you, especially with my Auntie Daria. So, why did they think that 60,000 Rand would do it, in a Dior or Gucci bag? Not when you've got these three people with you. I would like to, firstly, let me start, dedicate this panel to our colleague Tsidi Madia of Eyewitness News. Who so tragically died yesterday. She was the leader of all of us and a voice that represented a beautiful zeitgeist in South Africa. She was able to make probing inquiry while doing so with absolute love for her country. And this is the spirit of the people who we brought you to share some time with this morning. So for 3.5 years, I covered the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture. And you heard through it the stories of the gutting of our state, the gutting of our democracy. For the past 3 years, I've been doing a different kind of story. And what I found there is this amazing generation of people in our country who are doing their utmost and spending probably 18 hours a day, you can tell me if that's right or wrong, fixing our country. And so we call them the fixers. And today it's our great honor to have 3 of those people with us. Thank you so much for being here. So and they're going to give us an anatomy and a barometer of how far we are along, but just some numbers before we start. So as the Commissioner of SARS, in the past financial year, Ed Kieswetter and his team collected 2.3 trillion rands from us, 447 billion rand of which was refunded. I want to see how quickly you do that, Ed. But here's the big number for today. 30 billion of that is from syndicated crime, conducting 198 complex investigations and 33 state capture cases. And then Advocate Omar Rabaji Rasataba has collected has had assets frozen to the value of 15 billion rand that was stolen from us in this period, and she's got lots more coming, and she's going to tell us about that. In the past year, since he's been Home Affairs Minister, Minister Leon Schreiber, 36 years old, has delivered 3.6 million smart IDs, more than this is in the past year, almost 500,000 more than the previous annual record, and cleared a visa backlog of 306,000 applications. I hope some of you are among those that were cleared. So we really have powerhouses here. And I'm going to give each of you a chance to speak about how you've done what you've done. May we start with you, Commissioner Ed Kieswetter. You took this big job after Tom Moyane and his crew had, according to the Nugent Commission of Inquiry, really gutted a fine institution which had been made by the late Praveen Gordhan. What did you find, and how did you do it?
Good morning, and thank you.
Good morning.
It's quite intimidating. But fortunately, I have all your tax numbers. So, you know, Building institutional integrity starts from the inside out. This morning, just before we came here, we were invited into the makeup room, and the makeup artist said to me, "There's not much we can do for you." And the success rate for people of your cases is not very high. And sometimes we start fixing organizations from the outside. And no more lipstick will make me any prettier than what I am, so I try and drink water and fix myself from the inside. Institutional integrity is about fixing organizations from the inside out. And so after assessing the true state of disrepair at SARS, we knew we needed to start with the soft things. The technology, systems and processes, and even AI is relatively easy to implement. But it's about winning the hearts and minds of people and making them believe that together we can succeed. So for me, I started the journey of rebuilding SARS on the first day, 1st of May. It was a public holiday, and by midday, every member of staff received a letter from me, personalized, in which I made 4 things clear. Firstly, in addition to the fact that it was an inordinate privilege, firstly, where I stood on state capture. If leaders aren't clear where they stand on matters of substance, then what do you stand for? And typically, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. And so the first part of my letter was to say, I felt state capture was real, and if you don't agree with me, let's talk. The second was, I set out a few things that I told the then 12,000 staff. This is what you can expect of me, and you can hold me accountable. Then thirdly, I said, and this is what I expect of you, and I will hold you accountable for. And then fourthly, if we work together, this is what we can achieve. And we set out very clear objectives, measurable results, and we measure it religiously every year. And so for me, that's the first, from the outside in. And then, of course, the second thing is about taking the tough issues head on early, but do it with integrity. So sitting down with the leaders that were compromised, telling them that I would conduct a fair process, but we'll follow the outcome. And within a few months, we took leave of about 6 of those leaders, reconstituted the leadership team, and redirected them into roles that they were more suited for. And then thirdly, a very clear and compelling strategic story. Everyone wants to win. And our job as leaders is to create a vision and a path that gives people the confidence that they can win. And then fourthly, I come back to what do we expect of leaders? And for me, firstly, building meritocracies. I do not believe that we should put people in places for which they are set up to fail. So there are 5 things we look for in leaders. The first is, do they have the right character? We have a clear leadership model. Who are you? Your character, your competence, the attributes that define you. Secondly, do you have the ability to do the work? If you don't, then you're going to fail. Thirdly, do you have a track record of delivery? When I look in your past, because the best predictor of leadership is leadership. And then we also set the values of integrity and incorruptibility or irreproachability quite high. So that's where we started and have remained single-mindedly committed to rebuilding institutional integrity that can outlive us. But it starts and ends with leadership and places people in the center of everything that we do.
Thank you very much, Ed. There's many questions I want to ask. Thank you so much, please. So many of you, and Omar gets it regularly, ask, so where are the orange overalls? Why is none of the big people who were at the center of the state capture story, why are they in parliament, some in government? Why are they not in jail? So I've learned, when asked that question, I turn to advocate, Omar Rabaji Rasataba, and I say, well, Omar has collected 15 billion back from them or frozen their assets. Tell us what you've achieved in these years and how you've done it.
Thank you very much. Morning to all our participants. So my mandate as Asset for Future Unit comes from the Constitution. I'm part of the National Prosecuting Authority, and as you rightly point out, we are there to prosecute without fear, favor, and prejudice. But here's where I come in and do any other thing that is necessary and incidental to prosecution. So what does that mean? It means I have to go first and take the money for anyone who's going to be accused of crime. Secondly, I need to go and obtain evidence from that person that will enable prosecution. So it was a deliberate strategy on our part as National Prosecuting Authority that Asset for Future Unit must front foot and do everything that will help prosecution. So in fact, we've collected 19 billion on corruption, except that the 15 billion, it's only for the evidence that was ventilated at the State Capture Commission. So, and that's part of accountability, because if you don't go in first and take the money, you're going to be kept in court for 20 years, because the accused people are going to litigate you. There'll be interlocutory applications for the next 20 years, whether it's removal of the prosecutor, removal of the judge, no, this evidence was not put together properly, no, I was not handled properly by the police. It will be everything and anything. So it's critical, therefore, that we go first and take all that money. So 19 billion.
Tell me about the 90 billion.
So 19 billion we frozen, and 6 billion of that we put in an account, asset recovery account, and some gets paid back to victims of crime, which is a department where the money was stolen. That money goes straight back to that department. So, and we feel very strongly that that's part of accountability, because the last thing you want is that all these matters must be enrolled and voila, there's no prosecution. The second thing which is important is that we must all recognize that we are victims of crime and corruption. When there's no water, when there's no electricity, when there's no textbooks, when there's no medication in hospitals, we are all suffering, and by extension, our relatives and everybody else. So Asset for Future Unit, it's critical and part of justice. It's part of making sure that no one benefits from crime, we take profit out of crime, and we make sure that there is accountability. How that happens is that we put our applications in the High Court. It's a civil process, and we just don't take, because this is a constitutional issue. You just don't take away anyone's property. They have to come back to court and affidavit and explain the source of these funds. And that's where we collect evidence, because they have to tie themselves in, and that's useful for prosecution later. The second point I made is that, of course, we had to come with innovation. You know, during our first 20 years, we had to create jurisprudence that says, in any country, there's got to be a law that's draconian, that's going to deal with the essence of crime. Crime is all about money. Everyone who commits, whether it's organized crime, any of the illicit markets as that described in crime, is all about money. It ends up being about money. So we had to come up with innovative means, because the Constitutional Court, the SCA have said we need this law. And POCA has got 100% pass with the Constitutional Court, with the SCA, with the High Courts. All the judges knows we go ex parte without giving notice to anyone, to them in their chambers, and say, we think there are reasonable grounds that this money from this person is proceeds of crime. So we had to then think, okay, so what do? We've established jurisprudence, we've taken cars, we've taken houses. We had to then come up with a Chapter 6 strategy where we say, if all cases are linked to obtaining evidence for prosecution, and that's called conviction-based, we're not going to make any headway. So we needed to think of expediting non-criminal based forfeiture applications, which is a very low standard, reasonable grounds to believe you go to a judge and you get an order. But over and above that, and based on that case, based on that strategy, we worked with Zondo Commission, got a lot of evidence from them, we put it together and took away the Gupta mine, Optimum Colliery mine.
How much was that?
The mine was evaluated 3.5 billion. It's a massive mine. But not only had they taken the mine away from us as South Africans, they had also really stolen money from, for mine rehabilitation funds, which we were also able to intercept and take away. And the money is, we've recovered that 1.9 billion that they've taken away for rehabilitating the mine. That mine belongs to the Department of Minerals and Energy. We also had to come up with non-trial resolutions with a lot of corporates outside the country that benefited from state capture. Of course, they are in South Africa and we're busy working with them now. We drafted a policy, got approved, and just from entering into resolutions, settlements, agreements with companies that came forward, yes, we were guilty, we did benefit somehow from state capture, we then got 5 billion back. And you know the top cases that we did, ABB in Germany, SAP in Germany, and we also settled with McKinsey, 1.1 billion from the USA. So that's how we have done it. We've had to come up with a strategy to frog leap and make sure that we create a credible prosecution service by front-footing with asset forfeiture unit.
Thank you very much, and we'll hear more about that. Thank you so much. So, Minister of Home Affairs, Leon Schreiber, you look like someone who is loving your job. So when I used to work at City Press, my colleagues at the Daily Sun next door, they used to have this campaign called Hell Affairs.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
It's called Department of Hell Affairs, and that name stuck. Even at the Daily Maverick, the biggest questions we get are about people struggling with home affairs. It's the department that shapes your life from the time you are born to the time you die. And people's experience was quite painful. What did you find when you got in there?
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here. Yes, I think that's where we have to start. This is exactly the reason why some people asked me, am I crazy to want this job? It's a poison chalice, that because of that moniker of Hell Affairs.
So how did you feel when President Ramaphosa called you up and said, this is your...
No, I was absolutely delighted. This is exactly the portfolio I wanted for a number of reasons. Someone has to do it. No, seriously, I believe that precisely because Home Affairs has become perhaps the most synonymous department with failed service delivery and with experiences that people have there, and because it touches everyone's life, right, from the beginning of your life to the end and every part in between. That is exactly the portfolio that we should focus on turning around, because I think we would all agree on the day that I was appointed that it was a widespread assumption that this is the most broken part of certainly citizen-facing services in South Africa. And so if we can improve that, then surely we can improve anything. And that's why I want to take Home Affairs from Hell Affairs to Hope Affairs. It's that simple. I want to show that you can take something that everyone has given up on. It's preposterous to say to a minister, why would you want this job? You should want this job, because this is the one that the turnaround will be the most impactful. So I actually want to just go back and say there's one thing I'm very grateful for, and that's actually what I did before politics, and maybe that's an important point. You should have a bit of a life outside of politics. Before
you were
that,
fighting cadre deployment, as far as I remember.
But even before that, I worked as a researcher at Princeton University in the US for a number of years, and I did research on how do you build successful government institutions in countries in Asia and Africa, often in post-conflict environments. And I was joking the other day, I feel like Home Affairs was like a post-conflict environment in some sense. But that has been so valuable for me in retrospect, because the most important lesson I learned there is that you have to have crystal clear priorities. You have to know exactly what is the root cause of the problem, and then you have to focus on that relentlessly. So when I look back at the first speech I did in the NCOP about 14 months ago now, I had a very clear message, similar to what the Commissioner said. We have to change the culture completely in this organization to focus on innovation and to use technology and digital transformation to overcome our problems. And you have to just be interested. You have to actually care about fixing real problems, not about being seen to be doing something, not about being on some kind of PR campaign. What are the real problems that people are having, and what do the solutions look like? And then how do you link that back to your clear priority? And that's what we've systematically done. So let me give you a concrete example of how this new outlook, this perspective, and this culture that we've brought in is going to yield real results, and is already doing so. One of the things we looked at is, of course, the queues. And we had a chat about it earlier, and I think it's such an important point that a lot of people ask me on day one, how are you going to speed up the queues? The question we should be asking is, why are there queues in the first place? It's like saying we want faster horses when cars have been invented. Why do people go to stand in a queue at some centralized location where you are entirely beholden to what happens in that particular office? When we live in a country where we have a revenue service that has used technology to decentralize your tax process and to automate it, when we have a banking industry that has done the same. Home Affairs is very much like a bank. It stores your data like you would store your savings at a bank, but its job is not to make it impossible for you to access your savings. Its job is to secure access and make it easy for you to access that. And ironically, when we looked at how we can approach that particular problem, there was this partnership that had been in place for almost a decade between 30 bank branches and the department, where you could go into 30 locations around the country to apply for a smart ID and a passport. So the first question is, why isn't this 300 or 1,000? What's holding us back? And I think this case study shows exactly what we are changing in Home Affairs, because the previous model was based on duplication, the idea that you had to put a little mini Home Affairs office inside a bank branch where you put your own official, your own camera, your own fingerprint scanner when the bank already had that. And secondly, when the bank was already integrated with Home Affairs through the online verification service, when you put your fingerprints down at a bank branch to open a bank account, it verifies against the Home Affairs database. So we said, well, why are we doing it like it's from the dark ages? Let's build on this existing integration so that you can use the camera and the fingerprint scanner and the online verification service that is already a secure link between the banks and Home Affairs. And then this could happen in every bank branch, and it can eventually happen on your banking app. And that's what we were able to announce a few weeks ago, that we are now going to roll this out massively across the country. And just think what that means for someone in a rural area who previously had to take a day off of work, or spend all this money on getting a taxi to drive 4 hours, stand in a queue, sometimes be turned away, have to come back the next day. And now they go to the same place where they, do their banking services or their social grant. That's the kind of access that we can create
and I
if
see
we
on
think
your
differently.
X feed that every day a new bank's coming on board. Where are we now?
Yes, I think we're sitting at 7. We'd like it to go up to all the ones that we've invited. So if your bank hasn't joined yet, this is your moment to put pressure on them.
Thank you.
Because we are really serious about collaboration. I think that's the other important part about culture. And our biggest partner is sitting right next to me here. The South African Revenue Service has been a rock for us in this process, precisely because it has done some of the same kind of approaches that we would now like to do. And so we've got an MOU with them and we work very closely together. We're working with those banking partners, and we really are saying South Africa clearly has the skills to do this. We do this in so many domains. We're actually a world leader when it comes to digital financial services. Why can't we leverage that to do the same at the state level? And I think that's where, if we get this right, and we haven't even spoken about digitalizing the visa system and everything else where we're applying the same principle. If we get this right, I believe we're going to build a new model for how you can modernize the state. That's what SARS did years ago and what the Commissioner is accelerating now with AI and other technology. We want to take Home Affairs and make it a case study in how you can take a problem that was intractable, that people said was hell affairs, that is unfixable, poison chalice, and show how you can change the culture in an organization to embrace technology and innovation, and then you can actually fix those problems which for decades have seemed intractable. And I have to make the point that we're not there yet. For everyone in the audience who wants to come and speak to me about an idea afterwards, we know we're not there yet.
And a visa.
Yes. There is no magic wand. It's something that I emphasized on day one. If I had it, I would have waved it and the job would be done. So this is a journey. But I think the critical point is the pace at which this reform is happening, I think, is unprecedented. The focus and the speed with which we are working shows that that old idea that everything in government has to take a decade just to sign off doesn't have to be true. It depends on the willingness and the drive and the vision to actually get it done. And so if we can complete this journey, and I think it's a 5-year journey, we can deliver Home Affairs at home.
So now that depends on whether the GNU is going to last.
Indeed.
Thank you, Leo. So, Commissioner, I want to come back to you. Our country is replete with mafias. Every time I look, there's a new kind of one. Joburg, water tanker mafias, construction mafias. We seem to build them at a pace that exceeds our ability to reform. So as I've tried to watch your work, and you guys are quite quiet about it, 33 state capture cases, quite big. The way that Al Capone was nabbed was on tax. Are you doing the same thing?
Wow. So let me first just say that I'm very grateful for journalism in South Africa, but...
Can you say it louder?
The bar for journalism is proof of evidence is here. Ours is right there. So we have one chance often at getting a successful prosecution, and we also have to work with our colleagues at the NPA to make sure that these cases are enrolled. But at the same time, it goes about how do we identify instances of tax, financial, or other forms of crime. And we would not be able to do that without access to data and imposing on that sophisticated data science and then deploying AI and technology to collect and connect the dots for us. That's what's been able to do that. But what's maybe invisible to the public is that our first deployment of data science is not to enforce. It's not to catch criminals. It's to provide a world-class service to taxpayers. Because we believe that most people are honest and want to fulfill their obligations. And if we help them understand those and make it seamless for them, they will comply. And then obviously present a credible threat of detection. But it's the same AI, it's the same data that does both. But our bias is towards voluntary compliance. I mean, here's the vision for SARS that we have. In the future, we don't want to see you. We don't want to hear from you. We don't want you to call us. We don't want you to visit us. We don't want you to write to us.
We also don't want to see you.
We just want to hear ka-ching. That's it. That's it. Now, you may then think, what is this guy smoking? Well, let me tell you that this year, 5.8 million people didn't have to do anything. They received their assessment outcome from us without having to fill in a single form, visit a SARS office, or ask us anything. We did all of that by having access to data and supercomputational powers and artificial intelligence. 99% acceptance rate. Those who decided to edit their return, because we don't have all data, for example, rooftop solar, some travel logs, and some medical expenses, out-of-pocket medical expenses. Those who then decided to edit their returns could do so from their phone, and when they press submit, will have received the assessment outcome in under 5 seconds. You forget that 20 years ago, the average time for us to assess a return was 6 months, and the average time for us to pay out a refund was 50 days. Today, 87% of refunds are paid out in under 72 hours, and more than 65% of taxpayers don't have to submit a return. That's the vision we have for VAT and for all other taxes. Now, where does then crime come in? Well, the same science then helps us to see the three-legged horse, to see an unexplained instance of wealth. And so from that we have, for example, we know that there's about 115,000 South Africans who, in our books, are below the threshold to file, but their economic activity suggests that they should be filing. Yeah, we know you. Those cynical laughs. We have about 40,000 South Africans who are not registered for tax, but they have economic activities above R1 million. And so the same science is helping us then, by providing the seamless world-class service, is helping us to identify the compliance risk. I shared with the minister earlier on that for us to have busted the tobacco syndicate, which, by the way, is enabled not only by criminals, but by professionals, enablers in advisory firms, in banks, in politics, and in government bureaucracies. Crime is enabled. It has a syndicate. It doesn't happen on its own. We had to wade through 60 terabytes of data. That's many, many years of Netflix watching, by the way. So we took this data dump, took it to a professional forensic company and said, can you go through this and tell us what you see? And they said, sure, it'll cost you 100 million rand, which we don't have. And so we deployed a team of 9 people who worked for 3 years through that data with forensic and investigative eyesights. And we were able to collect and connect the dots to successfully launch an application in court to attach those assets. And now we hope that the NPA will help us to bring those players to book. So success isn't one big thing. It's about doing many, many little things consistently, repetitively, and sometimes boringly to get the outcomes that we have achieved. And that's just one story that I can share with you. There are many others that I can share, but let me just say that what we know, we have a long way to go. And we are still under-resourced, under-invested, and we'll continue to beat that drum.
But you got 7.5 billion.
And we are still short. Because we know that we are not doing enough to find those who are not registered, who should be registered, to discover those who are not filing, who ought to be filing, and to prosecute those who are committing tax and financial crime. We know we're literally scratching the surface. At times I feel that I'm going into a gunfight armed with a nail clipper. Some companies' tax departments globally have a bigger budget than the annual budget of SARS. And that's who we are against. And so the continued investment in institutions like SARS and NPA and Home Affairs, and by the way, a whole of government approach, because we can't be an island of success in a government that's failing. And so we work hard with Home Affairs, with the NPA, with the Master's Office to help this process of digitalization and the deployment of AI ultimately. But the remarkable is not in the numbers, because I think you'd be impressed if I told you that over the last 7 years, our compound annual growth rate of our revenue was 7% in an economy that the nominal growth was between 3.5% and 3.6%. Where did that marginal differential growth come from? It's from the compliance focus. You'd be thinking, some of you, yeah, you get that because you manipulate refunds. Well, let me tell you that
that has been a big question.
Our refunds in the last 7 years have grown at a compound annual growth rate of 9%. Our refund growth is faster than our revenue growth. Our voluntary compliance index have gone from the low 60s to 68. But the real sustainability evidence of integrity within the institution is in the following. Our service to taxpayers in 2019 was 54%. Today it's 87%, measured by hard indicators as per our service charter. Public trust in SARS in 2019 was 48%, today it is 75%. Attitude towards compliance have gone up 11 percentage points from 66 to 77%. And our own employees, when we measured our engagement, first it was just before COVID, it was 61%. When we measured it earlier this year, it was 71%. So unless you have a strategic and systems approach, because these are complex systems, they're not simple, and have ruthless or focused execution, bias for execution, we'll be talking, but have no results. And so I think rebuilding institutions, which is the core of this, the theme of this conversation, is about doing many, many little things, but doing it consistently, doing it thoroughly, and no amount of talking, as even politicians will agree with me.
Absolutely.
No amount of talking gets work done.
Yeah.
Clarity is important, but ultimately it's the execution of many, many little things that produces the results that we announce every year.
Thank you very much. I'm really hoping your sound is fixed because your story is so fabulous. Advocate Omar, you have ensured that money has gone back to where it counts. So the police, to ESCOM, the criminal asset recovery account has been flowered with your work. It's been seeded with your work, and we harvest that. But what I want to ask you is, in doing that, you come to these agreements called DPAs, Deferred Prosecution Agreements, or Alternative Dispute, I think, prosecutions. Yeah. I'm not sure your language on this. I mean, are those justice to your mind, where you get back from these multinationals billions of rands which were misappropriated, I would say stolen from us, but you've gotten it back? Does that feel to you like justice? Or should there be an additional measure, like they mustn't be allowed to operate in South Africa, etc.?
I think that is justice because, remember, our mandate is to prosecute, right? And do the incidental stuff that I do. So a precondition to entering into that agreement is, one, they have to give us all the evidence that implicates wrongdoers. Remember, a company, it's brick and mortar, it's people, it's systems, it's processes. It's not the company that committed the crime. It's those executives within the company that made sure that this crime is committed. So we need all the investigation material, and I can tell you, for instance, in the case of the global software in Germany, SAP, The lawyers were here 5 times. They came to South Africa 5 times to give us all the evidence we need to prosecute before we could sign the agreement. The second thing, we need a compliance plan. What are you going to do into the company to make sure that there are measures to make sure that there is no corruption? And that compliance plan is a plan that must be submitted, interrogated by the audit committee, and finally by the board of the company. Fortunately, I worked in the private sector, and I was responsible for governance. So I make sure that the compliance plan doesn't end with the executives, because those are the ones that tell the juniors, do this, do that, take this envelope there, so that this contract can be signed. So that's justice, because we have to prosecute wrongdoers. The actual company itself has not done anything. So we feel that's justice. But let me go to the point you made about the criminal asset recovery account. And that's the kind of stuff that's below the radar. It doesn't make headlines. The criminal asset recovery account last year, coming from the proceeds from 2003 and 4, disbursed 2.2 billion to, among others, fight illegal mining. So as I was sitting and discussing with the minister got a huge chunk of that money. Home Affairs got the money and all the other departments. Okay. And the minister gladly reported to me that 51 illegal immigrants were deported because they used that money to buy vehicles.
51,000.
That's the kind of stuff that doesn't... 51,000. So, and that's the kind of stuff that doesn't, but we're working very hard to make sure that even through the distribution of the criminal asset recovery account, and the NDPP sits as a part of that committee, she's a member of that committee, they make sure that money goes to the rest of the departments to make sure that they carry out important projects. I like the point that the commissioner and the minister makes about doing small things consistently. So we are fighting, we got CARA allocation to the Department of Social Development, Women, Youth, People with Disabilities. Money was given to justice to build more courts for sexual offenses, to make sure that there's rehabilitation of victims in correctional services. So that's a lot of good work that's under the radar. We are doing small things, but that's all about reform. But the most important part of the reform that we do, and this is, I'm very proud of this work, is that we are responsible as South Africa Asset for Future Unit to train our colleagues in Africa, that's Far East, West Africa, and East Africa, make sure they've got legislation to recover assets, because that's the best way to fight crime, because you enable prosecution. And we have trained over 200 law enforcement officers in the rest of those countries that I've talked about. And because of that collaboration, they have set up regimes to make sure they recover assets. And in one big case, where in a country, one of the officials we trained from Zambia made sure that when a minister had stolen from Zambia, came to South Africa, bought helicopters, and was busy trading with those helicopters, we were able to recover those assets. Because you take money from Malawi, guess what? You think you'll come and spend it in South Africa. Those people are able to come back. So we are responsible for that. And we've got a formal network that's called ARINZA. It's an interagency recovery network. And we have contributed immensely throughout the continent to identifying 700 money laundering cases in the whole of Africa. Remember, money gets stolen, it gets washed, and then it gets transferred or used. So we are fighting illicit financial flows internationally, which is critical.
And is this work helping to get us off the grey list?
This work is helping us to the grey list. You anticipated my next point, because that work that we've done, it's called effectiveness. What I've wanted to show, are your systems effective? And we're likely to be off the grey list, as we all know, by October. So we've done extremely well. And the other part that we've done very well is that we are able to assist overseas countries get their money back. If it was stolen into South Africa, we've been able to get our money back into South Africa. We've got wonderful stats.
Can I ask you quickly, so the Guptas are having a nice life, eh? Dubai, Kazakhstan, wherever, Salim Essa, probably Dubai. Is that money that they took from us, is it gone? Or might you be able to get some of it back? I know you've got the optimum money back.
Yes. Put it this way, what we've done was phase 1.
Phase 1.
Phase 1. We are going into phase 2, and in fact, we have started. That money, with the assistance of the World Bank Stolen Asset Recovery Unit, as well as the Basel Institute, it's got an asset recovery section, which is based in Zurich. They are assisting us to force those countries where we know our money is to bring back the stolen money. So we're working through international systems to make sure we get the money back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Leon, thank you so much. I'm going to take that. So you have really brought down the visa backlog. So the question that many people have asked is, and immigration lawyers have been telling us, is it by mass refusal? So could you give us the percentage that have been granted and others that have not been granted?
Well, let me just say firstly, the Guptas are not going to live their best life in South Africa, because one of the first things I did was to cancel partnerships and passports and citizenship that was fraudulently obtained. So we are washing the stain of that off of Home Affairs as well. When it comes to the visa backlog, the answer is no. We have a slightly higher rejection rate in the backlog than would be for normal applications, because some of them were 10 years old and some of them expired and they became basically defunct. So overall, the percentage is not higher. But what we are doing, obviously, the advantage of not being stuck with 306,000 applications is that we can now focus very specifically on appeals. So where there have been rejections, those have come in as appeals. And also, those numbers are not disproportionate. So I think that also tells me that, yes, of course, in such a huge sample, there will always be mistakes, especially if it's still a manual process, which is why we want to automate it. But we are now focused specifically on a much smaller number of appeals, and that should rectify any of those sort of legitimate cases that may have come out incorrectly. I just want to say, Rebecca was talking to the wrong audience when she said she's an AI doomer. I think that's the wrong crowd here. The opportunities of technology are huge for us, also when it comes to the visa space. So hopefully within the next few weeks, we'll be able to roll out the electronic travel authorization, the first phase of that, which is going to create a fully automated and digitalized visa, not only application process, but adjudication process.
Is it going to work, though, Minister, because my friends abroad have tried to use the other one we put in place, and it was a disaster.
No, that's a perfect case study. It's a perfect example of how not to do it. So, this is the point I was getting to, is that technology isn't only about the technical side of it. It's about how you use technological reform to change your process, to re-engineer your business process. The e-visa was taking a manual process and pasting a web page in front of it. So you would apply online, and then your application would go to a person, and they would process it exactly like the manual paper-based visas that are a disaster. So that's what we're not doing. That's how not to do it. So we're replacing that system with the ETA, again with SARS as one of our key partners, so that we can use exactly the same process that the Commissioner was outlining as it relates to your taxes. In other words, here's the data, here's the biometrics on your passport, let's match the face on your passport to a selfie that you have to upload, let's do fraud checks through machine learning, because that computer knows what every passport in the world is supposed to look like. A human could never know that. That machine will assess the passport you upload to check that it is an authentic passport. And then when you arrive in South Africa, you look into a camera again so that we can confirm the face of the traveler who arrived is the same as the one who applied. And of course, the benefits for customs in that process are also evident. So the point is, it's not really about technology. Technology is the critical enabler. But it is beyond that. It is the trigger for business process review. It is the trigger to ask, this document that we've asked you to upload for the last 30 years, does anyone look at it? Or does it just, it's a compliance thing and you put it in a shelf somewhere with another 50,000 of them? What is the purpose of this thing? Because you are challenged to re-engineer your process through technology. And the last point I want to make, Farrell, is the human benefits are astronomical of this reform. Because what I always say to people, they sometimes say, but what about people who can't use a smartphone or in a rural area? I make the point, when you are going for a routine transaction like a new ID or a new passport, you go and stand in a queue. Guess who stands behind you in that queue? It's the mother whose children were never registered. It's the person who could never open a bank account because their entire family tree has never been documented. And Home Affairs cannot get to those complex cases when more than half of what it does is routine things like a new ID or a new passport. So our entire approach is based on that pro-inclusivity idea, that pro-poor idea that we need to free up this department, completely change the model so that everyone who can use their local bank branch or technology and eventually the digital ID system, which we would like to have at the end of this journey, they should do that so that we can become a very different government department that actually goes into rural villages, for example, to go and systematically document people who before 1994 were literally not recognized as South African, but after 1994 had never gotten their birthright restored to them. That is the real fruit of reform that we could engineer if we do this right. India documented 1.4 billion people in 2 years using a model where they would go into the field with a camera and fingerprint scanners, and they would systematically document citizens. That is, I think, the ultimate endpoint here, and boy, what a step for inclusion that would be.
Thank you very much. So, Ed, so you have like 5 questions from the audience here. My clock tells me 14 seconds. I'm just going to ask you, I'll get those answered another time. You and Praveen are one of the few people I've seen, tax commissioners around the world, who get rounds of applause. That worries me deeply. So you're going to retire next year, or go on to your next thing, because you've done so many different lives. Do you have a deep bench to take over?
So as I say, by the way, and issue visas in under 5 seconds too.
Exactly, that's
from
what
anywhere
we
in the world.
Exactly right.
And the technology already exists.
In India?
No, that's what we're going to do.
No, we're already in South Africa, not in India.
Okay.
So my point,
we're going to be better than that.
My point is you cannot build success on a single person. And so part of the focus was to create as many leaders and strengthen the entire bench at SARS. So that's the first point. There should be. But, and I would like to charge all of you as South Africans with agency, because as quickly as an organization can be built and restored, it can be destroyed by the appointment of one person in the leadership position. And so whoever is appointed as the future commissioner of SARS, NPA, or the DG of Home Affairs, be a lot more interested and involved and challenge the system if it favors mediocrity over meritocracy.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Advocate Omar, you look like you're 14, but you're retiring this year. Oh. I can see you, some are going to go to the World Bank or any of these places, but might you stay on to get some of this loot back, some more of this loot back?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I definitely would want to see this work through, even if, and that's the discussion we had as top management, that because we've really started with international recoveries and we've got support from the World Bank, from Globe, from ICA, we've got a lot of support from a lot of international, that's going to force cooperation. I'm going to stay on just to focus on cases. So,
Salim Essa.
I wouldn't want to give names, but definitely those most responsible for looting our state coffers. We are definitely going to be focusing on them with my team, and I will have no rest until I bring that money back.
Thank you.
So,
thank you very much, everybody. That's us done. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you'll agree that the fix is happening, but I so hear you, Edkis Vete, when you say institutions like countries, America, for example, they can be destroyed so quickly, and it's up to us as active citizens to make sure they aren't. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere, please, guys. We've got another panel coming up right this second. You're getting a coffee break just after this. I just need them to leave the stage before I start talking smack about them. Thanks very much to the last panelists. I had to go to Home Affairs the other day, and let me tell you, it was pretty much the same. I ended up having to go to Grabo. But change takes time, and in Leon Schreiber, we trust, even though he loves AI. Edward Kieswetter is infuriatingly likable for a taxman, isn't he? He's also very tall. I find it quite reassuring, because, you know, Tom Moyane was this tiny little man, tiny wee little man. And no disrespect to the short kings, but it just didn't inspire confidence in the revenue service. It didn't. All right. Coming up next, she's the Daily Maverick's very own caped crusader, though she's left her cape at home today to confuse the criminals. She's Karen Dolly, and she's putting rapid-fire questions to the head of the National Prosecuting Authority, Shamila Batoy.
Thank you. Thank you. Where do I sit? Shall we couch? It feels more casual. Okay. Morning, everybody. I'm going to launch right in because we are on the clock, and this is a really important, critical discussion. Advocate Batoy and I have mediated in the back, and I agreed very begrudgingly, I'm teasing, I agreed to give her 1 minute to start off with, to set the tone. And just to reiterate, this is a critical point in the country. I, as a journalist, feel very shaky being here because for the past week and a bit, longer than a week, every morning, the first message I read on my phone is about a shooting, a fatal shooting somewhere in Cape Town. The last message I read on my phone is about a fatal shooting in Cape Town. So, over to you, Advocate.
No, thank you very much for giving me this minute or so, because the rapid fire needs to be contextualized a little bit. So good morning to every one of you. Firstly, I hope that the makeup lady did a better job on me than on Ed Kieswetter. But certainly, my last appearance here was in 2020. And it was very soon after I was appointed as a national director. There was a really optimistic mood in the room, and many, including me, thought that nursing our rule of law back to good health was going to be pretty smooth sailing. I think I got a standing ovation on that occasion. I don't expect one today, but I certainly hope that at the end of this, I will be able to give you some hope that the fight is not lost. We live in an age where the rule of law is under siege globally, and South Africa is no exception. The scars of state capture, as you've heard, they still run deep, and the public's demand for justice is urgent and justified and understandable, and we do listen. I do know many of you are frustrated, have lost faith in the NPA. I'm going to rush through this. And you are frustrated, you are angry, justice has not come at the speed and scale that you expected. I will not deny this truth, but don't mistake delay for defeat. Prosecuting complex corruption and organized crime is among the toughest challenges any prosecuting authority, any democracy faces. Millions and millions of documents have to turn into evidence, admissible evidence. Evidence has been destroyed, reluctant and scared witnesses, prosecutors targeted, weaknesses across the criminal justice system slow down things. But yet, despite these headwinds, we've done really good things. The IDAC has been formed, the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, into a permanent structure. We've enrolled lots of major corruption cases, contrary to perhaps popular belief. There have been hundreds of convictions in the public and private sector. We've clawed back billions, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of work of institution building doesn't make headlines.
Sorry, Advocate, I'm going to interrupt there. We mediated
that's
1 minute, 30
fine.
seconds. Apologies, I don't like
I know
interrupting.
it's a quick fire.
But
It's
we
fine.
are doing this rapid fire, and there are critical issues to discuss.
Sure.
So I'm going to jump right in. Do you think the NPA is in crisis at the moment? Yes or no?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so the NPA isn't in a crisis. Do you think policing in South Africa is in a crisis at the moment?
I think the criminal justice system faces many challenges, and I think crisis is strong, but I think perhaps we need to call it like it is. I think there is a crisis in this country.
I do believe there is a policing crisis. I think with the KZN Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Makunazi, he has basically highlighted that there is a glaring crisis. Policing results in people being arrested, results in people needing to be prosecuted. I don't think we can separate the two. Therefore, I would argue that the NPA is in crisis. But I do respect what you're saying. There are prosecutions happening. So I'm going to jump right into state capture cases. I know that...
I have to disagree with you. The NPA is not in crisis.
Okay.
I mean, there's challenges, certainly.
Potato,
I think it's
potato,
a solid
challenge crisis.
institution that we depend on the police. Yes, we do, for good investigation. So I think we have a crisis of organized crime, etc., in the country. But certainly the NPA is not in crisis.
Which I'm going to change my question into the next one. Do you feel that there has been sabotage within the NPA to avoid certain prosecutions?
There definitely has been. You know, I mean, we've come through a period of state capture. And that's why I welcome the Madlanga Commission, because I think if things like that are still going on, we need to root out the bad apples in our institutions, and we need to make sure that we, after a fair process, kick them out.
Absolutely, which brings me to the Madlanga Commission, which isn't starting next week, Monday, as we anticipated. If you've read the news, you know that is because of issues relating to infrastructure. So that commission is going to analyze the allegations/accusations made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Makunazi. One of many accusations he made is that there is a criminal drug cartel, basically based in Gauteng, which is controlling a criminal syndicate, and part of that syndicate includes state officials, including prosecutors. Now, is that not a crisis when we've got a police officer saying there's a criminal syndicate? And I'm not just saying a crisis NPA specific. Is this not a broad crisis in which the NPA is included? Therefore, in effect, it is part of a crisis.
I think
it is in crisis.
we can actually conclude that once the investigation is done. At the moment, they're allegations. And, you know, we need to ensure that they are properly aired and we know what's going on and we deal with it. But there's certainly, you know, I wouldn't say there's a crisis at this point, but there's a lot that needs to be done to ensure that we identify those that could be potentially compromised.
So I'm going to refer to a 31 July presidency statement, that's this year. The State Capture Commission, this is in reference to that. The integrated task force led by the NPA is actively implementing 218 criminal investigation recommendations. As of March 2025, 5% of the cases were finalized. That's about 10, 11 of the 218 investigations that we're talking about here. Are we winning the fight against, I'm going to say, past state capture? Because I do believe we may be in another iteration of state capture. Are we winning that fight?
You know, to win this fight takes a lot of effort. And this is not a fight that can be won in the short term. It requires, we must understand that the decimation of institutions during the state capture era had very, very, you know, the impact on state institutions. And to rebuild that capacity is not an overnight thing. It's a journey. The IDAC was formed just a year ago. And so there's capacitation. The NPA, we've improved our capacity in, and this is, Ed was talking about institution building. In order to deal with these cases, you need strong institutions. That is the drudgery of back office work that doesn't make the headlines. But we've actually set up a really strong institution to do exactly that, to make sure there's quick cases. We've got a 25% increase in our capacity. We're enhancing specialized skills. The asset forfeiture unit has been seriously strengthened. And so, yes, this hasn't been as quick as we'd like to. We've set up a digital evidence unit together with a partnership with business that we think is going to be a game changer in terms of analyzing evidence that are on devices, etc. So yes, it has been slow, but all of this building process is certainly the fruits of this is going to be seen as we get the capacities and capabilities to move much quicker.
So I'm just going to throw out two sayings, which I'm sure some people would argue justice delayed is justice denied, not necessarily to the person being prosecuted, but to the people affected by the crimes of that person who isn't being prosecuted because of delays, right? And also, I'm not going to go into much about the National Postponement Authority. Some people call it that because of postponements, not that.
We don't postpone cases, the court does.
So, yeah. So
it's the magistrates that decide on postponements. We object to most of them.
We're going back to the Madlanga Commission. This is another commission of inquiry, right? This commission will likely produce cases that get investigated. This will likely lead to prosecutions. Does the NPA have capacity for yet another commission of inquiry if we still haven't seen the fruits of the State Capture Commission? Can you deal with another?
I'm going to deal with that in a minute, but on the postponements, I do want to say this. You know, it frustrates us as a prosecuting authority that these cases take forever. You heard Advocate Rabaji talk about years. I mean, we have Billy Downer, one of the best prosecutors in the country, that has been trying for almost 20 years to get a case to start. That shows that it is extremely difficult, not because of what we are doing or not doing. It's because of systemic issues that frustrate us as much as everyone else. And unless, I've said this, unless the judiciary really becomes stronger in terms of how we avoid these postponements, then it's going to be very difficult to rebuild the rule of law.
Yeah.
So your question on Madlanga was?
I can't even remember at this point, but basically, do you have capacity to deal with it? Do you have capacity to deal with yet another commission of inquiry?
We are prepared for it. We are preparing. At the moment, it's allegations, so we're not quite sure what exactly is going to come out in the commission. So we have to wait to understand the allegations, but of course, we're preparing ourselves to deal with whatever comes out.
So I'm going to switch over to extraditions. We know there's an issue with extraditions at the moment where it was ruled that the NPA can't actually effect an extradition. That's up to the Justice Minister. Where are we at with that? I know this case is being heard, or this issue is being heard in the Con Court, but in effect, what I've read, and I want to hear from you, this could impact 89 active or pending extraditions, which means that's 89 suspects.
This is another case, the Schultz matter, where the NPA is unfairly judged whilst a justice process is still ongoing. The Schultz matter, and we had the Chulota decision in the asbestos case, have been devastating for the rule of law. How can you have a court rule that the NPA is not the one to actually submit extradition applications, it must be the magistrate, but that this has retrospective effect? So that all of the extraditions we've submitted, and it's more than 89, now are in jeopardy. It cannot be. So we are now, that matter is before the Constitutional Court. We are appealing it. I know that the Constitutional Court judges are, it appears that they are taking it seriously. We have their dates in September by which we have to submit various documents, etc. And we're certainly hoping that we'll get a decision of the Constitutional Court so that the asbestos matter, when it starts in January, we'll have all the accused back in court.
So I'm going to try and squeeze in 3 or 4 more questions, but let's see. So let's start with Timothy.
If you keep them short, then give me the time, it'll be great.
Let's go. Timothy Omotuso, pastor, televangelist, accused of rape and sexual assault after 8 years, he was acquitted this year. So that's effectively your entire time in the NPA. How did that make you feel?
Devastated. Devastated, impact on our fight against sexual and gender-based violence in this country. And let me tell you that those 8 years was not occasioned because the prosecution was not ready. It was occasioned by Stalingrad tactics that the defense are very good at. And there are various reasons, you know, the judges had to change, et cetera, et cetera. So that has been devastating, but we've learned valuable lessons from that. And, you know, the various changes that we're making in terms of how we deal with better support to victims, et cetera. But I do want to say that we should not judge our ability to deal with sexual and gender-based violence on one case, one very important case. But our conviction rate on SGBV has gone from about 50, 60 to now standing between 75 and 80%. The Tutuzela care centers are an international best practice where other countries are learning from what we do. Victim-centered approach. So there's prosecutors across the country are doing incredibly, the Jocelyn Smith matter in Cape Town, really, really good work. But this one case has certainly been a setback, but it should not detract from really all of the good work that's happening by prosecutors every day in this country.
I want to dial back quickly. Sorry, please applaud. Absolutely. And prosecutors are doing good work. We do know that. We can't only focus on the negative. It's an incredibly dangerous job. We have had 2 prosecutors murdered in the Eastern Cape. I remember a 2022 judgment from the Western Cape High Court. The judge in a gang case warned that prosecutors and their families are at risk. So there are people who are literally dying to uphold the rule of law. And that's why my next question is, when you said, yes, there is sabotage within the NPA, is that from within the state? Are those people, do you believe they are embedded there to prevent or thwart certain prosecutions?
No, the prosecutors that have been killed, I mean, there's been arrest in Tracy's murder. It's devastating. I mean, the killing of one prosecutor, do we understand what kind of shockwaves it sends to prosecutors in this country? We are meant to prosecute without fear, favor, or prejudice. Can we prosecute without fear anymore? It is a dangerous environment that we're working on. But when I visited Tracy's family, and I had one young prosecutor, a woman standing there, and she said, ma'am, we are soldiers. When one falls, we have to keep fighting. And that inspired me. But it is a very, very complicated environment that we're working in. And I really want to commend we are doing everything now. I've spoken to the minister to increase our budget to make sure that prosecutors are safe. It's not just them, it's their families.
Absolutely.
And children.
Yeah.
She was killed in full view of her 8-year-old daughter. It's just unacceptable.
It is. It is unacceptable. And it's almost horrific that when we've got 270 murders at the top 30 murder stations in the Western Cape over 1 month, this is where people being arrested, they're being pushed through this system.
And when one thinks about complex corruption matters, etc., you think witnesses are afraid.
Absolutely.
Why would you put your life and your family's life on the line to testify about a state capture case, for example? Yeah. Speaking before the Zondo Commission is very different to testifying and being cross-examined in a court of law.
So I just want to tail back, though. If you can, yes or no, is there sabotage within the NPA from within the state? Because that's what I would call state capture.
Look, I have information, I've said this publicly, that there are prosecutors that may not be committed to the rule of law in this country. And that is why I'm very, very pleased that the Madlanga Commission will hopefully root out any such prosecutors, because there's absolutely no room for compromised prosecutors. We are meant to prosecute people without favor for, we can't ourselves be compromised or complicit with organized criminals, for example.
So the Gauteng NPA director, as you may well know by now, Andrew Shocke, was placed on suspension, but that was 2 years after Advocate Batoyi requested that. But moving quickly along, because we don't have more time, but I do want to ask
I have a lot more time.
I'm happy to stay here.
I got a lot more to say.
We can take it outside. I'm teasing, not like that. But yes, the Guptas, will we see them in South Africa? Do you believe that the wanted Gupta brothers will be in South Africa to face the music relating to state capture, which has directly impacted us?
It's not going to be easy. We are currently putting together a new extradition application with more charges than we did the first time around. It's not going to be easy, but I do believe that with all our efforts, we will see them back in South Africa.
Okay. And you are retiring, or you are up for retirement. Any words of advice to your successor? Succinct words of advice, given the time.
When politics and law collide, law seldom wins. I would say, forget the noise. Be very, very focused on what we need to do to rebuild this country. We've set a very good, solid foundation. Take it forward. You have really good prosecutors in the NPA and other support staff who do incredibly important work. And so I'd say to him, really, the most important thing is forget the noise and the narratives and stay focused on what we need to do.
Of course. And I'm going to be so cheeky, and I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, but this is something I actually wanted to ask you, and I really want to know. So Amabongane did a documentary. It's on their YouTube channel. Please go look at it. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. And in that, there was, I don't want to say evidence to suggest, I'm not a lawyer, but there were suggestions that the head of IDAC, Andrea Johnson, had basically given a directive or instruction that people carry those boxes containing files, but they were empty, so kind of act the part, but you aren't necessarily being the part at that point. So, yeah.
I haven't watched that. I haven't watched that documentary.
I know that Susan Comrie, the journalist, did put it to you that she's got the video, so
all I want to say is that when journalists want to push certain narratives, the way they do it sometimes actually doesn't help our fight to restore the rule of law in this country. And I think we need responsible media reporting. Advocate Johnson is one of the people of the highest standards of integrity. How do they get, she may have been trying to, sort of motivate her people. We're going to court on one of the biggest state capture matters. And that New Lane matter, let me just remind everyone, that we were crucified for as, the prosecution, a comedy of errors, etc., etc. And Ama Bungane used that case probably as a linchpin to lynch the national director and the NPA. That case has been overturned on appeal, right? And the judge in that matter, an acting judge, was actually really seriously, castigate is perhaps the wrong word, but the Supreme Court of Appeal made it very clear that the judge got it seriously wrong and the prosecutors didn't. We raised 9 points of law in that matter, successful on 7. And so I think I really urge, we want to be held accountable. Absolutely. We want to do the right thing. But when you do it, please be responsible, because we are in this fight together. And it doesn't help when we push narratives that do not help in strengthening the rule of law in this country.
Absolutely. I fully agree. And as a journalist, as a reporter, I want to point out that we do report on what is happening. We report on reality. The reality at the moment is that there is a police crisis. The reality at the moment is that there are shootings. Organized crime is out of control. The reality is that there are setbacks, as you say, and I would say there are problems. And I just want to point out...
They're huge challenges. Problems is putting it mildly.
No, they are. I mean, it's very easy to sit here and succinctly go through a few words, but people's lives are directly impacted. People's lives are in danger. People are putting themselves in the front of
It's easy to stand on the star. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
it's easy to stand on the sidelines and to shout.
No,
but jump into the ring and get your hands dirty. And if you've never worked in government, you will have no idea of how difficult it is. But I'm happy to talk to all of you later, because I have a lot more to say.
Thank you. If you've worked as a journalist, you'll also know that it's actually very dangerous, especially when you're exposing issues that go on to be prosecuted. It's also very scary.
Don't give up on the NPA,
We're going to fight.
We are here to fight the good fight. You have incredibly good people working. The question you should be asked is, when you have good people trying to do the best, why is it so hard? Let's understand, ask the right questions, and then let's find the solutions. If we don't properly frame the problem, you can kick out the national director, but you're not going to solve the problem, because the next national director will have the same problems. So let's ask the right questions and get the right solutions.
There we go. And we're in this together, people. We're not here to fight, and we are
here to fight the good fight.
Exactly. We're going to fight the very good fight, and we're going to fight the people, not fight, but we're going to take on the people that are putting us here and having these discussions, which we shouldn't be wasting time on, right? So thank you very much, Advocate. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. I mean, I hardly think journalism is the problem, madam, but all right. Right, before we get on to our next panel, which is the last one before the coffee break, I've been asked to implore you please not to sit in the aisles of the auditorium, as it is a fire hazard, and we would hate for you to die in a raging inferno, especially if you are a Maverick insider, because we really need those monthly debits. So if you could move to a seat, that would be wonderful. Right, if you are a fan of women, and who isn't, you are in for a treat, because we've got loads of them coming on stage now. Cast your minds back, if you will, to May 2025 at the White House. Who could forget? Cyril Ramaphosa and his delegation have an extremely awkward interaction with President Donald Trump. Ramaphosa gives him a book about South African golf courses, which I think we can all agree was a bit of a cuck present. We know now that Cyril should have presented him with a sack full of Krugerrands. Anyway, there in that room was one woman brave enough to tell the truth about what was happening with crime in South Africa, and that woman was COSATU Secretary General Zingiswa Losi. She is joined on stage now by renowned academic and activist Lisa Vetten, fearless former crime fighter Brigadier Sonia Harry, moderated by a legal scholar Daily Maverick is proud to call one of our own, Judith February.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session, Striking the Rock. And I'm Judith February. I'm very privileged to have on stage with me three such powerful women. We must apologize, though, for starting late. For a minute, I thought I was at an ANC conference. But just to introduce our panel better, not that Rebecca did a bad job, but is to my right, Zingiswa Losi, as Rebecca mentioned, last seen in the Oval Office, trying to persuade Donald Trump to drop tariffs and do various things. But Zingiswa is a powerful trade unionist in her own right, and she was the first woman president of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, elected in 2018 and also re-elected in 2022. And then to my left, Lisa Vetten. For any of you who are interested in women's rights, in issues of activism, and so on, Lisa is a well-known voice and well-known activist, but she's also a researcher, a very serious scholar and writer who spent many decades working on women's issues, and particularly, and we'll talk about this, the systems that shape their lives. She's also been involved in the development of national policy. And then to my far right is Brigadier Sonia Harry. And Sonia is one of those rare public servants who has more than 30 years of experience in law enforcement. She has been is a former provincial head of family violence, child protection and sexual offences unit in the Western Cape, and she was instrumental in managing high-profile cases, including the investigation into the murder of Anine Boyson. And for those of you who remember that very gruesome and brutal murder, I think it was 2013. And Sonia is now retired, but she is a committed activist for justice around gender-based violence in particular. But enough, without further ado, we don't have that much time, but next year will mark 70 years since the Women's March of 1956, where indeed women then said, "Let us go to Pretoria ourselves and protest to the government against the laws that oppress us." And that protest against past laws marked a turning point in the struggle for all of our freedom. And of course, it was there that the phrase, "You strike the slogan, you strike the woman, you strike the rock," became famous and part of our national fabric. And so all three of these women on stage today are examples, I believe, of modern-day courage in South Africa. So it really is a privilege. I think, Sonia, I want to start with you as to do something of perhaps a personal reflection for all three of you about how this, we are still in August, and how this 1956 Women's Day March resonates with you still today and for women today, and how it ties to why you do what you do.
Thank you so much. Morning, everybody. Those women were extremely courageous in how they did it, in what they did, because they didn't just fight or try to get there with buses full. They knew what was the laws at the time. They walked 2 to 3s to try and prevent being seen and being arrested. They knew what the difficulties will be. There might be arrests, there might be assaults on them, but they did it to have the past laws abolished, but also to ensure that they have got freedom of movement, making sure that we today as females and as girls have freedom of movement, and that we can raise our voices to what we see that is not right. And they gave us a lot of courage. So I'm forever grateful to those ladies and to my grandmothers, great-grandmothers, and even my mother for making us or making me a strong woman so that I can fight these battles.
Singuswa, and for you, I mean, you are at the coalface in many ways of that intersection between women's rights, inequality, governance, the workplace, and so on. But perhaps a personal reflection on that momentous march.
Thank you very much again, and indeed, we must say that as we meet on the August month, we indeed, I think the previous panels did, to pay tribute to Matsidiso Tsidi. Madia, what a courageous woman, bold, honest, principled, speak truth to power, and I think we do this also in her remembrance. The 1956 women, I think Sonia eloquently put it, that it was not women in 1956 did not wake up and decided to march. It was well planned. They understood what the struggle was about. At that time, it was about the pass laws. And the rock that they had to crush at the time was the pass laws. We must define our own struggle now. The injustices that we have in our country, in particular for women who take leadership positions, because we're always told we're never good enough to lead. And for me, what has inspired me to also accept to lead the biggest federation in the African continent was also not to speak for myself, but to speak for those that have been told that they are not good enough. It is also to understand that there are women in the rural areas, there are women in the farming areas, there are women who are domestic workers, there are women who leave their countries, migrate, and come to South Africa and to many countries in Europe with no family, because they are trying to make a living for their own families. So when we take leadership not to be glorified, but to speak truth to power, and on behalf of those that are not allowed to, so that also we can inspire the next generation, that they understand that the 1956 women's struggle does not end then. We must define our own, and we must pursue it.
Lisa, and to you, how does it resonate with you personally, and why do you do what you do? I mean, I think you're one of the most impassioned gender rights activists in the country, if I may say, and you've inspired a lot of a debate about these crucial issues, which often can go unnoticed, or people don't pay enough attention to the detail of it.
Yes, I mean, I think what I always found inspiring about the march was that it provided a model of assertive, powerful women's leadership. And I grew up at a time when women were supposed to be nice, quiet, polite, and inoffensive, and stay in the background. So this was an exciting model of how to be different. And looking at it now, I was reading something about 2 weeks ago by Sophia de Bruyn, reflecting on the march and expressing her disappointment at what has happened today. And that's, I think, where many of us now sit. 30 years later, it feels like we haven't made any progress, and in some respects have gone back in relation to women's rights. And it's almost as if we need a new kind of vocabulary and a way of thinking about the kinds of violence that women do experience. So, for instance, we talk a lot about the interpersonal violence that women experience at the hands of men. But increasingly, and to go back to your point about systems, when I look at systems, I start to think of them as a form of administrative harm, as another way in which we do harm to women, in just impersonal decisions that state officials fail to take, or take in ways that do profound damage. So I think it's a model of where to begin, but it's also it's a challenge to us, as Zingisa was saying, to keep thinking about how does violence morph and change? What are the different ways we respond to it?
And that brings me to the next area I want to explore, which is about casting our gaze on today, because the theme that's running through this already, the undercurrent here, is that there's been a betrayal of the promise, is that we are disappointed people, right, in so many ways and on so many levels, but particularly with regard to the plight of women as victims of various forms of violence. And I'm going to go to you, Sonia, because in your work as a brigadier, and certainly groundbreaking, I mean, what is the state of play? And, you know, when we talk about violence against women, we're talking about the whole panoply, you know, domestic, sexual, but also there's a child abuse element to this, which you're well aware of, family violence, it permeates everything. What is the state of play today?
You know what? We thought it will be better by today, but it is worse. What we see is that there's still a lot of sexual offences, a lot of domestic violence being perpetrated. However, a lot of these cases, and Lisa will know this, goes unreported. So if the South African police goes to Parliament and they say there's a decrease in numbers, that is numbers in reporting cases, it does not mean that that is numbers in terms of what is actually happening. So, yes, in terms of that, there is a great need for more specialized people in the FCS to be trained. There are not sufficient investigators, so that is why we need the NGOs to assist us. We need them to hold our hands, to take cases forward. However, in the department that I worked, I was the first female brigadier in the detective service in the Western Cape. A lot of people will think, that's good. It's not good because why was there only one at the time? And why did it take them so long to have a female in that post or any other post in the detective service? Do they think that females cannot do the job? Because we can. We train.
You've showed that you can.
We trained, we educated. And the one thing that we've got on our side is because we are mothers. We know how to multitask, we know how to deal with our families, and the thing is, we can deal with men. And the men in the room, please note, and I always say this, not all men are bad, but those that were bad, I went after them.
Thank you, Sonia. I'm going to turn to you, Lisa, about talking about the state of play. I mean, just when Sonia talks about FCS, she's talking about family, child protection and sexual offences, just for those who were unaware, perhaps. But the state of play, and what are the gaps in the law with regard to domestic and sexual violence? I know this is a big topic, but also we have a new Minister of Police, well, an acting Minister, interim Minister of Police, somebody who is thoughtful about these issues and thoughtful about the role of the police and has experience in this in Gauteng and from a policy perspective. So, do you see hope there? And how bad is it? I mean, Sonia sketched a not happy scenario.
I don't think we need any more new laws right now. What we really need to do is get effective implementation of what already exists. And so the core area of focus is the really boring area of administration, paperwork. Who would think that something as vital as a protection order can really depend on whether or not the photocopier in the magistrate's office works? So I think right now our challenge is really, we sit in a larger context of fiscal austerity. You can see the impact this is having on the number of clerks who issue protection orders, on the number of prosecutors prosecuting rapes. And obviously I don't want to reduce everything to administration, but some of the knock-on effects, for example, is that we now, and it's a pity Shamila Batoya is not here, but the prosecutors now put down 3,000 fewer rapes for prosecution than they were doing 10 years ago. That is not because women are lying more than they were doing 10 years ago. That's because there are fewer prosecutors as a result of fiscal austerity, which is contributed to by corruption and many other bad decisions. So I think it's about how do we administer our systems properly? How do we allocate budgets? How do we train people? How do we have enough people? How do we ensure there's paper in the photocopier? How do we ensure that each police officer has a vehicle rather than 10 of them sharing one car and taking a week to go and interview complainants? It's those tiny, apparently trivial details that stand between you and justice, unfortunately.
And Lisa, that is such an important point. Because we often look at budgets, and we look at the budget, and then we see things are cut because we're in austerity, because we all know how we got here. But these are attacks on the rule of law, actually. When you're cutting from courts, when there's no photocopier, when the police don't have vehicles, and so on. Zingiswa, I mean, COSATU is that coalface. I also, we talk about the governance aspect of this, but there is an inequality aspect to this as well. And, I call it the violence of inequality. And at COSATU, I'm quite sure you come up against, the inability to protect women and exacerbate it by the violence of inequality.
Indeed, and I just want to also agree with my fellow panelists that we don't need any more conversations now on how we're going
national dialogue on this?
We are having dialogues every day in South Africa. Yeah. The problem that we have is the implementation systems in place. We need to have systems that cannot be corrupted. Delayed of justice in courts, workplace silence complaints. But we must also say that workplaces are not neutral. As you rightfully said it, they can either entrench violence or become spaces of safety and respect. But when you look into just how we fought so hard as COSATU at the level of the International Labour Organization, the ILO, to get Convention 190. Convention 190.
Can you explain that to the audience?
Convention 190 is an ILO convention now that protects women and the most vulnerable groups from harassment and any forms of violence in the workplace. And what it does now, it defines the workplace not as a traditional workplace. It understands that we meet via virtual platforms. It understands that after, we were told here that at 6 p.m. we will be having some nice, coolers and drinks. We are still at work. And so Convention 190 also understands that there's domestic violence that follows you to work and says to the employer, you have a responsibility to ensure that when a worker reports for duty, there's safety measures that are put in. You have workers that are working in the retail sector who are prone to violence due to customers that would come in with an expectation of a particular service, because everyone is going through a lot in South Africa. We have traumas. And you take that trauma and you project it to this worker that woke up in the early hours of the morning to serve you. What is the workplace going to do to protect you? What are employers? So we have that convention. But the question is, and which we're struggling with, does the workplace policies mirror the convention? And we don't think. Police officers who are supposed to implement these, understanding these conventions that we have. And so do we ourselves understand what it means? Do I know my rights? So you still have these entrenched violence, the issues of inequality in the workplace, that women are never good enough. And I mean, we sit at home now, when you have an opportunity, you switch on the TV, there's a case in the Eastern Cape of a very esteemed man. So there's also the power dynamics. Yeah. Now we must explain what it means in Xhosa, and I feel pity for that interpreter who has to always explain these words that are meant in a culture. So you are dealing with that, and you have women that are being punished for standing up and speaking up in the workplace and not getting the promotions that they deserve because they have the experience, they are qualified, but because they need to put sexual favors. If you don't comply with this, which is not what I'm here for, and therefore it means you will never see the hierarchy of leadership in the workplace.
I want to just, time's running up, but I want to just go to something I read, a quote from you, Sonia, about the workplace and where you had lodged a complaint against your former boss, I think, Major General Patrick Maboto, in 2019, and you said, "Of greater concern to me than the harm caused to me personally is that I, as one of the most senior ranking women in the police in the Western Cape and head of the FCS unit, could be subjected to such abuse without any institutional support. How much more hostile and unsupportive an environment must be for women occupying more junior positions in the organization." And so, in a sense, that's what Zingiso was saying. And I don't know, Sonia, if you and Lisa have just if you want to add to that or comment on that differential in relationship.
Yes, that was and is still a very sad time in my life. If your commander tells you, if I look at your face, I know that I can't trust you. He doesn't know me off a bar of soap. He doesn't know who I am. But he goes after stories, and he thinks he knows everything. And that is what females every day in the workplace have to face. Is it a sin for you to progress in your work? Or do they think that you did or gave somebody sexual favors if you have reached that level? No. It is by time that they know that we work hard, we studied hard, we sacrifice a lot. And the fact that, you know what, I just told him earlier on, nowadays when my phone rings, I let it ring. If my emails come through, if I answer it 3 days later, it's fine. Because I worked 24/7 of my life in the police. I was only off with maternity leave and normal leave. I think I gave a lot, and for somebody that does not know me to come and tell me that, it is insulting. And what does it mean to the constable and the sergeant that just came in? Do they have hope in the organization? Or do they think, I have to do favors to get somewhere, or I have to carry tales about my fellow colleague, female colleague, to get ahead?
Thank you, Sonia. Okay. We've got, but you raise very important issues. I've also got some questions coming in from our online viewers, but I want to, perhaps as we end off, you know, we are in Women's Month, and in December we'll have the 16 days of activism against violence against women, or whatever it is. And this difference in South Africa between the performative, which is what we say, and actually what happens, what is being implemented. I mean, Lisa, how do we move towards action and implementation of policy and away from junkets like Women's Month and?
If I had the answer to that.
You wouldn't be sitting here.
No, I think it is the most important, point. You know, I actually don't know what to say every time I stand up and hear a politician say, GBV is a scourge. It is the second pandemic in South Africa. I actually feel quite violent. So, it would be good to have more opportunities to be challenging of them, but I also think it's time now for us to stop relying on government to implement its national strategic plan and pat itself on the back because it ticked the box. It's actually time to take I sometimes think, somewhat of a more adversarial attitude and to start planning and organizing outside of government and to start getting much more activist about this. And I think, as a very big question, to start thinking about, we have such an eroded state. Can we continue to ask them to implement what they're patently incapable of doing? And how do we start to think outside of the state? We have to hold them to account, but we'll be dead if this continues. So we need to think beyond what do we do outside of government, how do we organize locally, what do we think and do differently, how do we think of different models of applying for protection orders in the courts, for example, how do we think differently of funding domestic violence shelters that does not rely on the Department of Social Development. It's a challenge to think differently and beyond the state as our solution to everything.
That's an interesting but also frightening point.
Yeah.
Zingiswa, there's also a question here about how we navigate the online world where radicalization is rampant and there's misogyny. How do we navigate weaponized misogyny such as the manosphere? There's a lot of big words there. But we'll let that question float, and I'll come back to you, Lisa. But Zingiswa, the difference between the performative and what actually needs to happen?
You know, picking from what Lisa has said, I want to say that the rock of injustice is never struck once. We must know, we must strike it again and again until we get justice. And as I've said, we have made so many diagnoses, we know what the problem is. We just need to get the right people to act. But also, I think what has been demonstrated, because I want us to link it back to the initial discussion of the 1956. As I've said, they never woke up and planned, but they understood what the challenges were. Women here, and it's not just a struggle for women, men also. It is for us because we are raising children in a society that is violent, in a society that our kids do not feel safe with their neighbors, with their brothers, with their mothers, with their fathers. And it's not just about fathers, because there are mothers here that are selling their kids. There are mothers here who are trafficking their children. It's a societal issue. If we're going to rely on politicians alone, we will wait until I don't know who will be coming again after the sun has gone up. I think we need to take responsibility for our own country, for our own future. Our location sometimes does not allow us to even go beyond. We're at the south tip of Africa. Everyone is coming here. Where are we going? We need to fix this country, and it's upon all of us, men and women of integrity, to stand up. Politicians will follow us.
Thank you. And perhaps I'm going to take the liberty of going over time. And despite my earlier comments, Sonia and Lisa, I mean, there's a question from Kirsten Pearson about delays at the courts that are repeatedly caused by no water, breakdown of IT systems, electricity outages. And how do we get the Department of Justice to deal with this? I mean, I think we need to, you know, Lisa, you talk about going beyond government, but there are things government we should be asking them to do. So, to you. Well, I can't answer it.
You know, I think some of the ways are, can we make budgets much more of a participatory, open experience? We've just been through, I think, a whole debate around the role of government, but I think the question of budgets will be very important. I think the department is required to provide more detail on how it allocates its budget. I mean, is it really necessary to hire, and I'm so glad it's been stopped, venues with flowers and meals and use 4-star and 5-star hotels? No. So I think there are ways in which I think there should be a greater involvement of multiple parts of society in thinking about the budget. It could be made much more consultative in terms of thinking about these kinds of things. And maybe one does need to have to talk about outside the state, but localized organizations who do start and push those very important, dull things about running water.
Yeah.
And I think to allow having a language of things like administrative harm start to enter our language, because this is harmful to people and it's made by poor administration, and it should be recognized as a harmful and violent in its own way. So maybe we need a set of concepts that will start disturbing politicians to hear themselves called harmful because they don't know how to turn a tap on.
Yeah, and it's your, what we talked about before the panel, what you called slow violence, which I thought was excellent. Sonia, as somebody who has worked inside the belly of the beast.
You know what? Since COVID, it has had a domino effect regarding the cases. But even before that, cases were postponed for long times due to various reasons. And in that cases, some of the victims, complainants, they lose interest. So you have to go back to them, try to get them back on track and ask them, listen, come to court. However, if everything works perfectly at court and your prosecutor is on board, that case can be finalized, especially if all the evidence is already there, because everything is in the docket. So, like Lisa mentioned earlier on about the amount of cases that's not being enrolled, you also get prosecutors that only look at cases where they think or that they hope they're going to get conviction, that they actually enroll. Everything boils down to the police as if it's the police's fault, but they make the decisions. And for the audience, I have to mention to you, cases, sexual offences cases that is being withdrawn is not being withdrawn by the police. It has to go to the prosecutors. They go through the dockets and they decide whether they're going to prosecute or whether they're going to withdraw or whether there's investigation outstanding.
Thank you so much. I think we do need to draw to a close. And what I want us to close with the thoughts about how do we make this a whole of society effort? Because this is about education, not only for women, but also for men. But it's not only a men problem, which is what you were saying. We're not here to, have a go at men only. But how do we shift the culture in our country about violence, and in particular gender-based violence, and also women's rights, to make them real? What are some practical ways we do that? Zingiswa, final thoughts.
I think what we do at the level of the trade union is to have education, workplace education and all of that. But I think we need to have these discussions. Sometimes we get into these discussions when there are events. Nothing wrong about it. Sometimes we talk about it when there's a case that the media has caught into it and it's made public. Are we having these discussions at school, in the workplaces, and wherever society is? Is this the discussion that we're having? Are we able to link when we talk about education, the levels of unemployment, the consequences of it, to then the end product that we see, which is the projection of less masculinity of men to women? Can we have that? And I think for me, family units, we have destroyed family units. If we can go back as society and have these discussions like we used to, and understand that umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, and know that I am because you are, and if I want to thrive, you must thrive too. Can we go back to those basics, have honest discussions, but also as communities, can we speak up when something has gone wrong?
Yes. Lisa, if you had a magic wand,
I'm not even going to go there. I think it's a combination. It's a combination of things. On the one hand, it's important to call people to look at yourself and reflect on how you can change individually, and to support people to do that. We're very good at telling people what you should not do. We do not explain, especially I think for men and women, how else can you behave in difficult situations? In that moment when you are confronted with something, how do you step out of what is habitual, and how do you know how to respond differently and say things differently? I think especially for men who've been in particular contexts where they have violence as their response to everything, what are the tools you give them to behave differently in the moment when they are challenged, instead of just telling them, don't do that, you're a bad man? So I think there's that, and there's also supporting people to, when they start a process of change, supporting them to continue that. However, people sit within massive structures like unemployment, like deprivation, like all those other things. So we've got to be very careful not to disconnect these focuses on the individual change from these big structural forces that make it hard to change as an individual. And I sometimes worry we focus too much on the individual change and leave the structural stuff out of it. And we do need to talk about things like the economy and what role that plays in violence.
Absolutely, and Sangiswa alluded to that. Sonia?
Yes, Lisa, I totally agree. But the people that have got the say in the different organizations, which are mostly men, change of mindset. They have to change their mindset. They can't advertise 8 senior posts, give 7 to men, and 1 to a female as a token, as if they're doing favors. No. That needs to be changed. Then also, once again, education. We have to start from an early age. You cannot expect the teacher to do everything at school. You, as a mother, as a parent, as a father, you have got a certain responsibility towards your children to raise them well so that they have the necessary respect for their mums, for their sisters, and in future, for their girlfriends and wives.
Thank you, Sonia. I think we're going to have to draw our panel discussion to a close. Unfortunately, it was a very wide topic, so we could have been here all day, but we don't have all day. And there was a question from MacDonald Pambaniso, who asked about bridging the gap between policy frameworks and on-the-ground realities and informal settlements when tackling gender-based violence and child protection. And again, Sangiswa, this is about connecting the dots between all the policy and all of that and people's lived experiences. South Africa's got a long way to go still in dealing with these issues, but I've no doubt that with strong women like all of you and working in multiple areas across our country, that we might be able to break the back of some of this. So thank you very much to the 3 of you for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have definitely earned your coffee break. We are running a bit late and we have speakers who have to catch flights. So can we ask that we reduce the coffee break to 20 minutes, if you don't mind being back at 10 to. Also, just to note before you go out, those of you who watched the famous Peter Louis Myburgh bribe video will have noticed that he had a particular sequence of words that he was repeating to try and keep the conversation ticking over with the baddies. These T-shirts are on sale outside, and there's a space for Peter Louis to sign them at the bottom. He's signing them right now. They're 500 Rand. They are to raise funds for our legal fees. So please do support us. See you back here shortly.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
I'll just start writing a few things in the last 6 months, with all the commissions.
Here we go.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Keenan Emmonsby, and we're back after an enthralling first session at the CTICC at the Gathering. We had a very interesting first session. We had Karen Dolly, a Daily Maverick journalist, interviewing Shamila Buttai, National Director of Public Prosecutions, and she's joined with me right now. I also have South Africa's busiest journalist with me as well, Stephen Protus, at our first refreshment break conversation. Shamila, I'd like to ask you the first question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
You're retiring. It's an end of your reign as Director of National Prosecutions. Just could you maybe speak about what you think your legacy will be like, having retired now?
Firstly, I don't like the term your legacy, because I don't think anyone can do anything on their own. But certainly the term of this leadership of the NPA, I would really like it to be that we have set up and established a strong, ethical, fit-for-purpose NPA that can deal with the challenges of the 21st century, in particular dealing with the scourge of corruption, sexual and gender-based violence, and all of the other crimes that affect our country. So I think that is it. People don't see the importance of building strong institutions, but that is one of the critical pillars of our democracy, is that we have to have strong institutions. And we know what happened to our institutions during state capture. So rebuilding strong institutions to deliver for the people of this country is such an important but not very exciting work that doesn't make the headlines. But we would really like, the legacy to be that this is a strong NPA that can really deliver to the people of this country.
It's, if I may, I'm sorry, Keenan. I mean, you make such a strong point about how what happened to the institutions when they were hollowed out, and what kind of got us here, and how important it is. But building something like the NPA, which had gone through so much. I mean, I remember, Jiba Mkhwebi. If you Google Jiba Mkhwebi and Gluli SCA, you'll get judgment after judgment. These were people in senior positions. How difficult is it to rebuild an institution that's gone through all of that, and particularly when there's huge public pressure on yourself as the face of the NPA for prosecutions?
That's such an important question, and I think perhaps the mistake we made to start off with is we were trying to fix the plane while it's flying.
Yeah.
Coming out of state capture, the ashes of state capture, I think perhaps we needed to land the plane, understand exactly what are the problems, and then target those interventions to fix it. But we were, with the pressure to deliver, we tried to fix it while we're flying. And so I think that's been one of the lessons that we've learned. And understanding, even though I took office on the 1st of February 2019, like with Ed Kieswetter, SARS commissioner who mentioned this morning, we needed to deal with the people that were still in the institution at the highest levels to try to bring in a new team. Commissioner Kieswetter was lucky. He had the Nugent Commission.
Yeah.
The NPA didn't.
Yes.
We were hoping that Zondo will cover some of that. But so trying to get senior leadership in place. And then 2019, we went into hard lockdown in 2020, came out of it in 2021, when we then had a senior leadership in place and we could really start, getting the rebuilding. And where are we now? 2025. It's 4 years,
Yeah.
And so when you look at what we've done in 4 years, trying to really deal with staff morale, dealing with budget, dealing with capacities, capabilities to deal with state capture and other types of emerging crimes, cybercrime, etc. Though that kind of institution building is so difficult in a fiscally constrained environment, and I think in a toxic environment in some ways, but we have really focused on, forget about the environment out there. Let's look internally at the NPA. As Ed said this morning, it's about looking inside, fixing what's inside. And so we have done really, really well in terms of building the NPA with the IDAC that is now a permanent entity. You cannot resource an entity that's temporary.
Yeah.
Because in government, you can't have temporary posts. So the permanence has really enabled us to look at capacitating the IDAC, and so it's that's the kind of work that we've had to do. It's been, I think, the short answer is, it is extremely difficult, especially when you are fiscally constrained and when you don't know who to trust.
Yeah.
It adds another very complex dimension to working in this, as I talked about, toxic environment. People in the private sector don't understand this sometimes. We can't hire people at the salaries we would like to, because we are bound by public service salary structures. Unlike SARS, unlike SIU, unlike the FIC, they all are able to hire people with the same skills. We are all fishing in the same pool for the same skills, specialized skills. And they can take people away from us. We train them. They work for 2 years, maybe 3 years, and get hired at 2 or 3 times more than what we can pay them. So these are all very complex issues that government's got to really look at as a whole to say, if we are so hungry for accountability, what do we need to do as government to strengthen the arm of institutions to be able to deliver on their mandates?
I wondered if, sorry Keenan.
It's okay, go for it.
I wondered if...
He's the busy journalist.
I wondered if I can probably say I'm freer to speak about this, I think, than you may be. But I have been bluntly disappointed that the president made all sorts of promises, and yet when there were moments where he could have helped the NPA, and I'm thinking particularly of the head of prosecutions in Joburg, Andrew Chauke, for example, the president sat on your request to act against him for nearly 2 years. I mean, when I realized how long this had gone on for, that this had been in the president's desk for such a long time, I just wondered if the president could maybe have done a bit more in some ways to help you reform the NPA.
I think, let me first say that the president and government generally has been very supportive to the NPA in terms of us getting the budget that we needed to do our work. And so, and in terms of not interfering in the work of the NPA,
crucially important.
I think people don't realize the value and importance of having a president who does not interfere in your work. And of course, we could have, there are different things that could have been done differently. So I accept that, a decision, in the matter that you referred to, coming quicker and not at the end of my term would have been better, because it wasn't good for the individual or the institution. And so, and look, to be fair, it didn't just sit on the president's desk. There were things between the Department of Justice and, the presidency, and so things kind of floated around there. But, it is very frustrating when you in the NPA want things to move quicker and you don't have the authority to do it. And then, so I agree in that sense, it's disappointing that some things take that long. But I really want to make the point that we've had good support in terms of budget, etc. And really appreciative of a president that does not interfere, which is great. I think it's such an important thing in South Africa. South Africans should actually value and appreciate that more than they perhaps realize. It's critical.
As promised earlier, we said we'd take questions from those of you online. So if you are watching online, can you please keep sending those questions through, and we'll promise to get the best ones answered. We do have one question here from Sean, I hope that I'm pronouncing this properly, Sean Bozalek. He asks, a high prosecution level can be misleading because it's achieved by only prosecuting easier cases. Why have there been no significant state capture prosecutions under your leadership?
So let me say that there are many significant prosecutions underway, but I agree that they have not moved to the point of finality in the court system. Currently, there are over 200 entities and individuals involved in state capture that are charged and are in court. In fact, there are some of the key Gupta lieutenants that are being charged and are in court. And if you look at Siyabonga Gama, Brian Molefe, Anuj Singh, Niven Pillay, Regiment's Capital, Richard Payne, there's so many of them that are, that's an extradition process. Donald Woods, there's so many that are in court, and this is just a few. I said there's over 200, and these are the key ones. But what happens when they are in court? Then the prosecution, and remember our policy is, in these high-profile cases, we arrest and charge when we are almost trial ready. right? Because we don't need to arrest them like a murder or a rape or a robbery where you need to move fast and then investigate. So when these cases are in court, we are almost ready to proceed. But these cases, then the tactics start in court. I mean, and so, but I also want to say that even before we get to the point of prosecuting cases, I think the public really needs to understand the complexity of prosecuting these cases. And this is no excuse. They are, to testify before Zondo Commission is very different to, I mean, in these commissions you could have evidence that are hearsay, but they're not admissible in a criminal case. And we found that witnesses who were willing to come before Zondo Commission are not so willing to testify in a criminal case. So there are all of these complexities, but I really want to make the point that key Gupta lieutenants are in court. And, we are just, the justice system as a whole, the wheels grind so slowly, and the Stalingrad tactics of defense really delays it. And so at the end of the day, it is equally our frustration as the prosecuting authority that cases don't move quickly through the court system so that we can get finality and people can, even so-called simple cases, the ones that are not complex. For example, Vincent Smith is in court. It's not, strictly speaking perhaps, but it's taking for 4 years and the case is still in court. It's not reaching finality because of delays and delays. So I think if we really want to strengthen the rule of law to get to a point where people are held accountable and face consequences in terms of prosecutions, there needs to be systemic changes that help us move cases strictly. And all the role players, the judiciary has an important role to play. And, so those are some of the challenges.
If I may, your term is sort of slowly coming to an end. I mean, I'm sure you feel there's still so much to do.
Absolutely.
When you were appointed, as I remember it, you were actually interviewed in public by a panel, and they made a recommendation, and that's not actually in the law. That is actually the president decided to follow that. Do you think that was a good idea, and would you recommend that whoever takes over is appointed in the same way? Because I worry that what you talk about, the president not interfering, which is the first time since Nelson Mandela, really, I realize this is contested, but that's happened. I just wonder, I think we need to make that process as open as we can. I say this as a journalist.
Sure.
Would you agree that actually not just having the president appointing someone, but actually going through a bigger process is a good idea?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, the Constitution gives the president that authority to do that. And we've been seeing it in practice over the years. So, this process helps, gives confidence to the people, of the country that, as the law requires, a national director should be fit and proper. What does that actually mean? And so, I'm confident that the president will employ a similar process. But of course, it's his decision for the appointment of the next national director. But I think it's something that there should be a regulatory framework around that, so that a president shouldn't be able to choose whether he or she wants to do it, that there should be something that actually requires them to do it. But at the end of the day, if you want, the president can decide. Like in my case, there were 5 names given to him, and he decided on 1. So I think it's really important, but it needs to be regulated in terms of a legal framework to guide that process.
You can look forward to seeing your quote in Daily Maverick soon.
And then just in conclusion, Shamila, just looking back at your reign in charge, just is there anything you think you might have wanted to do differently as in your role looking back? Is there anything you would have changed looking back, or are you completely happy with how it's gone?
No, absolutely not by any stretch of the imagination. It's, as a national director, I've been frustrated about, and let me premise this by saying that if has the NPA been successful? There's 2 ways in which I'll answer that. I'll say we have been hugely successful with dealing with all of the institution building, dealing with all kinds of other crimes, other besides state capture related corruption. I mean, the performance of the NPA has gone up 50% in the past 4 years. 50%. We're currently sitting at almost, from 90%. Resourcing, etc., etc. But I think with state capture, for all the reasons I've mentioned, as a citizen of this country, I feel disappointed that we haven't been able to move as quickly as we'd like to. What would I have done differently? As I mentioned when Stephen asked me the question, I think we needed to have had, maybe landed the plane and properly understood what the challenges were to try to make sure that our interventions were very targeted. I think we had a reasonably good idea, but trying to fix it in flight, it's very difficult, you know. So understanding, you know, the nuances would have been, I think we could have done things slightly differently there. But apart from that, I think, we've had the Zondo Commission, which didn't give us a blueprint, but I also want to also recognize the work of journalists.
Yeah.
Who really, they held, in the dark days of state capture, even now, they're doing incredibly good work as investigative journalists. And I think that we must continue with that in South Africa. You must hold us accountable, ask us the right questions, and, I really want to appreciate that, generally, most journalists are doing an incredibly good work, but we do have some challenges, which we do hope there's a more balanced approach. But I really want to emphasize moving forward, the NPA and law enforcement is not going to solve any corruption problem in this country. Let me put it this way, we're never going to be able to prosecute ourselves out of corruption. If we want to really, but I hasten to add, it doesn't mean we wouldn't do everything possible to make sure people are in orange overalls or there are consequences and we bring back the stolen money. But if we want to, as a country, deal with the corruption crisis, we've got to look at what are the root causes of corruption. Ethical leadership, good governance. If you don't fix that in a country upstream, where the three layers of government, if we don't fix that, then I think we are always going to struggle and we'll never get to the bottom of it. Yep. So, we can only be effective as law enforcement coming after the fact if it's part of a much broader strategy to deal with corruption holistically. We have a national anti-corruption strategy that talks to all of that. So, we need a groundswell of an active citizenry, people really saying no to corruption. And, otherwise it's very, very complicated and difficult role we're on.
Yeah, prevention is better than cure.
Of course, we will try our best, but let's work up front and clean up institutions,
Yeah, and then just to conclude, do you have any advice for the person who's following you, who's next in the role? Do you have any sort of salient advice from your experience that they can maybe land that plane that you speak of?
Yeah, I think we've really built a solid foundation that the new national director can build on. We've already started in April preparing a really good handover report, which I didn't get when I took office because my predecessor left rather unexpectedly. Yes. National director to build on it, but I think, I'd say forget the noise. Forget the noise. And, listen, because there are some things that we need to be listening because, there's a lot of things that we can learn from there, but there's a lot of negativity out there as well. Forget all of that and really focus on strengthening the rule of law. Focus on people, processes, systems, and partnerships. Because I think that is what builds strong institutions. And when you focus on that, prosecutions will come. And, we will be able to strengthen the rule of law.
We do have a bit more time, Stephen. Is there any closing remarks that you'd like to add?
Yeah, look, I think Advocate Patoy is entirely correct that we've seen an NPA trying to reform itself and renew itself under really difficult and tough circumstances. I think, that of the two institutions that have really changed in the last few years, it's been the NPA and SARS. And it's critically important for everything that we start to improve that. Our murder detection rate fell to 12%. And that's really the job of the NPA, obviously in conjunction with the police.
NPA
and that
doesn't detect.
No.
So detection rate is not the job of the NPA. Let me be very clear about that.
Of course.
Yeah.
But in terms of, if someone commits murder in South Africa, their chances of actually being held legally accountable for it are probably below 20%. And that's a policing problem. It's an institutional problem in the police, the different units of the police. To an extent in the NPA, in the judiciary too. We need many more courts with many more judges.
Absolutely.
So we need all of these things, many more interpreters, we need many more things. Absolutely. So I would sort of say all of that, plus more, is what needs to happen.
No, No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
There's all of those complexities. I mean, sexual and gender-based violence is worse.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, even though in the NPA we have a conviction rate, as I said earlier, that is now at about 75%,
Yeah.
but that relates to cases that land up on our desks.
Yes.
Right? When you go back and look at the detection rate and you know, what percentage of reported cases actually land up on our desks, then if you look at the conviction rate, it drops to well below 10%.
Yeah.
So a very small percentage of victims actually feel
Yes.
they get justice. So what are the systemic issues? Why are we not able to increase detection rates? It's a very complex situation, especially with SGBV. Apparently, 50% of cases involving sexual and gender-based violence are perpetrators are known to the victim.
Yes. Yes.
Especially when it involves children under 12 and children under 18, you know, but
Yes.
specifically the younger ones. The victims are, the perpetrators are known. But they, you know, sometimes it could be the breadwinner of the family that's a perpetrator.
Yes.
And the mother comes and says, but what happens if he goes to jail? We don't have money, we will starve. And they don't want to proceed with these cases. So, very complex, you know, and so as society, we really need to pull together to understand these complexities and then try to find solutions. Because it's you know, we are in a crime crisis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly so. That was a really enlightening conversation. Thank you so much, Shamila Batoy
Thank you
and
very
Stephen
much.
Curtis. Thank you so much for joining us here. I'll let you guys go now.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us, for speaking with us. It's been a really enlightening conversation, and it's a great opportunity to speak to these incredible journalists, incredible people in charge on and playing pivotal roles in our society as in their various capacities. It's the buzz has been absolutely incredible today. It's people are speaking to people like Stephen Curtis, who's a man that carries many hats, as Tamsin Mettelkamp said to us earlier. We've got Shamila Batoy, obviously, the face of the NPA, who's willing to sit with us today. And please bring in your questions and send them in to us. We'll ask them. The next session will be Lindsay Shooters, one of our very own journalists, speaking to us. He'll have a panel to discuss a couple of things on business, economics, all of those things, and economics and business and crypto. Sorry, that's the other thing. Shout out Binance, one of our sponsors, again. So we'll have that discussion very soon. Live at the CTICC, and then Tamsin Mettelkamp and I will join you for the next refreshment break. That would be at lunchtime around 2 p.m. Give or take, things are running a bit behind. There's a 10-minute break, so bear with us. Send in your questions. We'll get them answered, and we'll ask those questions. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
It can look like this, or like this. It is threatened, but it is our responsibility to protect it. For each person, it means something different. But when we reach it, we all know what it looks like, what it sounds like, or how it feels. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together. Freedom.
Welcome back. If you can take your seats, please. Apparently, we have 1,300 of you with us today, which I think is a gathering record and not at all intimidating to address. I hope you got your coffee. We are aware that we are running behind schedule, but we're just slashing things, like the Department of Government Efficiency, just slashing things all over the show. So don't worry, you're not going to be hours delayed in your personal programs. Alrighty. So as I said in my introduction this morning, it's a whole new world out there. AI, crypto, blockchain, and many other words I only vaguely know the definition of. I do know a thing or two about crypto, though, actually, and let me tell you why. I was effectively peer pressured into buying crypto last December by some Daily Maverick colleagues who will remain nameless. They said, with Trump as US president, crypto is going to go through the roof. The way they made it sound, I was already browsing wine farms to purchase on Property 24. And I just checked, do you know how much I have made on that crypto investment since December? 204 Rand. That is not even enough to buy me entrance to Babylon's Turin, let alone a wine farm. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing where I went wrong from this next panel, the new rules of money and machines, where Daily Maverick's brilliant Lindsay Shooters will be talking to Binance's head of legal, Larry Cook, 91 COO Khadija Basir, and futurist Bronwyn Williams.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Because I report on crypto at Daily Maverick, I ethically cannot hold crypto because I can move the market. I believe that because my ego is so huge. And welcome to my mind. Because at Daily Maverick, what I try and do is I try and write stories that puts the readers there with me and experiencing everything. And right now, I'm making live journalism. Hashtag this is live journalism. And thank you all very much for being my test subjects. So we were chatting backstage and we all seem to be kind of in the same age range. We have kids that are about the same age. And we've lived through the dot-com bubble, where everyone was making online companies selling pet supplies, weirdly. And then that was like maximalist online. Everyone, the internet was new, we were all having fun, we all had blogs. Some of us turned that into a career. And then we overcorrected. When the dot-com bubble burst, we overcorrected and we started investing in property. And then 2008 happened. And now there's another overcorrection. Because the lessons we learned from that was banks and governments cannot be trusted with money, so now we need decentralized everything. We need to own our own supply. So Web3 is the new thing. Crypto is the new thing. AI is accelerating. But all of this is built upon an attention economy. So the question I put to the panel is, are we building systems that just reward distraction over depth? And maybe you have some thoughts about this, Khadija.
Let's be honest, technology is culture. I don't know about you, Lindsay, but for me, I certainly march to the metronome of my device. Mm-hmm. It informs what I do, it informs how I do it. And it's an interesting moment, and at the risk of provoking the ire of Rebecca, who I believe is an AI doomer, it's an interesting moment to reflect on because it's very instructive in how we see our society polarizing into two camps. It's the AI will deliver us as our savior. AI will create this utopia where we will cure all diseases, all of society's ills, and actually result in the only problem we'll have is to figure out what do we do when we don't have work for purpose. And then there's the other side that says dystopia. And dystopia says AI, the machines will rule the humans. At the end of the day, all of us won't be able to think. We'll be reduced to cognitive shells and husks of what we were. And like any spectrum, the truth hopefully is somewhere in between. But what we seem to have done is we seem to have implicitly ceded control to the technology rather than taking control. And I think this is really reflective of, and earlier Larry and I were talking about it, our obsession as a society with productivity, doing more with less. And what AI has done is suddenly taken away one of the fixed constraints we thought we had, which is time.
Yeah.
And suddenly, you can generate content and information instantly. And that abundance of information and wealth then that wealth of information gets confused with knowledge, right? And I think it was Herbert Simon who said, a wealth of information creates a scarcity of that which it consumes. And this comes to an attention economy, which is a wealth of information creates a poverty of attention.
Okay.
And I want to be the half-glass full person to say a poverty of attention doesn't necessarily need to be a bad outcome. And we can see that the fragmentation of that actually would result in maybe a different intelligence, multiple people contributing, but we need to figure out how do we harness this technology for the good of society, how do we use that information, and how do we actually recognize that the bar has been raised? You have to get someone's attention in 10 seconds. I've probably lost a whole lot of people's attention right now.
47 seconds, you said earlier.
47 seconds, yes. 47 seconds is the average time that we take to switch between digital tasks. That's all you have. And that means that the information that you deliver has to be so much more powerful, and it's up the stakes and potentially lost a whole lot of people along the way.
But Bronwyn, so you've lived through many iterations of like digital vibes. Shout out to the former minister. And what is the cost that society is paying for this like attention economy? And like first we had social media. Now we have like the ownership, the Web3, and now we're like moving to this moment where AI bots, the internet is just going to be agents speaking to each other on behalf of humans. Like where does that leave humanity?
Well, if you're talking about the cost is pretty much everything.
Yeah.
What we have to understand here is that what we're talking about with all these accelerating technologies, whether you're talking about crypto, whether you're talking about AI, whether you're talking about pretty much anything digital or financialized, we are already in this sort of, as I call it, twice abstracted economy. You've got the real economy, which has real value. It's the water you drink, it's the food you eat, it's the clothes you wear, the real stuff, the stuff that has real value. It's the mother that gives you a hug. But then what we've done is we've financialized that, right? So we've given it a price. We've commoditized everything from sex. I mean, we've been doing this for a very long time, especially now with OnlyFans, it's been gentrified.
Yeah.
Two, we've commodified absolutely everything and financialized it and packaged it and abstracted it. So we got things like crypto, right? Crypto is, for me, best described as taking kinetic energy or real things and turning it into potential energy. I mean, it does this very literally when you've got Bhutan, for example, that uses crypto to use energy that is not being used for productive means, but turn it just into financialized energy, right? But now we're abstracting it again with this, as you're calling it, this attention economy, right? And what we're doing effectively is because the potential always has more, by definition, potential return on investment. What we're doing is increasingly, through things like your cryptocurrencies, like your artificial intelligence that is extracting our attention or extracting our real value, is we're turning more and more real value into potential value, which ends up pooling. This is what we have growing inequality at the moment. We have this abstracted economy. Very good if you're an investor, no lies. I mean, Binance is here. You can definitely get rich off this, is what I'm saying, because the potential will always give you a higher yield of potential value to your shareholders than a real project will. A real project is constrained by reality. If you have a company and you're already trading, if you are a chef, cooking food, if you are a caregiver, caring for people, your financial value is a known, right? It's capped. Whereas the potential value of the next whatever NFT it is or the next AI startup is infinite. So money will always flow to the highest potential return, which means that the economy we're building at the moment is an extricative economy that's taking the real and turning it into the potential. And that is, in theory, okay. but only if that potential energy is actually deployed back into the real world. The danger is that with every level we extract, we also leverage, and those potential returns get more and more exciting. It means, of course, we get more and more distracted from the real problems. And we've got amazing technologies. We've also got, in South Africa, as I always like to say, 1 in 4 children is stunted. They don't have enough food.
Yeah.
That's a real problem. And they're never going to get that food as long as the potential return for capital and money is distracted by something with higher potential. So that's what, when you say, what is the cost is everything. The cost is real progress, however you define it. It is the real world that is being sort of subsumed and becoming more and more subservient to the gods of capital, which constantly just promise more and more and more. So we're on a bit of a cycle at the moment.
Yeah.
The question is, how do we come and connect that circle back? We take that potential energy and put it back into the economy.
Oh, wow. My dude.
My guy.
You just caught some bars there.
No, I'm here. It's getting hot here.
So, like, the speculation of this potential is pretty much what Binance is then built on.
It does make
the
people
trading
rich.
economy.
I'm not going to take your thunder. It will make people rich.
Please invest responsibly. Defend yourself.
So I think I'll say this, and maybe taking a step back, right? As humans, I think we need to appreciate where we are. I think it requires a bit of contextual intelligence in terms of when we're unpacking this conversation. We find ourselves in the 4th Industrial Revolution, right? Not too long ago, there was COVID, et cetera, that excelled it. And AI, crypto, is just pillars within that framework of the revolution we find ourselves in. The topic that we're talking about is very interesting because we're actually looking at a further revolution, which is called the imagination age, the 5th Industrial Revolution that we're working towards. So before I even start getting into the conversation about, like, crypto, AI, et cetera, I say, as a human, what are we doing, or where do we play or find ourselves as a role in this society? Khadija made a very interesting point, and we were chatting most of the content already backstage, but there's a concept in Korea and Japan called nunchi, N-U-N-C-H-I. Directly translation, it talks about eye level. It talks about having the ability to, and awareness in terms of finding out what's the sentiment, what's the mood in the room, right? And that ties into this attention space that we find ourselves in, is because there will be always something that is trying to pull your attention in life in every single industry, right? How resilient are you to distraction? That is the question that you need to answer. How are you equipping yourself in your professional capacity, in your social capacity, managing yourself from an EQ perspective, from an SQ perspective, social intelligence, and how are you then presenting that in your formal workplace? How are you coding? How are you having arguments from a legal perspective, et cetera, et cetera? So putting that in context when we're talking about crypto and saying cost and looking at these things changes the narrative.
Yeah.
And when I look at it from the industry that I am in, previously I was on the other side. I was at the regulator at the South African Reserve Bank. So again, I can argue and say that that was another world that people would label as has its own ails attached to it. But what we do see is that it's not an either or, it's an and conversation. So does crypto and these new technologies give us access, give us the ability to new dimensions that we thought that wasn't possible?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. We talk about financial inclusion. It's not about just the banks. It's not just about the mobile money wallets. It's now also about Web3 wallets. Inclusion, accessibility, different needs for different users. You have to have your users at the core and center of all your decision making that needs to take place. Same thing with the regulators. Their users are their citizens. So they have to look at what's the protection, consumer protection perspectives, what are the ethical considerations in developing policy, and helping shape that narrative around what does responsible AI look like? What does responsible crypto look like? What does responsible costs attached to these societies that are, or economies that are evolving look like? So the defense isn't necessarily sitting on a high horse and saying crypto is going to get you rich. No. What crypto solves, really, from a fundamental level, is that centralization as a model that was entrenched in our human economy, right, had certain flaws, right? And over time, those flaws became more apparent. Decentralization distributed ledger technologies and whatever else comes from blockchain, because it's not just crypto, it's not just stable coins, it's not just, proof of works. There's a plethora of different concepts that are still developing, right? That shows that humans have reached an age where we're asking more questions, deeper questions. And I can, maybe taking as a bit of a side note, I can give compliments to Daily Mavericks, because it's these type of platforms where you get collective thought leadership and start unpacking these conversations and stop just focusing on headline earnings of, this is what crypto is, this is what AI is, yada, yada, yada. It's very distracting. And you need to be resilient from those distractions to say, what are we having a conversation with? Small anecdotal thing, I see the time ticking away very fast.
Yeah, it's all good.
But there was recently, OpenAI responded to the case of that teenager that committed suicide from using ChatGPT. And OpenAI responded and they said, you guys can look at that article, but they said, look, we've put in certain fail-safes, but what we realized there is this time period that if you continue talking to it, those fail-safes then become less resilient. And Khadija, to our point that we're talking about this time component, is that how are we making sure that our reiterations or our time period and measurements of that keep us in check or keep us current with where we find ourselves? Right? And that is how you manage risk. We need to move away from this thing of like, okay, we need to eradicate every type of risk that exists with every single type of market. It's not realistic. But what we can say is let's be responsible. Let's attribute liability where it should be. And let's manage it. Let's understand what risk looks like. Because I can imagine deep sea divers, and this is just anecdotal, if they were like, oh no, you couldn't dive this deep because it's this risky, etc., how are we ever going to make some of the developments and discoveries that we're supposed to as humans and move forward into the next era? So that, I'll rest my case over there and we can continue the conversation.
I'll come back to you on your libertarian thing.
Thank you.
If you will, just give me a...
Yeah, go for it.
I never thought I'd be in the position where I'm defending crypto bros. Because
Not a crypto bro.
Crypto bros
I'm
is
the
good.
furthest thing from a crypto bro, but I think it's really important to join Bronwyn and Larry in saying, you said both and, right? And on the one hand, crypto represents what Bronwyn is describing, which I would say has been described as casino capitalism.
I didn't say that.
And casino,
that is not accurate.
I get to give a rebuttal. Casino capitalism is about financial product and is about imagination. And it is about the art of the possible. And I'm totally in agreement with you that it can't solely be extracted. It has to go back into the real economy. But there's a casino capitalism world where we have 50,000 new coins issued every day. And then there is a traditional, legitimate financial system critique that says ordinary people feel excluded from the infrastructure. They feel that actually this is about horse and cart speed in a TikTok world. And what people want is they want less opacity, they want less gatekeeping, and they actually want to understand, how do I do things faster?
But let me just interrupt there. As a representative of an investment manager,
yes,
you guys are funneling these, you empowering these startups. How are you making decisions of where to channel capital to maximize societal value?
Yeah. And that is absolutely a pivotal question. And what you're saying around allocating capital, when we think about that, we talk about alpha. And alpha is, how do you deliver value above the consensus? And deciding where to invest capital is a product of what is the knowledge consensus. And so suddenly you've got a world where the bar for what consensus is, what does good value look like? Before, you needed to go and speak to the management of a tire company to understand exactly what is their footprint, what goes on, etc. Everything is available instantly, coming back to my original point. And so with everything available instantly, suddenly as investment managers, seeing as you've made it about my job, I was willing to go down this defending crypto bros route. As investment managers, it is our job to say, okay, within a world and context of abundance of information, how do we take that information and make responsible capital allocation decisions so that we support a non-extractive outcome over the long run?
But that isn't entirely true. As an investment manager, your responsibility is to the people who invest with you to deliver maximum returns on their investment.
100%.
Yes. And the maximum returns on investment will come from the financialized economy rather than from the real economy.
Not true. Not true. So I mean, I didn't know we were
The maximum
having...
potential returns.
No, not
Yes.
potential, not potential returns. So if you look at asset classes, you look at infrastructure, you look at real world, investing in real world assets, that is something that actively is stimulated within capital markets. And so I'm not here to defend capitalism as an institution, nor am I here to defend crypto bros, but I think the level of nuance in the argument is very, very clear.
Yes.
And actually what you need to recognize is what the technology equips you with is the ability to tell the difference and discern. And I think that's deeply empowering for investors because you can call bullshit. Suddenly you can go to ChatGPT and say, okay, so what's the real world toll booth return versus a meme coin? And actually, average meme coin is 1.7 hours old versus what does a mutual fund deliver over a number of years and power of compounding. Very powerful decoding the opacity of a system that has been institutionally apart from a lot of people.
Yeah.
But it can go the other way absolutely at all.
I think the bigger point, though, is if you look at actual mutual funds that you're talking about, you look at the kind of stocks and the stock mix that you see inside that, and where that weight is shifted from real-world investments towards more AI startups. I mean, look at the stock markets. I mean, people make their choices based on what they actually put their money into. And this is not an indictment on the investment industry. This is a choice that every individual investor makes, right? What are the stocks we buy? What are the companies we support? What are the companies we're spending our time with and spending our money with? And increasingly, because of the potential, because of course, the aspirations, because of the ideals of what we could possibly get from participating in the abstracted world rather than the real world, offer us greater return. We are choosing as individuals and as companies too who are chasing shareholder value too, the abstract over the real. We can see this from children who want to be influencers rather than be creators or makers. We see this in where we're putting our money, which stocks are making money on the stock market and what they're actually doing. We see this in the choices that we make. And this is a choice that each and every one of us gets to make. But of course, the incentive ratchets up with that whole productivity question you're talking about. If other people are making money in this casino, then you also want to be part of that, and you feel like a loser if you're not playing a part of that, right? In which case, the whole system just ratchets us up and gets a
how
little
do we
faster
win?
every cycle.
What's the utopia like? Because the horse has bolted. These technologies exist.
That's the point.
This is the economy that we're in now. What do you see as the way that society can win?
Well, it depends what we want to win. This is the whole thing. The whole concept of progress is something we have to discuss, right? Like the idea of progress is, in some people's minds, settled. Progress means increased economic growth. Progress means more buildings. Progress means longer lives, like, of course, all the people pouring money into those longevity technologies, those sorts of things. But there are always some people who will disagree with that. I think that the question is for everybody, in that you do get the future that you invest in. You get the future that you invest in, where that future is a future of NFT rocks, or whether that future is a future of, utopian flying cars, or whether that future is a kumbaya kind of a return to communism and living off the earth. You get the future that you invest in. But I think that people feel very passive about this. This whole vortex is spinning faster and faster, and because we all have a fear of missing out, we'll try to get into the casino. We don't want to miss out. If somebody else is getting rich off investing in this clearly nonsense Dogecoin or whatever, I also want to be part of it. And in fact, you are nuts not to join in, because if everyone else is joining in, just like they say, of course, the market can remain irrational for a lot longer than you can remain solvent, and you're certainly going to get left behind if you don't play with it. But there's still a choice. When you are joining in that casino, that's the world that we're living. That's the world we're going to leave for our children. And it's a choice we all get to make. Is the world of speed the world that we want? Is the world of abstraction the world that we want? And what are we going to do with the money that we do make if, again, as I said, we have stunted children, right? This is a choice. It's our choice. We get the future we want.
Yeah, indeed.
Congratulations.
But Larry, you have good insight into the rest of the continent, right?
Yeah.
How is this tech adoption happening? How is the attention economy affecting other African countries, our neighbors up in
question.
Francophone?
So I kind of want to, again, apply this contextual intelligence. I think there's a lot of narratives that's being said on stage. But I do think that some of these things are speculative and assumptions. And to kind of sit on that narrative only, it's a bit misleading. Being futuristic in terms of our approach and seeing what potential could look like is kind of saying the same thing. Like, how do you be futuristic but also not measure the potential of a future outcome? You know, so let's be measured in that approach. I think that this narrative of, you know, get quick rich, it's very misconstrued because you don't have the data to actually say why people are choosing meme coins.
Yeah.
Are people really feeling the emotions that you might be projecting and saying, this is the reason people are making those decisions? Because I can tell you, Binance being the most regulated entity from a crypto perspective, you know, 21 licenses over different jurisdictions, having 285 million plus users globally. Clearly we're doing something right? So that means if we were so cheap in terms of just wanting to get attention and just trying to, you know, open up this gambling site, surely there would be easier and less ways to do that, not being compliant. That being said, that we create ecosystems and economies, right, that take those people that only have the ability to become influencers and eventually become creators. You get what I'm saying? So there's a journey, there's moments and times where you can enter a market to eventually get to the future goal that you would want. So to look at somebody and say, oh, you've gotten so many people just to become influencers, etc. Yes, it might be low on your standard, but for them, that's putting bread and water on their table. The 5,000 views that's turned into whatever monetization takes place and they get whatever couple dollars that they get, that is their livelihood. So I don't want to just like shoot it out of the park and say, you know, that's just, oh, like we can be measured in terms of that approach.
And I mean, that reality...
And that, sorry, I just want to say, and that's what you see in the rest of Africa. Because the economy and the infrastructure that we find in South Africa, we're very privileged, I can tell you that. But if we're not careful, we also stand the risk of falling behind. I mean, if you look at Ghana, if you look at Ethiopia, if you look at Kenya, what they're doing and how they're embracing this digital age, how they're embracing like the use of AI, crypto, gives us the question to ask and say, are we being too conservative? Are we being too lackluster in terms of waiting for a solution to be given to us? Or are we doing enough for this point in time to say we producing the right level of policy, we producing the right level of regulation to help
I do have to cut
cater them off. I see
that was kind of the point I was going to make.
But
But please, if you want to learn more about crypto and all these wonderful things, subscribe to Crypto Corner, the newsletter on Daily Maverick. It comes out every Thursday. Going to be a little bit late today because I am here and not making it. But thank you very much, guys.
I have one last
No,
line,
you
please.
can't. The clock is in the red.
$117 trillion are managed globally.
Yeah.
Bitcoin ETFs, $150 billion. This is not the main conversation when we talk about the economy. Thank you very much.
Cool. Cheers, guys. Thank you for your attention.
Cheers. Thank you. You did well.
Lindsay's not done yet. We are making him do double duty here today with our next speaker, the CEO of FiberTime, who is revolutionizing how townships access the internet. Please welcome Alan, not Craig.
So sit down. Yeah, where do you want to sit on the couch? Are we going to do it like that? Let's sit on the couch. Okay. The last time I saw you, we were walking through Kayamandi.
Yeah, it's a
and
little
you
bit
turned a corner, and I was left in this alley, and then I just heard footsteps behind me, and I feared for my life, man.
If you'd been wearing those shoes,
hey?
If you'd been wearing those shoes, I think it wouldn't have gone well. Eh?
I know, it's loud as hell. But also, like I've interviewed you in the past, in your old days, your former time.
My Mixit days.
Your Mixit days. And then, like you told me, like I believe in my heart that Mixit could have challenged WhatsApp if you had 2 more years of capital to burn. But then you said you should have pivoted it to a dating app. Let's discuss that for 10 marks.
Well, thanks for reminding me of Mixit. Mixit, I bought Mixit. I don't know if you remember Mixit. Anybody ever use Mixit? Good?
Yeah.
Nice to see some pedophiles.
Wow.
We bought it in 2011, ran it for a year. We bought it just as WhatsApp was kind of starting to make waves, so we knew it was coming. But because I was young and dumb and arrogant, we thought we could take on WhatsApp head on.
Yeah.
You know, that's just madness, trying to take on companies like that head on. And we took them head on because we positioned it as an instant messaging platform or a social media platform. In retrospect, if we'd kind of picked more something niche, like Tinder for the Cape Flats,
Yeah.
it would have been, probably would have been a little bit,
Yeah.
we would have had more space in order to kind of improve our user experience. But maybe in the end we also would have failed because you need an enormous amount of capital to win in games like that. And we didn't really have enough people on the internet in the first place in South Africa. So thanks for reminding me that.
No. There's a point. There is a point. So one of the comments that I got on my story about Fiber Time, where I recounted of like how I feared for my life and you left me abandoned in an alleyway,
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
was that you strike a much more mature kind of silhouette now. Because like you were a not Craig. You were the
If I'm
not Craig
Craig,
Jr.
who am I? You know?
And this is your third swing at connecting people. What makes this one different?
Yeah, so look, I mean, for those of you who don't know, my dad started Vodacom, and he's got the same name as me. And I'm a white guy, I was born in apartheid South Africa, so I've had quite a few lucky breaks, quite a few tailwinds. About 23 years ago, I started my first business. And most of my businesses, all of them in fact, have kind of been focused on trying to get people on the internet. I've probably lost more money than most people trying to do it. In some circles, I'm known as a weapon of mass financial destruction. But through a process of elimination, we landed on this idea that there's no easy way of getting affordable internet into low-income communities. You have to put fiber infrastructure into the ground, and you have to make it super cheap.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to operate in that type of environment and make money, otherwise you're not going to get investment. So we started Fiber Time about 3.5 years ago with this kind of dedicated dream of just focusing 100% on townships, offering world-class internet, not shitty, slow internet, but world-class, faster internet than I get at home, at a price that's, say, 90% lower than the market rate, which sounded a bit crazy at the time.
Yeah.
But you needed all of those things if you were going to succeed. And the townships make sense economically because there's more people living there. It's just much more densely populated. So started that about 3.5 years ago.
Yeah. Okay. And like the whole model is built on 5 Rand, 24 hours of internet.
Yeah, for 5 Rand, if you go to Kaimandi or any of the townships you are in South Africa, for 5 Rand, you get uncapped 100 megs per second up and down internet for 24 hours. So if
And 24 hours of internet can change your life.
Yeah. Oh, definitely can. I mean, the average, our average customer in Kaimandi, if they were using that much data on their mobile bundles, it would cost them about 1,400 Rand. So it's much, 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 much cheaper. I mean, your monthly rate's about 100 Rand. So if you pay for the whole month, you get 100 Rand. So, I mean, if any of you have got a 100 meg per second link at home, from Vuma or one of the other guys, it will cost you about 1,000 Rand.
Yeah.
So it's a 90% discount on the going rate.
Yeah.
It's extremely fast, which is great. But it only works if you can sell lots of vouchers.
Indeed, indeed.
Unfortunately, there are lots of people living in the townships.
Yeah. And an important thing to note is that you can use that time, like if you're in Kaimandi here and you fly to Joburg, or you fly to the Eastern Cape, when you connect to the Fiber Time Wi-Fi,
It's all the same.
It's all the same. You can use it there. The 24 hours doesn't change. It's tied to blockchain technology.
Yeah, it uses the blockchain for our vouchering system.
Yeah, so your blocks are added in 5 Rand kind of increments.
Yeah, but we're 100%, so we're not in Walmer or Bishop's Court or Sandton.
Yeah.
We're focused, I mean, I think fiber companies that are trying to do leafy suburbs and townships it's like trying to have a laxative and Imodium at the same time.
Yeah.
You're going to have an anxiety attack because it's a completely different, it's just two completely different worlds engaging with the community, policing, pricing, everything. So we're just 100% focused on that.
Yeah. So massive. Vumatel is back in the townships now, suddenly, after 18 months of playing poor, sorry guys, we need Vodacom's millions for us to roll out
They weren't
townships.
playing, they did need the money.
But now they're back in there, they're trying to roll stuff out, but they are selling like normal contracts, connecting people as the people call them, and then they come in and connect your fiber. Is this going to impact on your business?
Look, there's 17 million homes in South Africa. 4 million have been passed by fiber, about 3 million have been connected. All of those homes are in leafy suburbs. That leaves 13 million homes in townships. 13 million homes. It took 13 years to get to 4 million homes. That means it's going to take a long time to get to all the homes in the townships, and there's a lot of space for everyone to operate. So we're not worried about we're not worried about competition because there's no competition effectively because there's so much opportunity to kind of mop up. But we also don't think about that them as competition to be fair because their model is fundamentally different from ours. You know, we do a free install. We do every single home in the community. So, for instance, Kaamandi, every single home in Kaamandi has fibre time. So you can go anywhere. You can go to your sister's house. You can go to the hairdresser, or whatever. And that cheap price, 100 megs per second. For 100 Rand a month, that's a pretty good price. So actually, our challenge now is trying to convince consumers how amazing the internet is. And what we don't, I mean, most of you, I assume, haven't lived in a township for very long, or if you do, you've got mobile data and or you've got internet in some way, they're not thinking about the cost of internet. Most people in South Africa, the way they think about the internet is the way I thought about it when I traveled to New York 15 years ago. I don't use it because I'm going to get a massive surprise on my bill. You know, if you roamed with your data in New York or London, you suddenly get a 20,000 Rand bill, it's like wipe you out. Most people are just, their airtime just disappears, so they're very afraid of using data on their phones. So they're not using the internet serendipitously, they're not using it for education or YouTube clips or anything like that. And to get people to trust the fact that there's no catches here, there's no trick, there's no T's and C's. You can use as much internet as you like for 24 hours, no one's going to steal your money. That's our challenge. So trying to get communities to start watching streaming sports and playing computer games, that's our next big challenge.
And personally, so this looks like it's going to win. So it's going to be your first big win in like...
Oh, first big win. That's nice of you.
I just got to keep it real, man. You know, you said about your reputation.
Yeah, thank you.
Will that feel weird? Like success?
Winning.
Yeah. Will it feel weird? Like how will you live with yourself if you win? When you win, sorry.
It will feel great. I would like to win. I mean, I'd like to make money. Obviously, I'm trying to, make money for my partners, my shareholders, my staff. But what would be really great is if we manage to connect 13 million homes and 50 million people to... And
that's what success looks like, man.
So that's what winning, that's what our definition of winning is. Our urgency is not competition. Our urgency is like every day that goes by with a kid who doesn't have internet is a day they can't do their homework at school or at home, or they can't study something online. Or somebody can't email, just something as simple as emailing a CV. And a lot of people are printing their CVs and posting them. So that's winning. And by definition, if we've managed to achieve that awesome goal of connecting every home in South Africa, we're going to have made a lot of money. So that'll probably count as a
And then you're
well.
itching for the next thing?
No, I only have one thing in my life. It's just fibre time. And we might do other countries, but I'm only doing fibre time. I only do one thing. I try to get people on the internet.
And when can I get fibre time to my house? I don't live in a leafy suburb. I live on a small holding. So
Well, if it's a small holding, it's probably going to be Starlink that helps you. But
maybe. Man.
I don't see a reason why I shouldn't be paying pay-as-you-go internet. Why am I locked into a debit order where I live? So eventually, the whole industry will move that way. The industry it's quite ludicrous to watch how the industry kind of increases its prices every year. And the direction of internet pricing is going the other way. So we're 90% cheaper than the competition. That's effectively it. And eventually we'll be in the leafy suburbs and the competition will either have to match that price or they're going to lose their customers. But for now, our 100% focus, and I want to say this is like, I listen to Jordan Hill-Lewis every now and again. He's great. He's turning out to be a great man. And he's shameless about the fact he focuses on the townships when it comes to infrastructure. He obviously wants to rebuild Kloof Road or whatever, but he's like, there's other places in Cape Town that also need help. And I'm also shameless about it because you have to deal with inequality in South Africa. If we don't make it a little bit easier for people to get ahead, you're not going to have a country. So, we're not saying that I'm not important and you're not important. It's just that people living in townships we should be connecting them to the fastest possible internet as quickly as possible.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Alan, not Craig, everybody.
Nice.
Thanks so much. So apparently what I did wrong was not buy enough Bitcoin. So I've decided I'm going to take my son's university fund and put it all into a highly volatile cryptocurrency tonight. Alrighty. We've got one more. Okay, I won't. Thanks. We've got, he's not really university material anyway, if I'm honest. We've got one more panel before lunch, and it features 3 political party leaders, well-known to you all. He's just completed a doctoral thesis on a topic that sounds suspiciously like his autobiography. It's Dr. Musi Maimane. He's a former journalist who became a politician, and the only other person who's done this is Boris Johnson. But this is Songezo Zibi, and finally, he made his entire fortune selling hair products. So should we be concerned that he is entirely bald? It's Herman Mashaba being put through their paces by national treasure, Daily Maverick, Stephen Curtis.
Because I thought we had lost a member of the GNU, but I see we're all right. Gentlemen, it's not a cabinet
Where do you
meeting,
want to
so
sit?
we can all sit next to each other
Oh,
if you
can we?
like.
Oh, great. Let me sit between you.
Ah, there we are.
Feels like a date.
I'll be the president because I'm distant and aloof. Those are all the jokes that I have. You'll have to listen to Rebecca Davis for more. Before we go any further, I made a promise to these three gentlemen in the green room that I should just journalistically tell you about. Because of my previous history and some of our previous history at gatherings, which, as I said, I want a constructive conversation, so I'm not going to be a dick. I did say, and I think you'll confirm this, unless they started first, in which case, so there is still some hope that maybe that part of me will emerge. May I ask how bored you are with our politics? How much of a feeling do you get that it is stuck in a rut? That it's the ANC claiming to govern for the people and including Malusi Gigaba, it's the DA shouting at the ANC, it's everyone else sniping from the sidelines, and to my mind, the reason for this is that our politics is still based largely on our apartheid identities, if I can call them that. Gayton McKenzie sat just over there a year ago and was a perfect display of that. That's what was happening on our stage. In the 2021 local elections at the election center, Musiwe Lekota, whose party was wiped out, took me aside and he said, the most important thing isn't the ANC going down, it's not the DA growing, it's not the rise of this or that. He said it's the fact that there was one new party that black people and white people voted for, and he was talking about Action SA. He said that for him was the most important change we had seen in South Africa. And since then, to my mind, that identity, if I can call it that, has been joined by Rise Mzansi and Build One South Africa, Borsa. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Herman, in a way, you kind of started all of this a long time ago now. Did you deliberately go out to campaign for a new identity? I understand, and you've said many times, why you entered politics. It was your feelings towards the ANC and how bad things have been. But did you think there was an opportunity for something new and this was the moment? What informed the decision to campaign among the communities that you did?
Well, I think, Stephen, and good morning or good afternoon to everyone. I think, my entry into politics was out of real deep frustration with the status quo, and decided to leave business and go into politics. And at the time, as you're aware, the DA became my choice because in 1994, I voted for an unracial South Africa, and I voted for the explosion of us actually addressing this inequality in our country. Here we are sitting 31 years later with the most divided. We've actually went backwards in terms of racial dynamics, economic dynamics, and equal society. We've now become the mega capital of the world. So we've got a crisis, and I think it's a responsibility of some of us to dirty our hands to see if we can unite this nation. And the only way I believe we can progress as a country, we have to really be one nation. We have to have one flag. We have to have one, whatever. We've got to be one nation. And unfortunately, it looks like the last elections, demonstrated to us South Africans that we are as divided. And us, as Action SA, we committed to that project. We know it's not easy because of the failure of the ANC government to unite us. So the general public out there, the voters in particular, they don't believe us any longer as politicians. But we can't give up on the project, because if we give up, then we're going to end up being governed by criminal elements.
Obviously, feel free. Obviously, Musi, I'm sorry, Dr. Memani.
Thank you very much.
You and Herman Mashaba come from, you've had experience in the Democratic Alliance,
Yeah.
right? And the DA, and I made the point that it's sort of stuck in an apartheid identity. It is more complex than that for the DA because it is a very diverse party in itself. But is it harder to campaign for a diverse community? And I realize you have a diverse family, but is it harder, do you think, than to campaign for one ethnic group or around identity politics in South Africa?
Yeah, firstly, thank you for having me, and it's great to be here. And I think it would be amiss not to, at least to the fraternity of journalists, to pass my condolences for Tsidi Madia, who was an esteemed journalist. I think she's a superstar. The thought that has struck my head permanently of late and has been this idea that all the ANCCs are the injustices of yesterday. All the DACs are the injustices of today. Both those have got problems. Because if all you're obsessed about is yesterday, you spend your time meditating on liberation politics, which themselves lend themselves to identity. If all you see is today, is that you end up having a discussion about the corrections of what's going on, and you obsess about corruption, etc. The question that must sit on the table is, how do you animate South Africans about a just tomorrow? And in achieving that, then you begin to address many of the questions around values that citizens share. My wife and I are of different races, but we care enough about our kids that they go to school, they do all of those things. I would argue that despite the differences of race, class, etc., all of us want a better future for our kids, right? And therefore, the politics that we've got to engage in must be ones that talk to that future post-ideologically, post-liberation. So to answer your question, if we get stuck in both the conversations about the injustices of today or yesterday, what ends up happening is that, to quote Barack Obama, the hopes of one becomes the fears of another. The hopes of blacks to say, let us get land or whatever, become the fears of whites, etc., etc. We have to reset the conversation to say, the sole job of leadership in politics is to give to South Africans their identity as first and foremost South Africans before they are white South Africans or black South Africans or whatever the case might be. And so yeah, it is hard, but it is made hard because we become stuck at the hegemonic thinking of the ANC, which will keep pushing us back to liberation. What makes the job easier, and this is where my hope is in this discussion, is that we are better off having a conversation about our kids. Because you and I will come and go, but I think the next generation hold the keys to building that South Africa we want to see. And that's the investment we've got to make, right?
Sengezo, I'm quite glad to see that part of you is still a journalist, because you and I are both not wearing ties. But I was at your book launch in Hyde Park. And obviously, you've written a book, a political party was coming, that's how things go sometimes. And I was interested in the crowd because it was racially diverse. Yeah. It was Hyde Park, so I'm not going to say it's class diverse, but it was racially diverse. And there you were in Hyde Park, and a lot of people had come to see you because they also knew what this was. But you also campaigned in the Eastern Cape, largely. And I mean, those are quite different constituencies. I mean, how difficult is that to do, to sell people from different places, living in different places? I mean, sure, Gqeberha and Joburg face largely the same problems in many ways, but to sell them on the same vision, it can't be easy.
No, thanks, Stephen, and good afternoon, everyone. No, it's not easy.
also because the lived experiences of those people are fundamentally different. So I was born and grew up in a village. I've never lived in a township really, simply because I went to the cities in my adulthood and I could afford my own place and that sort of thing. And so South Africans' experiences are diverse. So it's not just race that informs the divisions that you see. There's class, there's where you are located, and the ability to transcend in terms of political and social conversation, all of those realities in the context of South African politics is really important. And I think in the modern age, also the ability to transcend a village all the way to modern business and so on is a combination, I think, South African politics needs in its leadership. Otherwise, there are people that get left behind. There is trust that gets broken, in a sense. There are people who have difficulty with the fact that I was a senior executive in various industries because I'm perceived to not understand the issues of the people that are in the village from where I come from and where I actually have a house and I go there regularly. So, Stephen, it is hard. I do want to say that there are various forms of identity politics that are informed by the painful realities, particularly poverty and inequality that South Africans feel. If you break down the black conversation on social media, there's a lot of tribal identity there. And it cuts right across class. And you might, because you host a radio show, it might come up from time to time. The immigration question has to do who is not like us and therefore is taking the opportunity away from us. Race in this context falls within that dynamic. And it is important that we do not invalidate people's experiences in that way. The question is whether you are able to have a message and a politics that deals with the realities people are feeling, but you make an effort to unite South Africans across class and race. That is the challenge all of us have. And I don't think in the older, say the ANC universe political parties, ANC, EFF, MK, you have any longer the consciousness and just the stomach to drive uniting, visionary, non-racial politics.
Uniting people is hard. I mean, you have to win the World Cup twice to do that. And it's pretty tricky to make it stick. So you can have a conference, you can have a party, you can have a celebration. The next day, the one thing that I know about politics, and I'm not a politician, is that people will generally vote for someone who makes them feel good. And this explains MK, it explains parts of the DA, it explains American politics. All of these things, you see that. So, Musi, maybe let me start with you here. Sorry, Dr. Memani, let me start with you. That means that
this is the bit that we keep talking about, but genuinely, Musi's cool.
Is that you have to make people who, yes, they all want the same thing for their children. They want a better life for their children. But their lived experience is so difficult, you've got to make them all feel good to get their vote.
And firstly, Stevens, I think ideology is an interesting thing in this conversation, right? Because I think it sometimes mystifies the problem. In truth, people also vote because they see someone who shares their common values. Now, let me use a different conversation that is not linked to politics. Attend any quintile 4 and 5 or ex-Model C schools, more high-fee paying schools. You meet parents who are black and white. They are united. Because they pay the same fees, they argue the same nonsense, and they fight the same battles. So then it becomes the shared question, which is to say, in our politics, the problem with identity politics is that it makes the identity the problem. Whereas, were you to ask somebody who sits in Kabeja, what is the shared human conversation that you want? People will tell you they don't even like RDP houses because they actually want to build their own homes and feel the sense of dignity. That is true for anyone, whether race, class, or whatever. If you want, you go to any community and people say, let's talk about safety, if you can make them appreciate that. Where the problem has been deeply in South Africa is that we've had leaders who profit from the racial divisions.
Yeah.
And that's why they keep pumping it back into the system so as to solidify their constituency. You desperately, and this is hard because it is seductive. It is hard. But you have to unhinge yourself from that, because here's the thing, even on the tricky issues that manifest in race, I can see it possible that you and I can sit together and say, clearly, there is a problem that when we come to this community, all of these people are poor. And if they happen to all be of a similar race, you as a white South African and I as a black South African can be equally aggrieved by that injustice. So let us align in dealing with that question. It is not to say, because I'm black, my interests are only with black people, and because you're white, your interests are only linked with white people. I can see that I don't need to be a woman to fight against women injustices. I just have to focus hard on understanding the issues so that we can unite around the questions that we face. And not everybody will drink that Kool-Aid, I accept it. But there is a center in our country who will equally show up at the Springbok games as they will to the Bafana Bafana games. It's those people who have been silent that we have not engaged sufficiently.
The sort of story of this, when I think it is finally written, will probably start with Action SA in some ways. Do you think there was a specific reason, Herman, that the first places you got support were in Gauteng? And obviously you had some experience there. You'd been the mayor of Joburg before. You're from that area, Garenkoor, of course, but you know Gauteng well. But was there something happening in Gauteng where people are living lives which are much more shared than some other places? So much more shared than, there's a lot more diversity in Gauteng in an office, I think, than there is in Cape Town, for example, or even Durban. But was there something in Gauteng that you think made it easier for you to start there?
Well, I think, Stephen, the reason why we started in Gauteng was because our party actually tomorrow will be exactly 5 years. So we launched Action SA 29th of August 2020, right in the middle of COVID. We couldn't go out, we were under lockdown. The only way you could communicate with people was using social media and so forth. So I think strategically I said to the team, let's not go out and really overstretch ourselves. Let's contest the 3 metros in Gauteng. That's Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane. And I was subsequently convinced that we try 3 metros, 3 municipalities in KZN. And we did very well in Gauteng by any measure, receiving the support across all areas. Unbelievable. We're really very proud. But then fast forward to 2024, I think I made 3 mistakes. One, I really overstretched ourselves, being only 3 years or so, to go nationwide. And I was against it, but obviously my colleagues wanted us to go all over the country because of the pressure coming out of these communities. With all the monies in the world, going all over the country was crazy. It is for that reason we've announced that come the next local government elections, we are going to contest only those municipalities where no one is going to govern without us, because our country has entered the era of coalition.
Sure.
And unfortunately, others will have to really give us time. And the second mistake I made was underestimated Jacob Zuma. When I was told Jacob Zuma started a political party, I said, there's no normal person who's going to vote for Jacob Zuma. Unfortunately, my common sense didn't work. I honestly made that mistake. I underestimated his power. But also, what was important also, I think, was our direct association with the DA. I did not really realize how the black voters are scared of the DA. And for us, for having accepted to join that multi-party, John Steenhuisen Moonshot Pack. And I'm sure you guys as a media are aware, I was against that from the beginning, but my colleagues said there's no alternative, and they brought some sense into it. That people are looking for political parties to coalesce. And I fell into that trip. That cost us dearly, because all our supporters, or big percentage of our black supporters, evaporated. Said, let's rather give our vote to Jacob Zuma. And the white vote, because they also looked at it from a logical point of view, says Action SA and DA are working together. Let's give our vote to the DA, and Mashaba and Action SA will get the black votes. So we got punished on both ends. And that's something that we are dealing with. But we've identified strategic municipalities. At the moment, maximum of 42, but I don't believe we will even contest all 42. But we're identifying municipalities where no one is going to govern without us, like what is happening in Tshwane. We're a real kingmaker. Both parties, the big ones. Without us, you can't form a government in the city of Tshwane. And that's exactly what we're going to do in municipalities we are going to contest.
It's interesting that you concede that. Thank you. I mean, Jacob Zuma reminds me a little bit, I don't know if you've watched it, of Roy Kent, because he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. If you haven't watched it, you won't get the joke. Anyway, I did want to ask Sungezo about when I've spoken to party leaders, kind of off-the-record people with experience, they'll always tell you, the people I've spoken to have said the same thing, and this is particularly something you see with the ANC and the DA, which is how difficult it is to manage structures. If you are going to succeed long-term, if you're going to survive as long as those parties have, you have to have someone running a branch in the Eastern Cape, you have to have someone running it in Gauteng, you have to have every little town, every village, you need to have some sort of structure. And the moment that starts, you get contestation, and you get contestation often along the lines of identity. This is why we've paid so much attention to ANC conferences over the years, because we kind of know what it means. And I'm interested, and I'm going to try and stick to my promise that I made at the start, but I'm interested in the fact that parties that we're talking about haven't really had proper big conferences where there have been votes for leadership. And could this project, the idea of a new identity, almost fall apart at the first hurdle of a contested party conference?
Stephen, you know, I often tell people that if you manage to successfully build a political party that sustains, you can run any retail operation because the principle is generally the same. You've got to be present in all the areas in which you believe. You've got to have voters who support your political party. That's incredibly hard because the people that often have the time and the willingness to stand up and be part of political structures are often not matched by the capability that you are looking for. That causes a problem in terms of the quality of the people that you're going to end up with, either in council or parliament and so on. It's a reality of South African politics. People with the capability that the country needs in this moment don't want to be part of political structures. So that is the first thing. The second thing is you also begin to see the impact of the unemployment and hunger, in that the reasons for which people join political parties is the possibility for some people that they will get paid something in the context of being an activist on behalf of a political party, and that drives the contestation for positions and so on. So it's not easy to have a clean process where you've got the right quality of leadership, you've got the right structures, they're all doing it for the right reason, and you're able to have an outcome politically that is attractive to the people who otherwise would want to vote. So those are some of the challenges that you deal with, because people arrive, they really speak well and so on, and after 3 months, people tell you, oh no, he's been arrested twice, that guy. And that person has already organized 400 or 500 people that believe in him or her. And when you try and get those people out of the organization, it's a problem. It's the same problem the ANC, I think Action have dealt with that, BOSA have dealt with that. So there are challenges that have to do with organizing. That is why, Stephen, I continue to say, and people in this room generally, I think, have a good income. The level of education is generally higher than the average. If people like people in this room are not willing to organize politically and become very political, South Africa is going to sink. We are on the brink already. There is no universe where we observe and comment on politics and we come to a place like this, where we wish things would get better. In light of what I've just described in terms of what you're dealing with in the activist core, and the country will have a board of directors on Plain Street here that has got the ability to turn the country around and legislate properly. It is not going to happen. And if anyone in this room believes that somehow it is possible, your somehow is misguided. We are in a point of crisis, and the responsibility all of us have is each get 5 to 10 people like yourselves to become politically active so that we can have the outcome that we're looking for. If we don't do it, we will sink as a country and as a society. And this is the time where we don't have a big margin of error. We've got to make the right calls in terms of legislation, in terms of policy, and the quality of the political decisions that get made. Identity is important, Stephen, but the quality of the political activist and the representative is even more important, and we are failing at it.
Sure. Herman, your party is older than the other two parties here, and you haven't had a leadership conference. And I mean, it's easy to be very critical of that, but I do wonder if there's a very real concern that if you have a conference, the party gets divided, even along racial lines, for example, or identity lines. Is that something that worries you?
Not really, Stephen. It doesn't really worry Action SA members. The only people who are actually worried about Action SA's elective conference are those that wants to see Action SA being destroyed. I think we've been really very clear from day one. It is there in our in our interim constitution, which is online, that we've agreed we will only have conference as soon as we have enough structures on the ground. Because I can't have the Mashabatlen elective conference. I have elective conference on people on the ground, and we're a 5-year-old party tomorrow. So, and if you look at how aggressive we became after the 2024 elections in forming branches, as I'm talking to you every day, genuine branches are being formed. People are paying to be members, because originally when we formed Action SA, would give people free membership. We said, no, this doesn't really work, because then anyone can sit at home and come out with 1,000 members. In the meantime, they were just manufactured in their kitchen. So basically what we've now taken a decision to be a member of Action SA, you've got to pay the fee of 10 rands. Your membership is valid for a year. You have to be, registered with the IEC, because there's no point in having the members who are not registered with the IEC, because those people don't mean anything to a political party. And those are the processes we are involved in. Action SA members are very much aware about. The only people who are concerned about Action SA's conference are those that wants to see Action SA and Mashabatlen having a so-called elective conference.
All right. I mean, it's interesting that you say that, but let's just see how that plays out. There is, and in fact, 2 people have asked the same question on our WhatsApp, the way we get the messages. Non-Kululeko and Dale both asking about whether or not you could all merge. And there's been a lot of talk about this in the last 2 days. As I understand it, the idea would be that, particularly with BOSA, with Rise Mzansi perhaps, and the Good Party, I must say, I don't see the Good Party in quite the same category as the three parties represented here, because I see it as a sort of one-person party for the moment, but it could still change, and parties do. How serious would you consider the option of merging? Musi, if perhaps I can start with you. The idea of actually having, because you are all competing for votes in the same pool.
Look, I think I want to respond just twofold, and I'll be quick. I do think political organization has to change if we're going to realize future prospects. Because I even think notionally, these ideas of branches, etc., I get them that they come from a particular era. I think if we were to amend the Electoral Act to allow for people to vote within particular constituencies, what you may very well find is that citizens, the idea of loyalty to one and all of that may become something that's receding. And then we begin to think hard about who's the quality of the leader in my community, in the person who will represent, and therefore it is about democratizing access. So I think we need to rethink it. But that's call me naive and an idealist. I'm sure we'll still need to come back to hardcore branches. On the question you're putting forward, look, I think next year's elections, there are already 427 parties on the ballot.
Yeah.
It's madness, right? So there must come a point, and I'm sure it includes independents and all sorts of things like that. We have to narrow down the ballot paper. The second issue is we have to agree on a set of values that project a more centrist view that we can work towards. And thirdly, again, I think if we democratize it and allow citizens to participate, make sure political parties are much more transparent, much more open, let people be able to have a voice, a say. This is an important question at the time. So that we can work together, I believe we can. I certainly believe we most certainly can. And I think, existentially speaking, the problem of South Africa is that if you polarize simply left or right in that sense, you lose the center. And so I think parties in the center need to genuinely think about how they come together, work together. And I think whatever you put, unlike the multi-party charter, whatever you put in some ways forward must be something that citizens can be animated by and be invited to. So I think it's possible. It's something we've always spoken about. And I think sitting here, there's chemistry of ideas. The job that we've got to do is get it over the line. That's it.
Zungezo, can you see the three of you getting a little closer, or is the sofa the high point of that?
No,
it's not my line, it's Mark Barnes' line. Thank you, Mark.
I saw him earlier. I think we have an obligation to work together. We have an obligation. We have an obligation to overcome whatever ideological and other differences we have in order to create a powerful enough platform to invite and accommodate diverse South Africans to fight for the future that we believe we and our kids deserve. That's the second thing. The third thing is that we have a responsibility not to equivocate about what form that should take. I believe that parties that are constitutionalists in their outlook, we believe in the values of our constitution. We represent law and order. We believe in human rights. Rise Mzansi is social democratic in outlook, but I think there is a wide berth of accommodation politically within that. And we do it in a way that forms a single organization which is going to be on the ballot. There isn't a single political party in South Africa that has got the depth of talent needed to deal with the crisis that every community is dealing with. And it is important that we form a political center where leaders, whether they are in civil societies, activists in different communities who are fighting the daily political battles as we sit here, find the space and the opportunity to also join with us to fight for the country we believe in. There's a critical requirement, and that critical requirement is that we also learn to accept leadership from outside the political parties to which we belong. Because I believe some of South Africa's finest political leaders are not in politics because politicians and political cultures tend to be toxic. We need to create an opportunity for them to come in so that politics can begin to look inclusive and different. So, Stephen, I will go as far as saying we have an obligation. We don't have a choice. The crisis is way too serious.
Herman Michael Beaumont is on the record as saying sort of no to the idea for now. Are you open to negotiation, or is it a hard no?
Look, I think one thing, Stephen, you must accept, and you indicated earlier on, life is not easy. It has never been easy. It's not easy today. It's not going to be easy in the future. But one thing that we as Action SA recognize is the fact that South Africans actually wants to see less political parties. There's no doubt about that. The question is, how do we put together a sustainable model? And obviously, up to now, we've really been engaging with our colleagues. We're battling to obviously find a model that can work without actually complicating our own lives. That's really where we are. We don't want to just really do something because people out there are screaming that guys to get together. And I always say to them, why don't you get DN Freedom Front Plus to get together? Because they share the same. So I think it's important to really understand that it cannot really be expected of us because we share the same ideals. We get together tomorrow without thinking of the modalities of really running that operation going forward. That's where we are. If obviously it is that easy to be done, I think it would really be wonderful for the DA and the Freedom Front Plus to take the lead.
Thank you very much indeed. Herman Mashaba, Dr. Musi Mazi, and Tungezi Nzidi. I have three big forthcoming attractions for you. The first is, I hope you kept video of this because it's the last time I won't be a dick on this stage. The second...
Thank you.
The second is that I think Rebecca Davis is about to tell us that we can go to lunch. And the third, and the most exciting thing that will happen today is that After the Bell will be coming later. Thank you.
Thank you, Stivovo. I believe we have a short video. If we can roll that. Thank you. If I can keep you for 2 minutes, we are going to lunch now, and it does somewhat hurt my feelings when you start streaming out of the aisles as I speak. No worries, ma'am. I keep having to sell you stuff. I feel like Herman Mashaba, but here we go. So, before you get out to your lunch, let's have some real talk. 800 people among you are not Maverick insiders. And we know who you are because we can smell the guilt on you. We can. As I have done every year, let me dispel a central myth. You are not a Maverick insider if you simply get our newsletters every morning. That just makes you someone with an email address. You are a Maverick insider if you have signed up to pay us a small amount of money every month, for which we are exceedingly grateful because it literally pays our journalists' salaries. You are the reason we don't have a paywall at Daily Maverick. And know that thing where you have to put your email address in? Yes, it's very irritating, but it is not a paywall. Let us be clear about this. Every other one of the major media outlets in South Africa has both a paywall and is backed by a corporation. We are neither. 5 years ago, we had 2 million visitors to Daily Maverick. Before the elections last year, we had 14 million visitors. And we think that maybe it's a coincidence that in last year's elections we had a completely unprecedented outcome, or maybe it's because we played a tiny role in making people more informed about their political choices. Thank you. This year, if you're a Maverick Insider, as you just saw, we have a new perk for you. It's called DM Connect, and it's our version of a social media network. Twitter is just for porn and racism. Instagram is for influencers doing duckface. Facebook is for your grade 7 music teacher peddling ivermectin. DM Connect is for you. You can go on there. You can go on there to promote your business, to tell our journalists what stories they should be working on, to find a paddle partner, to find a third for your throuple, to find a fourth for your polycule, whatever you need. It is the least toxic space on the web, and we know this because there's an AI moderator which has never had to do anything, so we don't even know if it works. And this is how we defeat the robots, also by being civil to the other meatbags. If you become a Maverick Insider in this very lunch break, you will also be rewarded with this magnificent cap. And you can also separately purchase this magnificent cap for anyone who is not here. Please consider becoming a Maverick Insider, support our work, go out, have yourself a good lunch. When you get back, Marianne Tam is waiting with something you are absolutely not going to want to miss. So please be back here by 2:05 on the dot. It's a one-woman show. It's insane. It's extraordinary. It's waiting for you. Be back sharp, please. Thank you.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change. Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
It can look like this, or like this. It is threatened, but it is our responsibility to protect it. For each person, it means something different. But when we reach it, we all know what it looks like. what it sounds like, or how it feels. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together. Freedom.
Welcome back. We are at the lunchtime break of the Gathering Changemakers edition. I'm Tamsin Metlekamp, one of your virtual co-hosts from the Maverick Citizen team, and I'm honored to be sitting here with Khadija Basir, who is the Chief Operating Officer at 91, an international investment management firm. She was just on one of our panels now, delving into issues of cryptocurrency, AI, all those fun things that I admittedly have quite a limited understanding of. But fortunately, I also have Lindsay Schutters here from our Business Maverick team, and he's going to be my emotional support business journalist for this interview, so that if I get anything horrendously wrong, he can stop me and correct me.
I just want to say one thing to the chat. Thanks for the shoe love. I do it for you guys.
They are loud shoes, loud and proud. So we had a fascinating discussion from you guys on the panel today, looking at crypto, AI, the space that we all hear about all the time these days, but don't necessarily understand. And so one of the things I wanted to start by asking you about, Khadija, was this issue of tech literacy and the fact that we're living in a world where technology is advancing at an enormous rate, but the knowledge of your layman isn't necessarily keeping up with that trend. And so you have a situation where people feel left behind, but also are being left behind by the technologies that they can't keep up with. So from your side, how do you think we go about closing this sort of tech literacy gap in a fast-moving space?
So I think there are multiple layers to that question. I think tech literacy, the question is, if you drive a car, do you need to understand how the engine works? That's the kind of canonical analogy. And so if you make better cars, then users don't need to understand it, and it's about intuitively interacting. And I think that's why AI has captured all of our imaginations, because actually we can talk in natural language, right? And I interviewed so there's lots of great job titles now. I think on our panel we spoke about influencers versus creators. But the other day, and futurists. But the other day, I had the privilege of interviewing someone who was a digital anthropologist. And what she examines is like the impact of tech on society. And she said very specifically that a model can be multilingual, but monocultural. And so while it's easy to say, actually, you can engage with ChatGPT, maybe you don't know it's ChatGPT, it's just a website, it's not an app, it's all of those things, but it is, do we need to understand what goes into the model so that we can use them better? And this is the point around tech literacy. For me, it's how do we communicate naturally? Tech can help us for the betterment of society, but then within that literacy component, what does access to data look like? What does connectivity look like? How do we create a more representative way of looking at society that can leverage this technology for the betterment and advancement of humanity, rather than what I was sketching as the dystopian reality of a zombie apocalypse?
Maybe to tie onto that then, you talk about not necessarily needing to understand to be able to use effectively in advance. But is there an accountability issue that comes up when you have, you know, these tech barons and these companies that work in very opaque ways, and you don't necessarily have the tools as you would for a government or something like that to hold accountable for all the decision making that's shaping things and shaping them hugely behind the scenes?
So I agree with your point around accountability. I think this is ecosystem accountability, right? So for me, if you don't understand how it works, I think you're absolutely right. There is a basic point around we have to understand these are models and not humans talking to us. And if you don't understand that, then there's a social outcome and
Yeah.
social context, which is why there's been a lot of lobbying around saying this is AI generated, actually changes the dynamic of the conversation with the user. And so I think institutional frameworks need to be reimagined to talk to the complexity and the power that is held so that we don't become a techno-feudal society,
Yeah.
essentially, right? And so you need to be able to say, okay, where does that power sit? How does it sit in the chain? So it's what needs to be, where is that accountability held? How do governments look at this? And what is really empowering is as much as the chatbots and all of them are super sycophantish and want to tell you what they want to hear, if you are asking the right questions, you've suddenly accelerated your ability to, one of the panelists were talking about talk truth to power, right? And so suddenly if you want to learn what is a AI chatbot, you can learn it in a way that was probably not possible 3 years ago with that way of computer science. But the person needs to have the ability, and this whole conference is all about what does it look like to have an engaged civil society. And so we've got the tooling, and we need to then say, okay, I'm going to use this tooling to understand the models that we're using and how we can shape a more equitable and better societal outcome.
Absolutely. Lindsay, you want to jump in with anything?
But how do we skill our kids? Because that's always the thing that bothers me. Because like when you were coming up, BCom General was the degree, and then suddenly everyone needed to learn how to code. You went into actuarial sciences, so you just did that because wow. But like
I love the way that's changed over time. It's never been popular to be a nerd, but thank you. My high school life was a little bit of a sad story, but I'm glad that suddenly actuarial science was said with a positive tone for a change. Thank you.
You guys are the original algorithm builders. But society's always kind of skating behind the puck. Like we're always trying to play catch up. Is there a way, like from an investment perspective, that you can maybe shape what that pathway looks like, the pathway to success?
So when you say pathway to success, help me define success.
For society, like that we can empower the startups and the companies that can help set society right again.
I think because of the power asymmetry that you're talking about, the ability for a startup to, in itself as a company structure, challenge traditional technology paradigms is really, really difficult. From an investment manager standpoint, the question is, how do we open up the landscape of what is possible, and how do, when the right idea comes, how do we invest behind that so that we are able to kind of realize a more positive outcome. You ask me, what does it look like for me with my child? I will tell you, I don't want him to be a digital native. He's very young. I don't want him to be. But when I ask him, what is the answer to this question? He goes, why don't we ask ChatGPT? Right? And so there's a rewiring, and my optimistic hope is, and maybe that's trying to be glass half full, is that we will develop and kind of, what is it, Nassim Taleb's thing, anti-fragile response, to say that we know how to cope with this new world.
Build resilience.
Build resilience. There's so much skepticism today about online content, and actually saying, no, this is curated. This is, I'm calling bullshit on this world. And so my hope, and maybe it's a naive hope, is that as investment managers, we can make sure capital is allocated in the right way, but as a society, we can start to really say, what is the skill that we need to develop to tell the difference between what is fake and what is real, and how we hold institutional power to account.
We're running out of time, so I'm just going to ask a last question, if that's right. So you talk about making the right investment decisions, and that is very much your whole thing, which that's an opaque world to me as well. But in this space where there's a lot of tech evolving very quickly at the same time, how do you identify what's a right investment? Because it seems like a lot of money is being thrown around in the AI and the tech space, and we hear talk of AI bubbles and all these things. So, how do you gauge what's a good investment there?
That is the preserve of our investment teams, and that's the secret sauce, right? That's the magic is saying, okay, what does the world say? How do we digest that? How do we put a price on it? And then say, what is this trading at? In very simple terms. And so being able to say, where do we see the edge? For me, is really what we need to be absolutely focused on, and our teams are constantly trying to get the answer, and it's no easy answer. It's being able to say, is OpenAI the winner? Is Anthropic the winner? Will safety be the winner over efficiency? That is what we're paid to do, and hopefully make money for clients while doing it. Fingers crossed.
But everybody can participate.
and it's all about fractional ownership ultimately. So
Exactly.
If you put it on the right architecture,
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be the preserve of someone who can invest 10,000 Rand.
And that
It
architecture
can
is the
be.
blockchain.
Exactly.
Which queues up.
For our esteemed colleague, Larry. Fantastic.
Thank you so much,
both.
Fabio, and thank you, Lindsay.
Thank
Pleasure
you.
to have you both.
Thank you.
So that was Khadija Basir, Chief Operating Officer of 91, and Lindsay Schutters, who is one of our loudest and proudest and definitely most charismatic, that's the word I'm looking for, business journalists. We're now going to be welcoming Larry Cook to join us in yet another conversation oriented around AI, cryptocurrency, tech. And Larry Cook is the head of legal for Africa operations at Binance. Keenan Hemmonsby, my co-host and Maverick Sports writer, will be joining me again for this segment. It's nice to be back together after being apart for the last 2 interviews.
Yeah, it is nice to be back together, Tam. It's been a while. It was an incredible lunch session, I thought. It was very, very enlightening, very interesting. There was some business, some crypto conversations, there were some politics conversations. We have a guest coming up later after Larry Cook, also Songezo Zibi, who's very exciting to have an opportunity to speak with him. But right now we've got Larry Cook.
Hello. Thank you for joining us today.
Mic'd up. I don't know if this is working, but
It's always with the wires and everything a little bit.
I'm okay.
Yeah. Obviously a tech guy yourself, so you know these things, they go a bit haywire sometimes.
No, of course. Okay. Hello to the audience. Welcome.
So Larry, to start with, you were on the panel now talking about tech, AI, and one of the things you brought up right near the beginning was this idea of being resilient to distraction. And I was curious about that in a crypto context, because it does feel like a very distracting environment just by its nature. You have a lot of meme coins, and whether it's Dogecoin, Trump's coin, or whatever it might be, getting thrown out there, a lot of quick changing information in the environment. So how do you actually go about being resilient to distraction, staying focused on what is meaningful and what is worthwhile in that space?
No, brilliant question. I think, look, it might be a bit subjective, and I might just coin that phrase, seeing that people are gravitating to it. But I think because the topic on the panel was around, this fight for attention, because attention is now the new currency that most corporates, every corporate is trying to focus on. We found ourselves in a position of saying that how does that affect our business, right? In terms of the crypto space, understanding that Binance is not just a centralized exchange, or say decentralized, centralized exchange, but it's an ecosystem. So we have various different products and services that one serve particular needs and wants from users, right? So being resilient to distraction doesn't mean shutting out all ideas and closing them out. It's about having the ability to tune into what the asks are, but knowing when to kind of tap out at the right time when you realize that the thought into that distraction or maybe that opportunity has got to a point of saturation, or perhaps the risks are not well mitigated for you to continue that conversation. So that's how we perhaps incorporated it from a crypto perspective and running the business. But when you start looking at users' needs and what their wants are, it's something that we always encourage to say, we first need to promote innovation before you can then start regulating it and kind of saying, let's carve out what's necessary versus what's not necessary. I think that's how we try and get that balance between staying focused and curious and not versus not being distracted.
If I could hop in there, Tam and I are not too well versed in the cryptoverse, but some, as young people would like to invest, young people would like to make money. There's all these talks about investing. But as a layman, like the two of us in this sphere that's ever evolving and ever growing, and all this a lot of money being made in this, what do we do? How do we protect ourselves from sort of bad investments? What do we do to ensure that we don't get abused or don't get caught up in this?
That's a good question, and I'm going to try and keep it as simple as possible, right? The question you need to start off with is, why crypto, right? Where did crypto come from, and where does it fall within the bigger picture of where we find ourselves? So now we're all familiar with the fourth industrial revolution, right? I mentioned this on stage, but just for the purposes of our viewers, the fourth industrial revolution has driven certain technologies, AI technology and crypto technology being pertinent to that evolution. The fifth revolution, which is the imagination age, is something that we kind of lean in towards. So the question is, okay, with crypto being at the center of it, why did it become relevant? It's because we had this institution of centralization, which comes from the first three revolutions, and there was inherent problems around centralization. In other words, your money is not really your money because it's controlled by third-party intermediaries. There's expensive costs. There's no autonomy. There's a lot of issues around our current financial infrastructure. So decentralized technology came in and said, hang on, as opposed to having one line of governance, we can centralize it, we can decentralize it, and it can be run on technology rather than the trust of people who our monetary composition guides and says, when do we turn up interest rates, when do we do this, when do we do that? Whereas now from a tech front, you have your white paper and specific formulas from a technology perspective that guide, how much, what's your coin distribution, et cetera. So that's where decentralization came in. Now crypto basically puts money on that layer and says, now your money is decentralized. Your money has the ability to move with you wherever you go. The freedom of money moves from an intangible concept to something that's a physical reality. And that's the relevance of why crypto becomes relevant. It's not a either or, so it's not don't use banks, don't use mobile money. It just becomes another layer to the financial system that allows people to do what they want to do with their finances, right? So, and I give this example, most of us have more than one bank account. Why is that? If one bank account gave all that we need, then we'd only stick with one. But you'll find that you'll use one pocket for investment, one pocket for saving, one pocket for traveling, one pocket for this. Crypto becomes another layer of that. That's cheaper, that's faster, that's more secure. Yeah, I hope that
was a great pitch. I want to bring in a question from one of our audience members because we have that chat box on the virtual platform, and here's another reminder to please use that and send through questions for speakers because we'll pick them up for moments like this. But we had an audience member, Bev Gillespie, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, who asked, how can we talk about responsible AI, crypto, etc., when we know that they use massive amounts of water and electricity? And this is something I've heard as well, this whole issue of the environmental impact of these technologies and how much they tend to consume at the moment. Is that something that's come into your consideration when it comes to sustainability and responsibility around it?
Yeah, Bev, good question, excellent question. I like bringing things in context, right, and applying that contextual intelligence to it, because ultimately our consumption of this earth will always come with an inherent factor of, like you mentioned, what is sustainable, the use of electricity, use of water, and you need to measure the outputs. Are we generating it at the same time so that we can all have an equitable space to live in? This is not new, right? It's just our industry perhaps is a bit more new, and now those problems and those considerations are being questioned onto our industry, the crypto industry. So it's something that exists, it's something that is not created because of crypto. And then I also want to contextualize this because my scope is Africa. So if you look at different jurisdictions, you'll find that some of those problems aren't as relevant in South Africa as you find in different countries like Ethiopia. Of course. Ethiopia, which generates so much electricity that they actually sell electricity to the neighboring entities. That's why they cultivated the most productive crypto mining industry in the economy. So when you talk about sustainability, you need to ask the question, where do you find your environment at this point in time? South Africa is struggling at this point in time with electricity and water, right? So for it to be able to give those type of solutions is very unlikely, right? But what we can do is at least help with education, so from a literacy perspective, bringing sustainability to the forefront so that when we develop in these type of technologies, we're more responsible in the solutions that we provide in, and it's more fit for market. You see, and that's where it becomes a bit more relevant, because I can say to you that there's certain fallacies about how much electricity crypto consumes, right? But that's maybe from a mining perspective, but when you look at how much you're using it from your phone, or having solar panels, etc., those costs become a bit more minuscule in the broader scheme of things. So I think it's a bigger picture, a bigger conversation that we need to have. But I think good regulation, good policy, and platforms such as Daily Maverick. I mean, this is where we have the ability to have this collective thought leadership to unpack these conversations. But I think steering away from the myths and the headline earnings of crypto's bad. It's using a lot of electricity, a lot of water, versus what is it solving? How is it making life, not just from a financial perspective, how is it creating job employment? How is it allowing industries, traditional industries, to modernize some of their offerings and incorporate blockchain technology and be more efficient and more efficient in terms of their offerings to their users.
And if I could just hop in there, Binance, if you are at the event, you'll see Binance's posters alongside, on our posters, you'll see they've got a little stand there because they are one of the sponsors of this event, the gathering, and thank you for that. But I'd just like to ask you also, touching on that, the name of this year's edition is called Changemakers, and you decided to, your company Binance, or you decided to be a sponsor. Why did you see that? Where did you see that connection coming, and why did you think it was important for you to be seen as part of that Changemakers brand?
Okay, so I'm going to be honest with you. I have cool and very intelligible people that's next to me. So I wasn't aware of it, but my lady over there, Samantha Fuller, she was the one like, you need to be here, you need to go here. And I said, why? She said, Changemakers. I said, I got you, don't stress, say less. Right? I think if you want to be part of the solution, right, you need to throw yourself in where the problem's being discussed. And I think Daily Maverick is not shy of discussing what the problems are. So why not be part of the table that's trying to ideate for a solution? So that's where we see the synergy between what you guys are offering as a platform and what we want to do as a thought leadership and institution as Binance, because we're not just about a crypto exchange. And I keep telling people that we're an ecosystem that is multifaceted, and we integrated or at least entrenched in every single aspect of community. Like when you think of AI chips, or no, not even AI chips, just your normal PC chips, you would never have thought that it goes into your watch, it goes into your phone, it goes into your TV, it goes into, and that is where crypto and blockchain technology sit. We can be part of the solution in terms of, imagine if like the electoral system was run on the blockchain. You'd be able to see who's voting at what point in time, and you can't change that, right? Imagine you knew from a municipality level that was put on the blockchain in terms of how funds are being distributed to different municipalities, and those funds are being distributed according to what they were set out to be. You take away a big element of corruption, right? So that's where you start looking at it and say, okay, this is crypto technology. What's underlying crypto technology? What else do they do? I mean, we have Binance Labs, we have Binance Charity, we have Binance Academy. The world is bigger than what you think it is. And I guess have the privilege and the fortune to be part of an organization as Binance to explore this with partners like yourselves.
Fantastic. Of course, and you are a change maker, and it's great to have you sitting here alongside us and listening to you speak alongside Lindsay Shooters. It was really enlightening for myself, and I'm sure Tamsin as well, of people who are not laymen, and we've got a broader perspective of how all of this works, because it's a complicated industry. Everything's complicated about crypto, but it's actually not that complicated when you've got a smart mind explaining it to you.
Yeah, no, look, I thank you for the compliment of saying I'm smart, but I think what crypto does, it simplifies money, the freedom of money. Or let me move away from the word money. I'll say the store of value, because that's what it is. Like, our perception of what value is can also be subjective, but when you start looking at how crypto solves for real-world problems, you start appreciating it more. When you realize that it's not just speculation, regardless of the coins, right? When you start looking at, there's different types of class of coins. There's stable coins, which again, stable coins is more stable compared to other cryptocurrencies, but even your local currency, the rand, the dollar, those are also fluctuating currencies, fluctuating assets. So again, just because the headline says, oh, this is unstable, this scam, like let's double click on those conversations, and then you start realizing it's actually more simpler than you expect. So download the Binance app, explore.
Just a little plug there.
You know, explore. Don't even buy the crypto. Just download the app and just access the community. You know, access the education that's free. You know, and then when you're ready at your point in time, then take that 10 rand. I think Khadija was speaking about fractionalization of assets.
Yes.
You don't need to buy a full Bitcoin. You can buy just 10 rand worth, 50 rand worth of a Bitcoin.
So what is the minimum?
10 rand.
10 rand.
10 rand.
10 rand.
10 rand. But when I say minimum, it's your discretion. This is not financial advice. This is not legal advice. Do not.
So
do
disclaimer
anything.
banner at the bottom there.
But yeah, it's about accessibility. It's about financial inclusion. It's about being curious about what this world would look like 10 years from now.
Yes.
And making sure that we have the right technology that can take us to the next place. And that's what we're about.
10 years from now, and you look back 10 years, it's there was everyone was saying buy Bitcoin, and then look where it is now.
You see?
Yeah.
Not even that, like mobile money wallets. Look at it in Africa, right? Before it was this thing of, oh, you want to send money through your phone, is it even safe?
Yeah.
It was this whole taboo, and now it's like second nature. Crypto is in your face. It's not going anywhere. Embrace it and enjoy it.
Yeah.
I think that's the key thing really, is that you can't avoid the reality, whether you want to or not, that these concepts like crypto and AI are very much a part of our modern world and the way we function or moving towards functioning. And so it pays to learn about it and to be open to it. And that goes for us as journalists and everybody else.
No, we're happy to be walking this journey with you. I think at the end of the day, education is very fundamental and key to it. You know, we always pride ourselves in saying, do your own research. Don't get caught out by scams. I think you mentioned about scams. Don't. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Yeah.
You know?
The meme coins, though.
The meme coins as well. Like, look, we, as an exchange, as our exchange business, we obviously facilitate what users want.
Yes.
Right? So we're not responsible for the actual coins, right? But we are responsible for making sure that the better coins come onto our platform.
Okay.
Right? But then we also try and supplement that with education to say, do your own research before you buy a coin. Don't follow trends. Don't follow things that seem too good to be true. Be managed in terms of what your expectations are, and you'd probably find that you would be in a safer bracket than most people.
Sorry, can I ask, before you touched on it, and you touched on it earlier as well, you spoke about the education and how important that is. You said you don't have to go on the app and immediately start purchasing and doing these exchanges. You don't have to do that. First learn, first get into the environment and learn. Just you download the app. How do you learn? What is there guidelines? Is there what? Can you just?
So I'll say this: you can go into Binance.com.
Okay.
Or even type in. We have search engines. So just say Binance Academy.
Yeah.
Right. There you can already start accessing information.
Okay, so there's an academy.
There's an academy. So type in Binance Academy. There will be a URL. Click on that, and it'll show you Binance Academy.
Okay.
It will already start spelling out. It'll say intermediary, beginner, intermediary, expert. It will break it down from different products and start that crypto journey. What is a blockchain? How does a blockchain form? Right? Before that, what is distributed ledger technology? And it's not like technically too complicated to understand. It's just saying, okay, data gets put into a block, and each block is connected to each other, and they call it a blockchain because they link to each other. Of course. That is a blockchain.
Yeah.
So now with the blockchain, you now put certain utility on it, such as currency that or let's say a token based on certain elements that you put in a white paper, and boom, now you have a cryptocurrency.
Okay.
And from that cryptocurrency, you say, okay, let's make it a bit more stable. Let's peg it to a real world asset. Let's peg it to something. Now you have a stable coin.
Yeah.
Now you want to peg it to a real world asset. Now you have a real world asset that's been tokenized.
Yeah.
Right? All that means, let me simplify it. Home affairs, they don't sit with the actual house in their office.
Yeah.
They sit with the title deed.
Of course, yeah.
Right? That's the simplification of what the blockchain allows and how you kind of move with that from a currency perspective, from a real world asset perspective. That's where it enables us. So to say keep it short and sweet, I'd say that you can log on, create an account, find out what it is, but you don't even need to do that to be able to understand. And Binance, we're very generous with our material. We have YouTube channels, we have Telegram groups, we're centered around the community.
Yeah.
I think it's always community first.
And as I said earlier, crypto is such a people don't know what's going on, but if you have a smart man explaining it to you, it makes it much easier. He's given us the tools, we know how to go about it.
It's a team sport.
And
Crypto's a team sport.
Larry Cook, what a guy. Thank you so much.
My brother.
Great,
Thank you so
really
much
good
for your
speaking
time.
to you.
Such a
Thank you so
pleasure.
much.
Likewise. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, guys.
Fortunately, I don't have a university fund for my kid like Rebecca, so I'm unlikely to go investing it anytime soon. But I will have to consider heading on to the app and checking out some information.
Of course, it's very interesting, and I agree with you, Tam. Yeah, anything you want to add?
Well, I just want to introduce our next guest, Songezo, if you wouldn't mind joining us. Pleasure. We are joined now with Songezo Zibi, the leader of Rise Mzansi, and he was just in a fascinating panel right before the break with Stephen Krutis, talking about politics, talking about coalitions, the GNU, and looking ahead for our political project. So Songezo, to start with, we're here sitting with you at a very interesting time in our political landscape. We're just over a year into the GNU post the last year's election. We have the local government elections coming up next year. So could we maybe get some reflections from you on where the GNU project stands right now and what we could be looking towards in the near future?
So, the GNU remains an experiment, in my view, because for the last 30 years we haven't had a coalition government at national level, right? And it's going to take a while, or it's taking a while for it to gel, in my view, which causes some concerns for me, in my opinion, and also in terms of Rise Mzansi's own assessment of the GNU. What I mean by that is we need to move from the transitional arrangement that we were on when we had to form a government and a political coalition quickly after the election to a point where we structure the arrangement in such a way that there is a legislative program that all of us can support. There's a policy program that all of us can support, which means when the budget discussion takes place, we know what the policy and legislative priorities are, that we're going to make sure that they are funded. If we do that, you've got far less of the drama that we've had. So that's what needs to happen as a next step for me.
I want to lead on from that into looking at the local government elections next year. We've seen a lot of coalitions on a municipal level as well, and some have been more successful than others. A lot have really struggled. And going into these elections next year, in your opinion, are we likely to see more investment of the voters in these coalition projects, or is there a concern view that voters might return back to a more traditional form of voting for a few large parties out of concern that the coalition environment isn't as stable as they need?
Oh no, we'll have more coalitions, not less. And the reason is that South African voters themselves are in transition. They're looking for a new politics. They're looking for new ways of expressing political ideas. The majority of South Africans were not born in 1990 when Madiba came out of prison. Some of the older political parties still express themselves as if we are still in the pre-1990 period. In fact, even some of the newer political parties express themselves in the same way if you look at MKP and so on. So what people tend to do is to abstain from voting for a while they search for a new political home with their language and people they can relate to. That causes the fragmentation, and why you see such a growth in the number of political parties is because the existing older political parties simply don't talk to them and how they want to do politics. So we're going to have more coalitions after next year.
Yeah, Songezo, you were a journalist yourself, so you know you got to open the questions to the audience also. So we've opened the questions. Keep sending your questions as well. And if I could read a question to you.
Sure, please.
Mark asks, what is Rise Mzansi doing to create genuine mobilization of people in support of the party and its vision? The 2024 approach of top-down ideas and expensive posters did not move the majority.
Well, the thing is, let me start with the posters and I'll come back to what we're doing. People can't vote for you if they don't know you exist.
Of course.
So you absolutely have to do the posters. Put it differently, if we didn't do the posters, I probably wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. So that it's an essential element of political marketing. That you do the posters, you do the T-shirts and that kind of thing. But it takes much more than T-shirts, which goes to how I answer the first part of the question, which is we are beginning to do more people's assemblies
we continue to believe that the politics that we should drive are the politics of the issues that affect people in their families, in their homes, and so on. Even the issues we drive in Parliament are those kind of issues. My colleague Makashule Ghana is Mr. Gambling Regulations. Gambling affects thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of families and millions of South Africans. Unregulated, it destroys lives. That's the kind of politics we want to drive. Of course, there's housing, there's education, there's all of these things. But we are giving South Africans an opportunity to talk about the issues that affect them at home, that affect their relatives, and turn them into a more common political conversations that they can back in terms of voting.
Keeping on that trend of bringing in our readers' questions, we have a question from a voter, Kraus, saying that Parliament is a huge organization. Nothing happens quickly there, too much infighting amongst MPs, and no consideration for what the citizens need. Can we cut down Parliament, and he says, to about 25 members? But I think the broader question is, do we have a Parliament that is too MP heavy, and is there space or is there potential to cut that down?
No, first of all, the number of MPs that you have in Parliament is in the Constitution. So it's not like somebody can decide there are going to be fewer MPs in South Africa. I think if I remember well, you have to have at least 340 MPs in Parliament. So that's the first thing. I think the problems lie elsewhere in two areas. The first is that we don't have a constituency system. Everywhere we go, I ask people in public meetings, do you not have somebody you can pick up the phone to and talk to about what you need addressed in Parliament? They don't know. So there's a problem with our electoral system. This next weekend on Saturday, we have a People's Assembly in Rosebank, and we're doing more elsewhere because you don't actually have a constituency system in South Africa. So that is the first thing. The second thing is that South Africans are not as strict about who goes to Parliament as they are who becomes a coach of Orlando Pirates or Kaizer Chiefs. And I want, to the extent that people are listening, honestly, when people vote for mayors that have always been problematic, but they vote for them and they put them in. But if somebody wants to be the coach of Chiefs, people have an opinion and they engage robustly, and if you go to social media, they don't want that person. So what I want to say to South Africans need to be a lot stricter. Don't go for the person who's got lots of things that are going to tickle your senses and make you angry. Go for the person who's trustworthy.
But this taps into a deeper problem, right, which is a kind of voter apathy that exists in South Africa, not just in South Africa, but here as well. And that feeling that people disengage with the political project because they feel like the same issues are coming up a lot of the time. In our case, the same faces are coming up a lot of the time because you have your cabinet reshuffles and things. So if you want that kind of reinvigoration of people's buy-in to voting, to political engagement, what needs to happen on a civil society, on a government, on a social level to push that? Because it's not going to happen on its own.
The most important thing is a change in attitude. Political activism is not for professionals. It's for ordinary people. Too many people sit on the sidelines and they think offering an opinion to their friends has a political effect. It does not. People need to pick a side in politics. It's like wanting Man United to win the league, but you also refuse to say which team you want to back and influences outcomes. People need to pick a side in politics. Too many South Africans don't want to pick a side. Too many South Africans are looking for something wrong in every political project. Too many people don't want to get involved. I'm not voter blaming. I am saying as a voter, because fundamentally I'm a voter, I and my colleagues took a decision that we are not going to just tweet. We are going to go out there and mobilize and get South Africans who think and feel the way we do about South Africa's problems to vote for people who feel the same. Go out and mobilize. And if you're looking for me, Listen, you can find me on Twitter and Instagram and
So you can
TikTok.
still tweet.
And TikTok. I'm there.
Songezi, you mentioned that, but what is the solution? What do you do as an immediate action to get those people up and voting and up and in arms and saying what you need them to say or saying what they want to say and being vocal about it? What is it that needs to be done? Because at the end of the day, it's on the onus is on the politicians to
education.
No, the onus partly is on the politicians, but
Yes.
I want to say again, patriotism is a participation sport. There is no universe where you sit at home and things change on their own. South Africans have got to take more responsibility for the future of the country. Some of what I do a lot of civic education. My Twitter account is about civic education. Teaching people how budget works, how parliament works, how laws work, how the economy works, so that people can become informed voters who make the right choices. That's what I choose to do. We do people's assemblies. This Saturday, we're in a people's assembly, not just members of our party. Everybody can come to that meeting. Say what you want done in parliament. We can say how you can work with us and so on. But you know what? Somebody has got to go to the damn meeting on Saturday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not going to get the change if you don't come to the meeting and talk to me and say this is what needs to happen and I will back you to do it. This is what South Africans don't do. We're on our phones more than we are with the political action.
Maybe a good segue from that, because it does link to an audience question that we have as well. Because Nomvula Dlamini had asked, what are the views...
Not Nomvula Mokonya.
No. No. Had asked what the views of yourself were, what your views were about the national dialogue, which is the initiative that's rolling out to engage with South Africans across the country. And that's linked to what you were talking about in terms of having these meetings where members of the public can engage with politicians. But there's also a bit of controversy around the rollout, the expense, and all these things. So from your side, what are your views on that project?
The national dialogue is a reality. Here's my advice to a member of the public. If there is a gathering in your area, go there, make an input. Whatever is concluded in that meeting, organize around it politically. Don't vote for any political party that does not do what you decided in that dialogue needs to happen. When 2026 happens, look for parties that align with what you decided in that meeting. Support those political parties. A national dialogue is not for anyone to go and sit there, produce a piece of paper, and then go and sit at home and hope other people are going to do it. Political change is achieved because people are willing to make it happen. The national dialogue is the beginning of the fight. In every meeting that people go to, they must take over that damn meeting, make sure that the conclusion of that meeting contains the issues that they care about, take that damn document, go outside of that meeting and mobilize other people around those ideas. Then the national dialogue is going to work. If people feel that you're going to write a report and then miraculous is going to happen, no.
There needs to be action to follow up.
There needs to be action, and the people that participate in the national dialogue have got to be prepared to stand in the sun and mobilize other people behind the conclusions of the dialogue in which you were involved.
I mean, the national dialogue has potential, has legs when it comes to reaching areas that maybe haven't been involved in our political project the way they should be. And we did have a question from the audience as well, maybe we have a tiny bit of time to address it, about the presence of Rise Mzansi and some of the other smaller parties outside metros.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, you don't necessarily have the resources that some of the larger parties do, but has that ever been a concern in terms of having a presence, not just in city centres, but in the broader?
You know, the painful thing is that a lot of people that want to organize for and with us and become part of our political party are outside the metros, but it takes resources and so on to get there. And I understand people in those areas often are unemployed. Just to get from your home to where the meeting is going to be, you have to decide whether you're going to buy bread and that kind of thing with the money, and I appreciate those challenges. That is why there's also a discussion about working with other political parties so that we can combine resources, make sure we can reach into those areas together and mobilize South Africans around the issues that they care about, so that from next year, the picture politically begins to change from where we are now.
Fantastic, Songezi. And you've also mentioned if anyone has any questions, follow you on Twitter. Quickly, what's your Twitter?
So at SongezOCB on Twitter, same handle on TikTok. Come listen, TikTok. I'm going to be doing a TikTok live.
Okay.
Over the next couple of days.
Okay.
I'm going to post a video and say when I'm doing that TikTok live. Open to questions.
There we go.
And views.
And you heard Songezo, he wants you to come talk to him and come challenge him and come find him in these spaces. So you got to take him up on that.
Yeah.
Because not all of our politicians make themselves so available.
Exactly. And this is an opportunity, like you said, dialogue is open, the live is open. Have your questions, ask him, he'll answer obviously, like he's done for us now. And thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. We will kick off the final session now of the day. Marian Tam will kick it off. We are very excited for the end of this session. It's Peter Louis Meiberg will also be there, big figure, so we are very excited to be in there. Will you be in the auditorium for the last session?
I will, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. And join us there and see you later.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
Welcome back. I hope your tummies are full-ish. And thank you for your punctuality. I'm just waiting for a few stragglers. Right. I've been grappling with how exactly to introduce Marianne Tam. Because the truth is, without exaggeration, she is bonkers. The woman is off her head. To give you an example, we were just backstage. You know how Coke has brought out those cans with people's names on it? She thought they were all missing people, missing persons, that there was an epidemic of missing persons in South Africa. Tsepo, you know. She's completely ungovernable in staff meetings, not least because she has a habit of just casually lighting up massive joints halfway through meetings, just blazing away on camera. She is also a genius. She is a brilliant mind. She is one of the funniest people alive. My girlfriend summed it up best, I think, by saying, every time I speak to Marianne Tam, I feel like someone has scrambled the insides of my brain with a whisk. You're going to see exactly what she means. Please welcome Marianne Tam and a one-woman show. Round of applause. Go for it.
I had my own encounter with AI recently. I come from the 20th century, so I know how to work with organic intelligence as well as AI. So I had saved I have to look at it myself now. Oh, I can read it there. Maybe I need my glasses. I had been working on a story about the 2x2s, which was a group of Christians I never knew existed, but apparently are among us, if any of you are here. Okay, and so I saved it under 2x2. Okay, I saved the group because we chatted about, where does this come from? And then the second one, I had caught an Uber with a woman called Mavis, who I'd been driving with, and took her number because she was a Tanzanian. If Leon Schreiber's here, she has some problems at Home Affairs, and for the last 25 years she has. But anyway, saved her number as well, because I said, I work at the Daily Maverick, I'll fix it for you, don't worry. And so a bit later on, I decided I wanted to just, look up something on the 2x2 group, and without me even making eye contact, this is what it's called Meta Llama. I don't know where it comes from. Says to me, I asked for the 2x2 group, my own WhatsApp group. And this thing says to me, 2x2 equals 4. Would you like to do more maths or explore a different topic? I didn't even make eye contact with it. I'm from Pretoria. You just look away. I do see that. I didn't even answer. I didn't even say, what the fuck? Nothing. I left it. And then I went to go and look for Mavis's number to say, I'm having trouble getting hold of Leon Schreiber. So I type in Mavis. Mavis. That's a lovely name. Mavis can also refer to a type of bird, the song thrush. Mavis, software, a voice recognition system. Or perhaps you were thinking of Mavis from a specific I was not thinking of any of that, cock. I was not talking to you. I was not talking to you. This is like the chatty auntie next door who talks to you when you're busy, comes in there and says something to you about a program you know nothing about. It must stop this now. Actually, nonsense. As you can see, I'm very high tech. This changes so fast that the speed of the internet can't keep up. Anyway, in August 2023, that's when this all started, this piece of what you might see, performance journalism. Now, since its first run at the Baxter Theatre in 2023, that was before the election, thanks to Lara Foote and many other people who invited me there, I went back for a second run, and it was called Round of Applause, South Africa Still Standing. Since then, it has played 80 times across the country. It's played at Aardklop, Die Woordfees, die KK en KK en KK en K. Die Suid-Oosterfees, it's been to Neisner, Centurion, and it's also been to Den Haag. And in Afrikaans, it's known as Feesfoos, maar nog regop. It won a Naledi this year, by the way. Now, it was up against some of my oldest and dearest friends, Mark Lottering, Nick Rabinowitz, and Alan Committee. Now, I know you see where I'm going with this. You see what these fellow competitors of mine, don't do the slide, don't do any slides yet, what they have in common. I know you're thinking about it. They're all very, 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 very funny. They're fantastic. So people, this is what peaking late looks like, okay? You've got to be 65 to get there. But it's also important to remember that it is the audience who actually has the sense of humor. Because if you don't, then what is the point of me even being here? So thank you very much. Right. Why slip out from behind the safety of my byline? Because after working with the Daily Maverick from 2014 and onwards with my colleagues, wherever I went and asked South Africans if they knew how we stopped the nuclear deal, none of them knew. Zero, zilch, none, zero of them, none. So now, these were people who considered themselves to be educated, engaged, and who will tell you a lot about South Africa and what's right or what's wrong with it, but they didn't know. So apart from those of you who attended any one of my 80 shows, and you now know that it was a tiny little NGO with Liz McDade and Makona Lekalakala who stopped the nuclear deal. Read it all in Karen Moore and Kirsten Pearson's book. It's a remarkable thing that these two women, middle-aged women, stopped the nuclear deal in South Africa. Well, that's one of the things I wanted to share with people in South Africa. Then I realized South Africans are hungry for comment and meaning and context. I also was hoping to engage people in the Constitution. I think it's in front of me. Where is it? The preamble to the Constitution of South Africa. This I got from Judge Albie Sachs. It's a beautiful thing. Read it. It really is. In your time, read that. I wanted younger people to engage with it because I was around before there was such a thing. Technically, as you sit here, many of you will be of a generation who's never been free, and you are free. Everybody sitting in this audience today is free, technically speaking. We have all we need to make the changes we need. So the most fabulous response I've been getting to my show are the young people who recognize this new space that we sit in. All right, so just before we go back, I thought let's settle into the current political situation and let's freshen up a bit and realize why South Africans cannot keep up with the daily tsunami of news and corruption that comes at you. I don't blame you at all. It's a cacophony of voices, the same thing that happened at the National Convention. Now, the second slide is a very wonderful South African moment. There we go. Cupcake, we had another family meeting. We've got used to these things here. So we are mid-crisis, and you can see there, he's saying another commission must be needed. And somebody called Esra Ramjan thought he would just ask there, quickly, looking for a Toba 2020 Corolla. So you wonder what happened earlier in the day. You must have really been, I mean, is this a very rare part? Is this a very special tow bar? And I think you might have had an auntie sitting in the lounge, and he's going on and on all day about this bloody tow bar. She says, no, why don't you ask tonight? There's a family meeting, man. Just ask. Someone will have it, you know. So I'm sure he might have come right. This is such a South African moment, you know. Then the next one. Let's keep on. Let's just keep you in the moment, in the current state of things. Gooi. Okay, so then we have a provincial commissioner of police wearing full combat outfits. One evening, just makes a surprise, press conference, basically fingering the entire government as being part of a mafia network. And then a little while later, the government releases this lovely thing. It says that the security strategy report for 2024 to 2028 has described South Africa as stable and secure, despite a coup d'etat, assassinations, sabotage, corruption, and terrorism being named as key threats. Nothing to see here. Just another day in South Africa, just pass the ketamine, people, because that's what we need. So I'm going to give you a few little choice favorites that I've performed for audiences in my show. Some of you might have seen it, but these are the ones that I like to keep in. And the perennial favorite is, of course, one about the Klein Trek. It's about the migration of white Afrikaans-speaking people to the United States of America. They are under the impression that they are being persecuted. Yes, it's true that crime and violence is the #1 cause of death in South Africa. Now, all of this happened, my show happened. Just wanted to know, are there any Afrikaans-speaking people in the audience? Ja, hier sit julle lekker en lag, hè? Eating with your black fellow South Africans, lag met wit tande, and they think that you are being persecuted today. This is an amazing audience of people. Okay, so here you are. Any Donald Trump supporters? I'm not going to pick on you. I want to tell you a joke. I think it's being live streamed, but hell, people say terrible things already. I mean, I'm not going to go there, but I'll give you a lovely joke which I think sums up Donald Trump and those kind of people. I've been dying to tell it for a long time. That a lift opens in a portal of some posh hotel, and Donald Trump is standing in the lift. And the woman gets in, and she says, oh, God, it's Donald Trump. I love you. You're amazing. Can I give you a blowjob? And Donald Trump looks at her, thinks about it for a while. He says, yeah, well, sure, what's in it for me? But you know what the real problem is, people? Donald Trump does not speak Afrikaans. Donald Trump does not have kyk-net. Because God knows if he did, he knows he would have watched 17 seasons of Boer Soek 'n Vrou. Since 2008, these poor Afrikaans commercial, highly successful farmers with big thighs and even bigger pumpkins have been begging for only one thing. They want love, they want a pompie. That's what they want. How else do we explain this phenomenon of Boer Soek 'n Vrou? Honestly. When people speak of white genocide, I say, ach man, kyk Boer Soek 'n Vrou. So alles vir jou uitsort ek daar. Now I see daar's 'n boervrou wat 'n vrou soek. This is how progressive Afrikaans people have become in the new South Africa. Anyone here who's thinking of jumping whatever, lines? 'n hele nuwe wêreld gaan vir jou oopmaak daar, hoor. You'll learn a lot of new things. South Africa full of surprises, eh? I'll say. All right, next slide. Yes, so there's another thing in South Africa which I love. This is what recently I love is X. Is that not how you pronounce it? He's Mr. South African. Elon Musk. So, 4 suspects have been arrested in Nelspruit and Mpumalanga for cable theft. Now, if that is not the most diverse group of criminals in the world, the only thing missing is a blind lesbian in a wheelchair. My God. This is amazing. Unity in diversity, people. It is on full display in this country. We've melded into one fantastic little nation here. I mean, a while back as well, there was there was a terrible shootout in Mpumalanga, and these bodies just lay everywhere, and the police line was there, and they photographs of taking another South African tweeted, because they've just left the bodies there now. The criminals just get shot. We don't know how it happens. It's just, oh my God, we've shot them all. And the blankets for everything, and somebody tweeted underneath, well, at least they died doing what they love. Always look on the bright side of life. So then the election happens, people, in 2024. Okay, by now I've prepped the 80, so how many people have seen my show? People didn't know that the Electoral Act had changed. They actually didn't even know election was happening. I can tell you the truth. South Africa's really election? Really? Our 7th election? Yeah, amazing. Anyway, then the election happened, and the script flipped. Okay, and we gave birth to this thing called a GNU. In isiXhosa, it's a nu. And in Afrikaans, a rne, which I think is the noise it makes every time it has to deal with the politicians. But now, people, we really do have what we call in South Africa a republiek van alle kante. Mense, en daar's baie kante in die parlement. Te veel kante. Say some of the mense. Now, sometimes if you don't understand Afrikaans, I feel sorry for you, but these socks would not be funny in English. Regterkant, linkerkant, en dan natuurlijk is daar altyd die wit kant. So yeah, there's altyd die wit kant oral. I mean, wherever you go. And on the bus, there's altyd die wit kant. Anyway, but seriously, I would just like us to, for a moment, pause and reflect that a former liberation movement, which governed South Africa for 30 years, however it governed, agreed to share power without violence. And it is was our seventh free and fair election as well. Rather crowded. We had thousands of candidates to choose from, 3 fucking ballots. No, we love our elections in South Africa. Make it, the longer the queue, the better. We just come back, we don't run. Well, postal vote, we'll stand there and vote, we'll send the pigeon, anything. Now, before the election, people used to ask me whether things would get worse in South Africa. And I would say, worse than what? I'm in Johannesburg. Shame. Some of you from Johannesburg, you've flown down here? Yeah. I mean, in Johannesburg, people would just actually cut down an entire traffic light. Can you need help? No, it's fine. I'm okay. It's all right. Nobody sees how these things happen. Nobody knows how these happen. And then we also have South Africans who also just like to do things on their own. We don't like rules and regulations. It's a good thing. I mean, there was a philosopher called George Steiner who said that the Dutch surrendered to the Nazis because they were too law-abiding. So anyway, there was an Owen in Joburg, and I don't blame him, because there's a drought there. It's a self-inflicted drought. We now have that kind of thing in South Africa. Same thing as we have serial victims as well in South Africa, not just one serial killer, we have serial victims. But as a result of this, somebody decided they were going to ask their uncle from Mpumalanga to come with one of those sticks that you have in order to divine some water in the back garden. Just like the people in Constantia just sucked dry all the water reserves under the earth when we had a drought here in Cape Town. Didn't share the water at all. Anyway, sucked from each other. The pool on tonight. Where was I? Yes. Anyway, he was in Johannesburg and must have said to her, okay, we need water because the city council's corrupt and everything else. And we said, hierso, daar's hy. Daar wikkel die stok. There's water here. And you drill down, indeed, right into the Gautrain bathrooms. Yes, there's water. Did nobody get the plans? Did nobody bother to like phone the council and say, is there anything under my house? Do you not feel the train? Huh? She said, oh, fuck, yes, fuck, is ingedrill daar in die Gautrain in, but it's all fixed. It's all fixed. It's absolutely great. It's wonderful. You know, South Africans have come up with all sorts of inventions. We are known throughout the world for all sorts of things that we've done. And this next slide is something I just think is one of those amazing brainstorm nights. You know, this is, you know, my whole life, us women, we're not designed to use the toilet in public because we pee on our shoes. Tell you the truth. And we get too low to the ground, too low. Things that happen. So anyway, somebody came up with a wonderful thing for the modern woman called a pee mate. Okay, it's called the Go Girl, which allows women the convenience of standing in the bathroom, guys. Okay, but my best part of one of this, the South African design, is the people that they suggest should use it. I'm trying to remember, I'm trying to think of, my best one so far is the missionaries. Do you see them there? Brides. Business women. What, you're going to just put it on and just stand next to your bride? If you're a bride and you're at the tea garden, they're taking photographs, who has to worry about going to the toilet? The one is also extremely worrying. Let's have a look. Traveling women, yeah. Climbers. Now imagine you're the person at the bottom of the rope and I've got my peanut there at the top. I just let rip. You know what I mean? But nowadays, I'm against, toilets that are mixed because men, jy maak 'n gemors in die toilet. Fucking hell, no. Stay in your own toilet. Don't come into our toilets. No, man. But anyway, I mean, I did think it would be fun to actually just walk into the toilet next to the CEO and just hoist up your mini skirt and... and then it probably all over your legs or something because it's not going to work. This thing's not going to work. Anyway, I'll carry on. Campers, climbers, skiers, marathon runners, hunters. They should get what for shit. Oh, here comes a rabbit. Anyway, but somebody designed this because it's reusable as well. Huh? People, don't say. For the missionaries in the house, if you've got a long sermon. Okay. Is Helen Zille in the house? Anyone who knows Helen Zille in the house? Okay, good. What goes down at the gathering stays at the gathering. All right, so now before the election, I actually did single out one politician that I thought would be playing quite a major role afterwards, and that is Helen Zille. I was going to say Karen Zille. Helen Zille. Helen Zille, we know her very fondly in the newsroom as the Zillenator. She is the coalition queen of South Africa. And you must know, if you've lived in Cape Town, that at a certain point when she was the mayor of Cape Town, she needed to hold together a very fragile condition of complete lunatics and cowboys. I mean, Badis Chaban, I think at some point campaigned and said that he would cut off his toti if he didn't win or something. Anyway, these are the people that Helen had to keep together. So in 2016, she published her biography. Some of you might have read it. Not Without a Fight. 800 pages long. And that's just the kindergarten years. And in it, she describes how in the early days of her politics, because Helen's been going into the townships for years, they've thrown her with chairs, with snook, they've thrown petrol bombs at her, she's still gone in there for years and years. She would write about how she would, before she went to go negotiate, buy a live sheep. And then what she would do is that she would strap that sheep into the passenger seat of what she was driving at that time, which was a gold Corsa. Not a Corsa, a gold Corsa. And I always used to want to imagine what must it be like to drive past Helen at twilight on the N2 and to look in and see that she is talking to the sheep and that the sheep's lips are moving. And you're wondering what's the conversation. And I can see Helen say, stop bleating. You're part of the negotiations. Just, do a sacrifice for the country. And she says that in the book, she writes, because she got a small heart. Julle het 'n klein hartjies, baie lief vir goedjies. Né? She said she bonded with each of those sheep. Of course, later on as choppies, né? Lekker. But she did bond with them. At least it was conscious sprying, whatever you call it. And then she got the coalition people. This is always a bit of... look, people in Johannesburg must know who they're dealing with. You've got to know she's coming for you. She's coming for you. I was going to give you a bit of insight. I've been around Helen. In 2011, I accompanied Helen, who was then the DA leader, I think, and the mayor, at the same time as the premier, I think. I'm not sure. Just tweeting up a storm and running on, which is unbelievable. And I thought I'd follow her through the country and see what is the impact Helen has made on different societies. And so we followed. And one of the places that for this entire trip, Helen, who thrifts, let's put it that way, clothes-wise, but had kept a pair of stonewashed bell-bottom jeans from the 1970s, which she thought would be comfortable for this nationwide meet and greet she was going to do in South Africa, with a DA t-shirt. You sure Helen's not in the house? Helen? Be honest. Anyway, a DA t-shirt with a nice big logo, then a pair of nice tackies, nice white, lovely. Off we go. So one of the first places Helen goes to, because that's how she is, she's not half German like me, she's like both German. So Helen decides one of the places she needs to go immediately is, of course, Seshego. You know who comes from Seshego? Julius Malema. So we arrived there that morning in Limpopo with Helen and an entourage, and the DA is very excited in Limpopo because Helen at this point is wearing sort of also traditional outfits wherever she's going. She's cooking, she's like a Makoti there in the Eastern Cape. She's dancing in the Western Cape. She's cooking, looking, she's like doing it, man. She knows how to do it. But now she's in Seshego, and the people in Seshego, you could say, look shocked. I don't think they've seen white people in that township for 30 years. And so at the time, the DA was very proud of Helen going there because they know when a German invades, some cock is going to happen, And they wanted to show the residents of Seshego. And then the DA would say, okay, Helen, we're going to go in now. Will the white members of the DA just go stand a bit further back? Nee, nog 'n bietjie agter toe. Fok of, uit die foto uit. Hierso. Yes, start. All the black members here behind Helen. And there we are in Limpopo, and there we are in Seshego, and Helen is now on this little meet and greet, and we arrive. And she sees, one of the first things we see is, of course, a proverbial sight in South Africa. We're so used to it. It's the tap coming from a wall, and the pipe going to link it. It's not come yet. It's coming. We just have to wait for the part. It's coming, okay? So, of course, Helen, used it as a wonderful photo opportunity and stood in front of it. ANC. And then she looked over there, and I think it was actually a woman sitting on one of those ghastly toilets that you get in towns with this cloth over it. And Helen, I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry. No, I'll be finished in a minute. No, there wasn't anybody in it, but it was the ingevalde township kakhuis, It's worse than the ingevalde plaas kakhuis. She's in front of it. ANC. And then Helen carries on, and at a certain point in the middle of the road is this ghastly thing we always see in townships when service delivery has collapsed, a pile of garbage, and flies flying around it, nappies, condoms. You just think about it, it's in that thing. And in that moment, for some reason, Helen decided she wanted to stand on top of it. She must wanted a better view, I don't know what. She feels a bit short, she wanted to survey. But now I've been following her, and now we're watching, and all the cameras are there. AN7, they were there. Remember them, hey? That popular, such a pity they're off. So AN7, CNN, ECA, whatever, everyone's there because Helen's going now into this turf. So she stands on top of this thing, and she starts talking, and I see Helen stops and stands still, and I think what's happened, she had a stroke. I don't know, what's going on? And she takes her hand and she sort of puts it under her shirt, and then sort of, keeps the audience going, mesmerized. So it sort of walks back to her car a little bit, but realizes, no, gets back up to the thing, and she carries on talking. And I try to work her, then she stops again. And I'm really trying to read her expression. But it's the Botox years. So I really can't tell. So for the next hour, Helen Zille walks around Seshego, followed by cameras giving interviews. You might go back on YouTube and see them. And it's going on and it's going on. And then after this, we go back to the restaurant in Limpopo where they drag the leader upstairs. And I hear, and they come down, the minders, and inside a serviette, people, is a live mouse. I'm going to show you the picture just now. Not right now, at the end. Now imagine you're that mouse. Mice are nocturnal. Very, very busy. Especially in Seshego. You've had a hell of a night out. You found the best place to sleep in the world, and there you are. Lekker vast aan die slaap. In the middle of the afternoon, nice sunshine on you as well. And then suddenly you, stay soft. And then you look up and you see that there's a nice wide bell bottom with a little hairy leg, warm, offering you pathway to the stay soft. And you climb up with your little nails and your little tail and your little twitching whiskers. You climb all the way up. She must have felt it. And then you find this little nook. And you fall fast asleep. And it's so cool because every now and again somebody does this. She's coming to Joburg, people. So then I say to Helen, shit, you got to kill that mouse. And she says to me, why? I say, well, it knows too much. Besides which, it might be an EFF mole. So after the election, I had to look at Seshego to see whether this exercise had any benefit at all. And I think Helen got 1 vote, and I think it was the mouse. So I'm warning you. All right, before we were here, we were there. And where I go, 2016, 2017 was peak state capture. And where I go, I tell audiences what remained in place, what helped us, work through that time. And often it's very difficult for people to imagine a billion. I know I've had to often phone the editors and say there's like 12 noughts after something, and I'm a bit like Jacob Zuma. I'm like, oh, what is Brazilian? What's that? What is this? Okay, so I thought that very few people can actually imagine what a billion looks like. And I asked some people in finance, if there are people who know better, shout me out, correct me. So if you want to imagine a billion, imagine every day you spent 10,000 rand for the next 400 years, you would not spend a billion. Do the formula. Okay, that's what a billion looks like. It's very hard to imagine it. It's when you teach children Monopoly nowadays with that machine. They don't know where the money is going. I like to see the money, like Peter Louis Myburg, you know what I mean? So that is what a billion is. And so what I try and explain to the audiences then is that Jacob Zuma and the Guptas and all the people involved in state capture took 57 billion out of South Africa. That's what they took. And Paul Holden, my colleague Ferrell Hufford, he's also written about it. Paul Holden wrote this book called Zonda at Your Fingertips. Now, the amazing thing about this book is put it in your bathroom, because if ever you are hartlywig, constipated, then you must just open on any page. And you let rip. Or you pull back in, I don't know. It's the money's all, it's your money. 57 billion of it. Now, I mean, otherwise, the other thing about this book, which is fantastic, is this serves as the handy manifesto of Umkhonto we Sizwe Party. If people were wondering what is the party's manifesto, it's all in the Zondo Commission. It's all in here. It's all in here. It's just lying there. Let me just put this back. This Jeff Wick's book is phenomenal, people. Read it. Please read it. This is just a little something I found in the dustbin. I think it's Floyd's. Floyd? Chup still. I might. It's made in China. Anyway, it's a good fit. I use it, I put it on taxis. It freaks people out. But again, we have to give it up for Stellenbosch, people. Always Stellenbosch. Because Marcus Jooste stole from South Africans 100 billion rand. So those two combined. South Africa is not a poor country. We are an unequal country. That's what we are. That was what was stolen. Corruption is the enemy. And whistleblowers really are our heroes. They come to journalists like Peter Louis and various others, Jeff Wicks, many of my wonderful colleagues. And Babeta Deekron died exposing corruption in the Gauteng Health Department. There are many others who we've come to know over the years. There's Johan van Logrenberg, there's Mcebisi Jonas, Cynthia Stimple, Themba Maseko. That's what saw us through. Civil society saw us through. OTA, Corruption Watch, Equal Education, Open Secrets, Section 27, Judges Matter, foundations like the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, Helen Suzman Foundation, all of them used the Constitution and the law, as did those people who were corrupt, to get us to the point where Jacob Zuma resigns and loses the leadership sort of cohort for the ANC. And Cyril Ramaphosa wins. So 2018 is our year of clarity. We have the Zondo Commission, which we broadcast on public media all over South Africa. South Africans can watch, young and old, and indeed, actually, in the peanut galleries, shout at each other every day, or while it's happening. 4 years, 300 witnesses, 3,000 summonses at the cost of 1 billion. What we learned is that bankers and lawyers and accountants and consultants colluded with the politicians. Bain, KPMG, McKinsey, all of those people. That's what we learned. But the shadow network remains. Next slide. Daar gaat hy. Gooi daai ding. Daar sê. No, sure, fine. Now we've got T-shirts there saying it the other way around, but he'll say a lot of no, sure, fine. Now if you talk to Peter Lou and he says that, you must know there's cock coming, okay? So we've got those T-shirts with something similar to that. What I've thought about this it's here. Anybody? I mean, I'm going to try later on today. But Rebecca stole my props. You know what I mean? In fact, this might even be a real one. The interesting thing about this money, our bribers are really clever because this money, stopped being valid in 2010. Think about it. How clever are they? They went to go and fetch those old notes from Dudu Miyeni's basement or something else. Dudu Miyeni tried to pay a fine at OTA. She came with a wheelbarrow of 200 rand notes. Expired in 2010, they won't notice. Okay, the only way you can change these notes, people, is to go to the Reserve Bank, a particular branch, a particular counter, on a particular day, between particular times. Up to you. So no, don't accept that cash. Peter Louis took a picture of it. It's genius. It's genius. So you give somebody money that doesn't work. I mean, but generally speaking, that's how we feel about all money at the moment. It just doesn't work. It comes in and goes out. That's basically all that happens to it. Okay, now there's just another little act of, let's just the next slide here, how South Africans in the midst of chaos make art. Now, some of you might recognize that as Lily and Goy Street in downtown Johannesburg. You might not know that this was like an astonishing act of civil disobedience that took place there. Because, of course, one afternoon, people were just going about their business, and that entire street just went... And what was that? What was that? Then, you know what it was, people? A buildup of methane gas. farts. And I want to tell you that this was done by a group of people who were disgruntled, who set up a WhatsApp group called the Freedom Farters. They had got so sick and tired of Joburg's revolving door of mayors, and crime intelligence is just so decapitated, they didn't notice there was a run on beans for over 3 months in Johannesburg. And on that afternoon, everyone said, when the drawl emoji comes, let rip. Afterwards, we were thrilled in South Africa to learn it wasn't ISIS. I think the Americans sent out something, explosion in South Africa, and we said, no, man, we just farted it open ourselves. I think the next 2 slides are just kind of, I just love them. This is Malusi Kikaba, look at those eyes. Hello, Malusi. Some of us have seen the Pornhub thing. If you haven't, poor you, sorry for you. But also, I think it was the angle. But, I mean, there we go. And the next one, let's go to the next. Let's catch, but look at that. It's in the eyes, people. It's in the eyes. Huh? Who ate the ketamine? This guy is caught in his own bloody headlights there. It's just thought so. All right, the next one is, you know who I miss? Tito Mboweni. I mean, the sale of pilchards has just gone down. It's flatlined in South Africa. I used to love his recipes on. At a certain point, Gwede Mantashe, somebody had called him a tiger. You know, he'd had an affair or something, and some money had swapped hands. I don't know, 60K, maybe, I don't know. Blamed a journalist or whatever. The woman had called him, or said a tiger, and then Tito said something. And then one morning, I discussed with Jonathan Shapiro, I used to meet, that we should do a cartoon, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Pilchard, with Tito Mboweni. But I like also that being attacked by Floyd is like a dead sheep. One killed by Helen Zeller. That's just such a lovely, it's true. One feels that. Yeah, anyway, good luck, Floyd, with the new movement. Now, let's go have a look. The next one, we're nearly out of time. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is the mouse. Helen's surprise. Here's the mouse. Here it is. There's the date. Look at how stunned it looks. That little arm. Suspiciously bent. One wonders where it went. Can you see? It's started to look innocent. Did you see anything? No. Any movement? No. Anyway, they let it go. There we go. Helen's election surprise. We almost at the end. This is kind of the things that I take out to South Africans to show them this is your own politicians. This is it. Democracy across the world is under attack. It is. Because when people fear their government, it's a tyranny. But when the government fears people, it's democracy. And in South Africa, our politicians are lekker bang vir ons, né? So let's cherish this freedom, and let's make the promises of this constitution real, because it's there, it's all there. The DNA from the Freedom Charter and everything else is in this constitution. It's possible today. The Changemakers were on stage. There are many other things that protected us as journalists while we do state capture and other things, and that is the law and the Constitution, and I'm really grateful for that. So thank you all for being insiders and for supporting us. Don't make eye contact with AI. I'm telling you, everyone's telling you it's taking over. It's not. It's too stupid. I mean, you just have to do like us old people. You just don't talk to it. Just don't do anything, nothing with it. But the terrible thing is now AI has also resulted in journalists being asked, what are your sources? Because now we could have had a hallucination. And I wrote a piece recently, something about World War II and how the Russians liberated Berlin. And my grandmother was there in this, to the ground, bombed to the ground. And someone sent a query back like, what's your reference? And I said, my mind is the reference. I've read thousands of books about the war and the Holocaust. Which one would you like me to reference? It's that absurd. Go away, Rebecca. Thank you very much, everybody else. Thank you. This is for you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Good for you. I'm going to leave this shit here. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
See, this is the thing. You think I'm bad. Can you imagine being in a staff meeting with that woman? I just, I've written some lame jokes about the next panel, but I actually just think we just have to move on. I think we can all agree Rachel Kolisi has suffered enough. Here to discuss education on the edge, innovation, equity, and the battle for every child's potential, we have Ken Seradebe, Deputy CEO of the DG Murray Trust. We have Grace Matlapa as the CEO of Smart Start. We have Rachel Kolisi, activist and philanthropist. And with them, we have our wonderful Daily Maverick managing editor, Zukiswa Pikoli.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining our panel today. This panel, what can I say? It's literally about the future of our country, which is our children, as we know. And we are going to be engaging in a battle, for the potential of our children. I really think education is really one of those things that are so central to our country, where we find ourselves, where we would like to find ourselves, the kind of people we would like to say we are as a society. And I think that's informed just by how it is that we take issues of education seriously, and how we provide for our children in order for them to be the best that they can be and be, contributing citizens to this country. So I am one who really loves to find a good quote, just to kind of leave with the audience as we kind of have our discussion and have you kind of reflect on it. It's just kind of a way of framing where I'd like us to really kind of take this conversation, just in terms of making sure that what our speakers here are going to contribute, but also make sure that it actually lands. So as I was doing a bit of research for this panel, I came across this UNESCO quote, and I really think it sums things quite nicely. So it says, both individuals and society benefit from the right to education. It's fundamental for human, social, and economic development and a key element to achieving lasting peace and sustainable development. It's a powerful tool in developing the full potential of everyone and ensuring human dignity, in promoting individual and collective well-being. It's an empowerment right. It lifts marginalized groups out of poverty. It's an indispensable means of realizing other rights. It contributes to the full development of the human personality. So let that percolate while we have our discussion. So with me today, I have three impressive advocates for the rights of children to education and their well-being. We've got Kinzi Khadebe, who is the Deputy CEO of the DG Murray Trust. We've got Grace Matlape, who is the CEO of Smart Start. And we've got Rachel Kolisi, who is the co-founder of the Kolisi Foundation. So what I quite enjoyed, as I was kind of also again, trying to put my thinking and my discussion points together about my panelists, is that there's a thread that kind of runs through the work that you do, and that is all of you subscribe to this ethos that collaboration, is key, to realizing the true potential of children. And I love that because, it's one of those things that it takes community in order for us to be able to realize the kind of society that we want to be in. Having said that, I'm going to pose my first question to you, Grace. And it really is around ECD, which, as we know, has been in the spotlight quite a lot recently, not least of all because of the Bella Act and where we find ourselves. But also ECD at this point has kind of gotten to a formalization, right? Where before it was kind of an informal kind of arrangement, but as a result of it being incorporated into the basic education system, it's actually now gotten to a point where there's an understanding that there's a value there in a formalization of early childhood education as a grounding factor, for children's development within the education system and the importance around that. But what's worrying is that there's about 66%, if the stat is correct that I've got here, 66% of children in poor households don't have access to this. So then it seems to me it's going to be a bit of a stiff climb, to kind of close that gap. So I just wanted to get your thoughts around that, Grace, and the work that you do. What would you say, would be sort of the imperatives that we would need to undertake to get there?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to be here. Having sat through some of the conversations this morning and all of the things that were surfaced, this is really what this is about. In the end, if we are serious about focusing on the future rather than the past and the present, education and early education is the best opportunity we have to actually make sure that we do something about the children's future. Here's the thing. The thing is, the early years is the best opportunity for human beings to develop to their fullest potential. The first 5 years is when the 90% of the brain is forming. There's literally millions of neural connections that happen in the first 5 years. That means that you have this hyperactivity in the brain growing, developing, readying itself for lifetime success. Unfortunately, what happens in the brain is that those neural connections that we don't use, they atrophy, they shrivel, and will underdevelop. That means if we want the most out of every human being that makes it into the world, we have to take seriously those first 5 years as an investment for human capital development. In South Africa, children are born unequal. Parents, when mothers are pregnant, they don't have equal access to antenatal care and services, so they are already on a back foot. But actually, they grow more and more unequal, and we will have unequal education outcomes. Early education is one of the most powerful opportunities for us to correct that. And you're right, out of 1.3 million children between the ages of 3 and 5, let alone 0 to 2, 3 and 5, 66% of those excluded from early education are from the poorest households. And so we're going to find ourselves in a situation where when we announce matric results, we announce them by quintiles because you can't compare quintile 1 and quintile 5. It feels unfair. However, they are going to live in the same country, on the same universe, and that inequality will live with them. In South Africa, in the last few years, early childhood care and education was moved as a mandate from social development to education. That was a good move because that's acknowledging that there are real education opportunities in the early years. However, the entire early education sector is held together by civil society in South Africa. In order for it to succeed, it has to be supported with policies that make sense. It has to acknowledge and see children in their contexts. It's got to be based on real interest in a child developing, rather than a mechanism of compliance management that's not always contextually relevant. So to answer your question, we have to change our minds completely about what matters in education. The investment in early education is about at most 5% government budget for early education. It's about 5% of the entire basic education budget, and yet your best returns are in the first 5 years. We have to change all of that. We have to change our mindsets about what matters. We have to take seriously the public-private partnership that it will entail for government to partner those local ECD operators, make sure that they are well-supported, well-trained, support them to deliver sustainable quality education, encourage and reward innovation in solving the problems of the exclusion of children, with poverty being the biggest predictor of exclusion of children from early childhood development.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that word, innovation. We're going to come back to that. But I do also want to just tack on to what you said, which I think is quite important, and I'm going to bring you in here, Kinsey. And this is this issue of investing in early childhood development is investing in a lifetime of success, right? And I say that specifically to you, Kinsey, because, you know, earlier on this year, you guys released a report around the Zero Dropout campaign, where you talk around that 4 out of 10 children who start grade 1 are not going to make it to the end of their schooling career. And I wanna take that within the context of this investment in a lifetime of success, and how does it relate to whether or not there has been that early childhood development investment, and how then a child goes through the basic education system and ends up on the other end of it or not, you know?
Yeah. So I think, and I want to start with the framing that you gave us, Sugiza, that it is a battle, because there is a generation of young children that we're failing in our system by not addressing the inequalities that are present in South Africa and in our education system. So for me, the story of early childhood development, as Grace has put it so eloquently, is absolutely pivotal and critical. So if we zoom out and take a bit of a step back, if you invest in a child having access to an early learning program, that means that their cognitive development, socio-emotional development can actually set them up for success when they enter foundation phase schooling. So if we understand that over 1 million children in South Africa don't have access to early childhood development, that means by the time they get to grade R, by the time they get to school and they start school, they're already starting on the back foot, which is what Grace is saying. But I think what's important is then to follow that thread. So what happens when that child is in grade 1 and they're having to do the basics and they aren't able to read? They aren't able to read for meaning. They aren't able to read a full sentence. We know that the relationship between literacy and numeracy is strong. So that means that the basic foundations that set you up to be able to maneuver in the schooling system are actually weakened, which is why we then see that we have such a high rate of children that actually can't read for meaning by the time they get to grade 3. The reason why that's critical is that once you then move on to grade 7, grade 9, matric, you're actually getting children in the system who actually can't cope with the materials or the content that they are actually required to be coping at. So I think the piece around why investment is absolutely critical is that if we have children that are set up for success right at the beginning, how they then enter the schooling system is absolutely much better. So at DGMT, we invest in foundation phase interventions for literacy and numeracy, the work that Zero Dropout is doing, and some of the interventions around what do we do in our schools and in our communities to ensure that children are able to succeed in school. What we recognize in a significant majority of those investments, to Grace's point, is that the return on investment or the bang for your buck that you're getting is much lower when I'm intervening in grade 9, when I'm intervening in matric. And I think for me, the fundamental story that is critical is that the generational cycle that we end up creating. So young people who drop out of school, who don't complete matric, are less likely to pursue higher education and training or any other tertiary opportunities that are presented in our context in South Africa, which means that they're more likely to be unemployed. So for a young person, when they are the most productive in their lifetime, they are unable to contribute to their household, in their communities, and I think that's the tragedy, and that's the cycle that we have to break. So when we talk about breaking the intergenerational cycle of poverty, we're talking about why it's important to invest in ECD, but also we still invest in other areas, but we recognize that the return on investment isn't as high.
Yeah, I mean, I This point around this intergenerational being locked into the cycle of poverty and how we actually break that. I do also want to, talk about this issue of, which I think Grace also touched on it a little bit, is that part of also investing in early childhood development is this issue of ensuring that children have access to the adequate nutrition that they need in order for them to be developmentally sound, to participate in an education system, to participate in an economic system thereafter, and what are the investments around that, when we are facing a situation in our country where a large percentage, of our population is food insecure. So they don't have access to that kind of nutrition. And I'm not sure that sometimes that connection is actually made, right? Because then when we talk about stunting as a result of that, the first thing that probably people think about is, well, it's going to be a physical stunting. But there's also a part of it that is a mental stunting, right? If you're not able to take in, the information that you're getting at school in order for you to, create the knowledge basis for you to be able to go through the system and then go out and be a productive citizen, what chance do you actually have? And, therein again becomes this being locked into this generational cycle, of poverty. And I want to bring you in here, Rachel, because I think, the point that you also kind of come in from is one of those, I'd like to say, under-recognized kind of toolkits, I would say, in terms of how it is that children, become fully fledged, people being able to go out into the world and living their best lives, for lack of a better phrase. And I like this play that you guys do in terms of using sports. And also, investing again in food and ensuring children have the necessary nutrition in order for them to be able to be the future that we're all looking to. But speak to us about what you've seen in terms of the impact that you guys have been doing as the Kolisi Foundation and how you've seen children grow and develop and thrive.
Yeah, so I think what's interesting is there's been some really phenomenal statistics, I think, raised by both of these ladies that I think are really important to acknowledge and really help contribute to the conversation. I think I come from a perspective where I'm having one-on-one conversations with 17, 16-year-old girls who just haven't been able to receive the quality, especially ECD education phase, and are now really struggling, but still finding a way to succeed academically, which is, incredibly impressive, considering the multi-layered issues that a number of South Africans are dealing with, and young people are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And so for me, it's been really interesting. I spent a lot of time in the 5 years working with the Kolisi Foundation. I spent a lot of time listening and learning and understanding very much from a community level and from people themselves, along with a lot of research that was happening along the side and data collection and statistics. And we kind of actually addressed it from a two-point view. We supported a lot of after-school support, so a lot of tutoring support for some older children specifically, and then a lot of ECD support as well, to your point, Grace, around the importance of a child's brain development and nutrition that goes along with that, which was incredibly important. So all of the schools that we were supporting and working with, we implemented a very strong nutrition program into all of those schools. And of course, if a child is using a lot more energy, then they're needing a lot more energy coming in. And I think something which maybe hasn't been raised yet is also just the effect that trauma has on a child's brain, especially at a very young age, and how that affects their ability to learn and function as human beings. So we focused on gender-based violence, food security, and sport and education. and really learned a lot in the first 5 years of the work. And I, going back to where we all started, was that point of collaboration. There are so many phenomenal organizations. You touched on the money that the government has set aside for ECD-specific funding. And I just feel that there's still such a massive divide between government and the nonprofit sector. And I really think that if there were bridges that were built between the two, that we would be able to be doing and servicing a lot more South Africans in a very high, impactful and high quality way. I think sometimes nonprofits are, unless you're a significantly large one and working at scale, a lot of these grassroots level organizations especially are undermined and undervalued for the contribution that they are giving to South Africa. And so my dream would be to see the government and the nonprofit sector working a lot closer together, because then I really do think we'll see massive impact happening at scale.
Thanks for bringing the government into this. That is our favorite linchpin. Considering that Section 29 of the Constitution guarantees the right to education, and I know that DG Mary Trust likes to work quite closely with government and try kind of draw them, along and bridge this gap that Rachel is talking about here. I just want to hear from your side, how well do you think they're doing on that, the realization of Section 29.1?
So I think the first thing, and maybe what I want to contextualize, particularly when we're thinking about how children are engaging and interacting with the education system and society, and the things that we've recognized in our work is the fact that children don't exist in isolation. So oftentimes when we're talking about interventions or programs, whether it's being delivered by government or civil society, we're often thinking about the different roles of government as operating in silos. And I think one of the greatest challenges in the work that we're trying to do and the gap that we're trying to close is to say, but actually where's the coordination here? Because when children are born and when they're moving through society, whether they're engaging with Home Affairs, National Department of Health, Department of Basic Education, often they are jumping through multiple hoops. And we're seeing this, for example, through the child support grant, where there have been so many bureaucratic hurdles that mothers and caregivers are facing in accessing the child support grant because of challenges that are presented with Department of Home Affairs as well as National Department of Health. And I think what needs to change and what we're seeing shifting, particularly in the work that Grace was referencing in early childhood development, is more coordination. So it's that recognition of what are the different levers that we need to pull on to ensure that all of the significant players and stakeholders that are impacting the lives of children are showing up when they are needed. And I think that's critical. What's been really interesting and important to observe in the ECD sector has been what we call the social compact for ECD. And I think that's been a recognition both by government and civil society that we can't do this alone. I think you were saying earlier that the challenge is so massive that in order to make sure that we're reaching each and every single child in South Africa and ensuring that they have access to quality education, it's going to take collaboration from both parties. So I think from an education perspective, there's still a heck of a lot of work that needs to happen. But I think if we're strategic and tactical about where that coordination and collaboration happens, we can get a little bit closer to reaching the objectives that we've set out to do. But I think when we talk about collaboration and coordination, we sometimes miss out the difficult work that it takes to do that. A lot of that work is relational. A lot of that work is thinking about the entire system and how it operates. So I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but we certainly are moving in the right direction. And we need to be able to have the honest and difficult conversations when we don't get it right.
Thanks, Kinsey. So, Grace, what are these levers and these tactics that we should be employing in order to get our children to where they need to be? But also, I do also, in part of this coordination, I don't want to leave the parents behind. What is the parent's role? Because surely it doesn't end at dropping your kid off at the ECD center and then that's it. What becomes that kind of role as part of this, arsenal, of tactics?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you're bringing parents into it because the social compact that both Rachel and Kinsey are referencing has got to start with parents. Parents are just simply a child's first educator. You know, in the early years, we know that 3 things create the magic: love, play, and talk. And the first love and sort of embracing of a human being comes from their parents. That is why I guess the point you were making about early trauma, particularly trauma that separates children from their parents, it's such an important thing to bring into the conversation. So I'd say to take seriously the social compact that we're talking about, one of the risks of early childhood care and education being under the Department of Education is seeing the early years ECD as schooling, is schoolifying the early years. That's just about the one way of just taking away the guts and the love and joy of early childhood, with great respect to teachers who are already working in really hard circumstances. So if we center the parent of the child, appreciating the value of love and talk, in the child's life as the foundation of a social compact for early education, I think that's the first strong start. There are a few other levers, I guess, that are within our disposal. One of the things that make parents such an important part of early childhood education is really, I think earlier there was a conversation here on the stage about identity. You know, there's something about a child growing up to feel good about themselves, about who they are, confident with a strong self-esteem, and not feeling like they have to speak English with a twang in order for them to come across as intelligent and acceptable in society. We lose it in the early years when children are educated away from their communities. And that's what happens when access to education is not equal, particularly in those early years. Children are educated away from their communities. There's probably a lot more I could say, but I don't want to dominate the conversation, Zukiswa. But those, for me, are the first levers I would focus on. The things that will stand them in good stead to show up with confidence in society as contributors to society and not beneficiaries to society.
Can I add to that? Sure. I wanted to double tap on what Grace is saying, because I think what we see in a lot of the programs that we work with, so we work in ECD, but we also work in schools and communities, and that golden thread that I was talking about caregivers, is absolutely foundational and critical. And what we see is if you can have parents being active in their early learning program, whether they're showing up, dropping off their kid, whether they're participating in the food gardening program, they know what's happening in their child's life. It makes it much easier when that child is struggling to read for that parent to then get involved in a reading program that's happening in their local community. For that parent to be involved in what's happening in their child's school, to know what's happening with the SGB, to know, oh, my child has homework, this is what they should be doing when they come home at school. And I think that piece of what happens in the home is absolutely critical. But I think we have to acknowledge the challenges that caregivers in a South African context face, with the high unemployment rate, where we have such high levels of teenage pregnancy. So a lot of mothers are young mothers. They might not necessarily feel supported. A majority of households in South Africa are households headed by women. So a majority of children, or 1 in 3, are growing up in households where both parents aren't present. These are significant strains that we have to take into context, particularly when we're thinking about how then do we change the trajectory of children in South Africa, and the role that caregivers play and how we can support them.
Yeah, I want to bring Rachel into this, because you kind of touched on this as well, right? Around this issue of teen pregnancies and, you know, child trauma and how that kind of plays out. And, you know, I just want to hear from your side, what are the things that, you know, you've picked up in the kinds of interventions that you've been able to do that have been successful in this regard that Kinsey is referring to as well?
Yeah. I also just want to touch on something that Grace said as well, talking about children's identity. And I think as South Africans, we've got this this idea that scholarships and bursaries, especially at a school level for children, are solutions. And I think 100% in one way, shape and form they are. But I don't know that there's enough acknowledgement to the trauma that brings a child, removing them from their home, from their communities, from a language that they are primarily speaking in their communities, and going into, Model C schools, private schools at some stage, with the hopes often that they are going to thrive and succeed, often in sporting programs. And I think the intervention at a school level is not there enough to support these students, that they are then successful if they're not able to be successful in a sporting code, for instance. So I think there's a lot of children, and I haven't even seen statistics on this, but I think there's a lot of children that are coming through school systems that are originally brought in on sporting scholarships, and not actually making it at a sporting level or a high level, and not able to be employable after school because the education is not being kind of picked up and facilitated during that process. So I think in thinking about that, the education needs to be as prioritized as the sporting codes are. And then to go back to your question, just around teenage pregnancies and how that is affecting young children. Gender-based violence, I mean, the statistics, we've got 150 women on a daily basis reporting rape in this country, and those are just the ones that are reporting rape in South Africa. I mean, every single day we are switching on our phones, reading media about another child has died, another woman has been abused. So the attack on women in this country is significant. And I mean, we can go into a whole nother conversation about this, but a mother's well-being and how that impacts your child's ability to thrive as an adult and to thrive at an education level is so critically important. I just had a meeting earlier today with someone about the impact of your child's emotional well-being while you are pregnant, and how important it is for a mom to be in a state where she is not being traumatized, certainly not being abused, but is a really good state during her pregnancy. I mean, in South Africa for 9 months straight, that's almost unheard of, unfortunately. And so I really think that as an area to really be supporting children, gender-based violence has to be a conversation in there as well. And I just think as a country, we are far from doing enough and addressing it as critically as it should be addressed.
Thanks, Rachel. I feel like this clock is rigged because it says we're out of time.
Oh, goodness.
But I'm going to abuse my position to at least take one audience question. I think it's only fair. And I'll give you 30 seconds each for you to give a bite at an answer to this audience question. So the question is, how could educators help bridge the gap for students and empower them to succeed within a socio-political and educational system that has ultimately failed them? 30 seconds each. Kinsey.
So the one thing that I would say is, quoting one of our programs at DGMT, Teachers Can, is about how teachers are role models and mentors and can be the magic for children. Sometimes that's all a child needs, is to have an adult in their life who shows up for them, who is present, who believes in them, who sees their potential. So I think from what educators can do is to show up and to show children a different way of being, so that they can actually, number one, see themselves differently, but also show up in their schooling life differently.
Thanks, Kinsey. Grace?
There's nearly nothing else to add to that. Because in the end, that's the magic. For many, many children, that's very strong evidence of the role coaches play. That's because just one adult in a child's life can help them see themselves in a different light and create hope and a sense of opportunity for them. Acknowledging that they're already working in really constrained environments.
Absolutely. Rachel?
It's going to be very hard to add on to that, but maybe just, I mean, you've touched on one adult, I couldn't agree more. It's not always going to be the parent, but as a parent, nobody knows your child better than you do. And so if you see that maybe academically in the traditional academic way is not always working out for your child and there's some other avenues to explore, then I think explore that sooner rather than later. But yeah, it's been well answered.
Thank you so much for that. All right. Maybe you can grab Kinsey, Grace, and Rachel outside and have more of a chat around this. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So much, Zuki and panel. Next up, he has one of the most unenviable jobs on earth at the moment, trying to persuade the US not to tariff the living shit out of us. He also has really great hair. Please welcome DIRCO Director General Zane Dangle with Daily Mavericks, Ferial Haffajee.
Ferial, can I put my phone somewhere?
So, dear people, I'm so sorry I'm not ready, but I'm going to try to do my best, okay? And I'm here chatting to a homeboy. We come from the same area and from the same school. And whenever we see everything that Zane is doing around the world, we are incredibly proud. So it's really lovely to be here with you today. Huh?
Thank you, Ferial.
So Zane, you're looking a bit tired, and that's because you've been traveling to the Ukraine and have literally just landed. What were you doing there? And how is the peace talks going? And how is our role in that going?
So it's literally, I started traveling back on Tuesday evening and just landed in Cape Town this morning. So, look, the reason I went there this time is to engage with people within the foreign ministry, the presidency, the national security space, around what role we should continue to play in the peace process. We've been part of what is called the peace formula, or the Zelensky peace plan, since May 2023. And we helped draft the kind of documents that, for example, would state that although we want unconditional ceasefire, we also, the guardrails must be in place to ensure that there's no annexation of land through the use of force, which is essentially international legal language and UN Charter language. So we wanted to check whether those issues are still at play and what role, given the new dynamics where you're having more bilateral engagements between the Ukraine and the US, and there's a possibility of a trilateral over the next couple of weeks, whether the proposed shuttle diplomacy that South Africa and other countries would be involved in is still necessary. The Ukrainians invited us to have those discussions because they felt that we needed to have as many sort of channels towards negotiations as possible, and they wanted to ensure that we are not going to be sort of waiting and seeing what happens with them, that the shuttle diplomacy should continue. But we will be guided by the Ukrainians. A lot's going to happen over the next couple of weeks. Hopefully the trilateral does happen and they do get what we want to call a just and sustainable peace.
So you feel that that might happen, that there might be a breakthrough quite soon?
At this stage, I can say we hope there's a breakthrough. The situation is so dynamic that what you think may be a breakthrough on a Sunday, and then you may find that by the next Thursday, the world has changed completely. So we have to just wait and trust that the Ukrainian negotiators, together with the others, would work towards a just peace. Because a just peace is important in the sense that if you lay the basis for massive loss of territory, and you go against the UN Charter prohibitions on the annexation of land, that has got consequences for many other parts of the world.
And may I ask, what's the mood of the people, and how do you get to Kyiv?
So you've got to take 3 planes at least. So going there this time, I had to go to Qatar to Warsaw, then a 4-hour drive down to a station towards the south of Poland, and then an 11-hour train ride. Not the most comfortable train, but at least it's safe and it's the only way to get there.
And how are people doing? Because I know you're government people and negotiators.
Yeah, so we tend to be in a little bit of a bubble in most of the safe zones. But Kyiv, if you go to Kyiv, people are going on with their lives. Coffee shops are open, restaurants are open, but there's always and there's apps that will alert you if there's a siren and when to go to the nearest bunker. So luckily for us, because there was a lot of other foreign delegations there, it was reasonably quiet. I think there was an attack the day after we arrived back home.
And sorry to ask all these questions, but I'm really interested. Are people like their president? Are they pugnacious and resilient when you meet them, or are they worn down by what's becoming a long war?
No, I haven't seen any people worn down. I think it's just resilient. People are going about their lives. And of course, far away from the front lines. So I suppose if you go closer to the front lines, things may be different. But Kyiv is essentially, if the economy is going, there is hardship. The costs are spiraling. Certain goods may be scarce, but they're going about their lives.
I want to come back if we can, but right now I'm going to skip right to the G20. We're 100 days away, and there have been many meetings, but it's, I think, because of the urgent power of now and the nature of South Africa's engagement in so many different things happening at the same time, I feel like it's gone under the radar a little bit. Can you catch us up quickly on how things are shaping?
We've now completed 87 out of a total of 137 planned meetings. So it's working group meetings, and we've got a few ministerials that have been completed. So, and also both in the finance track and the Sherpa track. For those who understand the G20, you've got the Sherpa track, which is the leader of the political track and the finance track. And we've got agreements in all the ministerials in both tracks thus far. We've got 2 ministerials in the finance track that have been completed. And for those who were in attendance, very important to underscore that, those in attendance all agreed in both the working groups. But it is a difficult G20 because you've got a key player that's not participating fully.
So the last time we spoke, the key player, which is the US, was participating. They had representatives at each of the key meetings. Has that shifted now?
There was a space for a couple of months where there was a moratorium in participation, and then from the 1st of September, a new instruction came from Washington that there'll be participation in both the Sherpa and finance track at the level of assistant undersecretary, which is director general level. So no ministerial representation until further notice.
And so what happens in such a situation? Is our G20 going to be, is the US coming, do you think, at this point? Will the US President Donald Trump be here?
Well, I'm not sure whether he will be here. I think he's indicated at points that he will be here, and then informally has stated in media interviews that he won't be here. But the fact is that it's a good sign that they've indicated they will be participating at senior official level. That means that, as it happens in diplomacy, whoever's behind the flag represents the country, and whoever negotiates behind that flag then buys into the agreements that are forged in those discussions. So I think that our G20 is continuing. And it's reasonably successful. I think we've got an ambitious program, and our cabinet has instructed us not to let go of the ambition. We should strive for consensus as much as possible on the key issues. But if you followed, for example, the G7, and we were in the G7 meeting, there were some challenges around key issues that was important for the Canadian presidency, such as climate change, that they could not get agreement on fully. So the climate change agenda is going to be one that we're going to have to negotiate carefully, and we can't afford to have a race to the bottom on climate change. We have an important COP that's taking place, and whatever happens in the G20 tends to influence what happens in some of the other spaces. So the the fault lines will be on climate change and what is regarded as DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion, with gender equality also one that we're going to have to fight hard for to keep in the text.
Those are the key political pressure points.
Yeah.
When you say that good progress has been made, could you sketch for us where you see that? Would that be on resolutions to crippling African debt, the reform of the Security Council? Where do you see the important progress being made on both tracks?
So I think if you wanted to ask us what would be our key performance agreement for our G20 would be to have an agreement in the G20 on dismantling the factors curtailing growth in Africa, and debt is one of those. So there's a panel chaired by former Minister Trevor Manuel, and they're doing sterling work on the debt issue. So the debt issue is perhaps our most important outcome for this G20. And we're not the only ones working on this. So you've also had the Jubilee, which is essentially the Vatican working on a debt program, the UN, and we're integrating the work that they've done with our panel. And hopefully we'll have a standalone document that can be carried on beyond our presidency, for example, by the African Union and others. So there's a lot of good work on that.
And when does that come out?
So that would be, well, the finance ministerial, the last one will be in what is called the spring meetings in October in Washington, D.C. That would be the date when we could present the final documents for discussion and approval. Of course, there'll still be negotiations right up on the last evening, I suppose, before we can present to the leaders an agreed outcome by the Sherpas.
And if we can move to trade now, a week ago or 10 days or so ago, South Africa sent its revised offer to the US to kind of negotiate down that 30% tariff. That is, we've made offers on blueberries, on pork, on chicken. We've made a full document sent to them. Has our government heard anything back since then? And what's the state of the relationship?
Look, the negotiations has been continuing and it's been going well. I think that initially we did make an offer in May. We changed that offer, based on engagements between the Treasury and our own DTIC team. We were then told that it's not ambitious enough in the last couple of weeks. We then upped that ambition, and on the areas that you've just mentioned, and it's been, in trade language, it's irritants that have been there for a while, on pork, on poultry, and market access for the US on those issues. We haven't heard back yet, unless in the last couple of days I've been in sort of radio silence from the rest of the team. But as far as I know, they have not heard back.
It's an indicator as to how the G20 will go or not. So what I'm trying to avoid as a journalist is to only make the G20 about whether Donald Trump comes or not, because you could have a very interesting meeting about how a world is being reshaped. But the question of whether the US arrives or not, or boycotts, is quite germane. And do you have a sense yet of what might happen should he not come? Do you hand over to an empty seat? I'm just trying to see how it might shape.
Well, I think if President Trump does not come, you will still have a senior representative. A senior official would be there. Most likely the Sherpa would be there, who is senior enough and is in the White House, and you can hand over to the Sherpa, as long as we hand over to the US. Because you have to hand over a document that the next president should, implement elements of it. The document that we will find, that we are negotiating and agreeing comes, the development work started with Italy. In the context of COVID, there was a sense that we, as a community of nations, we need each other. and then it was followed in the same track by Indonesia, India, and Brazil. So we're working on the back of really good presidencies, lots of good work on sustainable development, and we hope that this will be carried forward next year. So the handover is critically important, because if you don't have a handover, that means 5 years worth of work will have to be restarted by the 2027 president of the G20.
Isn't that exactly, though, what an unknowable US at the moment feels like it wants, is to move backward and restart and reshape the world in how it's choosing to see it at the moment?
Look, the US can, as the president, will determine its own priorities. We have a sense that it will be a limited set of priorities. It will be on energy, but not green energy. I think the phrase they use is, we don't see color in the energy. So it will be energy and debt, and a bit of deregulation, but deregulation at the global level, and we'll see what that means. We are hoping that they'll take many of the issues that the G20 and the G7 has been taking forward, because we've been working very closely with the last 2 G7 presidencies as well, and found that we needed to align some of our programs. We are also aware that if they do have a narrow program, we will have to work with the next G20 president to ensure that the work that we are doing is carried forward. But that's also why we need to have standalone documents on debt, because then the institutions dealing with debt on the African continent can take this up and start implementing. So the AU is quite keen to work with us so that they can use the institutional capacity and space they have to implement some of the agreements we made, and the UN as well will do that.
I want to get to debt in a little while, but when I look at how America thinks of South Africa, or how it's trying to portray us, is as if we're a pariah country, very much out on our own and quite fringe. Yet, on the other hand, if you look at all the meetings which have been held, there have been very important partnerships with the EU, and I see a lot of relationships being struck with a grouping I'm very interested in but don't understand well enough. Maybe you could help me. This is the middle powers, obviously looking much stronger as an African Union, and is dependent on a lot on how successful that the debt agreement or plan, or the document that Trevor Manuel and his team are drawing up is going to be. How do you understand our place in the world right now?
I think we've been told that we punch above our weight, historically, but there's a great appreciation for South Africa. I think if you look at the number of important forums that we are involved in, not just hosting, there is a key sense that they need our voice. We do bring a certain normative standard to the debates. Sometimes I think South Africans don't appreciate the fact that we are seen as norm entrepreneurs. We've been called international legal nerds in some spaces.
Legal nerds.
Yeah, because sometimes politics is nebulous, but if you take an approach that begins to define, this is what the international legal framework says you can or cannot do, and that guides your international diplomacy, it's always useful, but it's also respected because there's a level of consistency in that. So we are not a pariah nation, and in fact we are still seen as a leading nation in many spaces. Indications are, the EU summit that took place earlier this year in Cape Town in March. It's very unusual for both presidents of the EU to travel to the same venue for meetings like this. That summit was incredibly successful, and we have a really good relationship with the EU. We play an important role in the UN. We're not in the Security Council, of course, but our voice is sought after in many of these forums. We played a leading role in the Financing for Development Conference, for example, that took place in Sevilla in Spain. So if one takes all of that into account and the key issues that we are leading on, it'll be odd for South Africa to become a pariah nation because you're trying to drive inclusivity, you're trying to drive equality. And when you speak to the critics of South Africa, it's about our domestic policy in the main. So, if you talk about the relationship and the areas of concern for the US, it's really our domestic policy. And I was told in Washington that if DEI was a person, a country, it would be you. So I do think that...
But that's a compliment.
Yes, should be a compliment, but I think we also live in a very perverse, world at the moment where these kind of issues, dealing with inequality, seeking inclusivity, is frowned upon by the most powerful state in the world at the moment because their leader won an election on undoing that in the domestic space. And that there's a transference of that into the international arena.
And I want to ask you how do you balance between pragmatic diplomacy? We can't have our automotive sector go to the wall and agricultural exports, mostly from the Western Cape where we find ourselves. On the one hand, you have to be pragmatic. On the other hand, you've said that our diplomacy is a diplomacy of Ubuntu, so progressive values. We stand with the continent, which is our home. We form our values based on principles that you've outlined. On the other hand, you're dealing with a very powerful country, and you have to protect those exports, and also that means jobs and so on. How do you make that balance?
We have to negotiate on the basis that we want to protect our industries to the extent that it's possible. But you also have to do that in a way that doesn't, impinge on your sovereignty to the extent where you give in on certain issues that have a short shelf life, politically and diplomatically, and you still don't win, you still don't get the economic gains that you've hoped for. So we will negotiate, we will make the compromises where it's possible, and those compromises are mostly around trade issues. Like I said, it's market access. And we will need to defend areas of principle, because that also defines us, not just for the next 5 years, but defines us for generations to come. So we will work to protect the motor industry, but diversification is going to be critical. I think what the last year, which feels like 5 years, has shown us is that the reliance on 1 or 2 key markets is not good risk management. You need to de-risk, you need to find ways of diversifying over a period of time so that you have access to other markets. As some of the neighbors of the US have indicated, that the current administration won an election. It wasn't a coup. And what for them, the indication is that certainty is something that requires diversification away from 1 or 2 key markets. Otherwise, you can have cycles of inconsistency depending on the outcomes of elections. So this is something that is not just for South Africa, it's for all. And there's no guarantees. If you look at what has happened to a country that has been working very closely with the US, for example. I think India has been working very closely with the US on trade and political matters. And the outcomes of the negotiations with their tariff being placed at 50% just shows you that there's no guarantee that doing certain things would give you the outcome that you're looking for.
Clearly with India, I think with many countries that have found themselves in such a position, I'm sure Canada didn't imagine that either. So I'm going to go to some questions, but just before I do, how long does it take to diversify markets? I know I should be putting this to Parkstar. So we're now selling apples to Thailand and maybe 5 kinds of pitted fruit to China, which would be absolutely fabulous. But those are long-tail things to do. Right?
But you have to do them. I think the lessons of the last year or so is that unless you diversify and move, the reliance on one or two markets, and that's all big markets, not just the US. You may find yourself in similar positions at different times. Maybe with other countries, not necessarily with the US. We need to diversify, and it's going to take some time. So there's going to be a strategy to ensure that you maintain market access where you can, but you've got to diversify in the long term your product mix and which countries will be buying from you and which other countries you'll be trading from. This is all being done when the international trade system is under enormous pressure. So we've got to, at the same time, work to maintain the international trading system. The WTO, for example, is under pressure. And the diversification would take, significant years to accomplish, but it has to be done, and we've got to start now.
So I've got such lack of questions here. We're going to have to run through them so quickly. When will we have an ambassador to the US? What are the actual issues being discussed in the G20 and what value will be delivered? Was the DG aware of General Rudzani Mapwanya's trip to Iran in advance? It came 3 days after the revised offer to the US. And then finally, talk about the declaration of famine in Palestine and our ICJ case. That's a lot. If you need a reminder, just ask me.
And I didn't take notes.
Yeah. Ambassador to the US.
So the ambassador to the US, hopefully there will be an announcement on that in the next couple of weeks. I mean, that's not something that I make a decision on, but I'm sure the president and the minister have been looking at ensuring that we have the right representation at quite a senior level in the US and other spaces. So we will have an ambassador.
By the G20?
I'm not sure. I'm not give you a time frame.
Good.
What was the other question?
The other question was actual value of the G20 in South Africa, tangible improvement of lives, and then the general's trip to Iran.
Each G20 presidency chooses something very specific that they would like to achieve. For Brazil, it was ending hunger. So for us, it's a continuation of that. So we're supporting the Brazilian presidency on that. Our key issue that we want is the debt issue, because it's one of the biggest inhibitors of growth in African countries. And as an African country, and when we see this as almost as an African G20, even though the AU is a full member, the debt issue is, for me and for our team, one of the most important outcomes.
Debt cancellation or renegotiation?
It's renegotiation.
Okay.
It's renegotiation, the manner in which borrowing takes place, but also negotiating as a block, and not just where you have the IMF and the World Bank determining who gets a reprieve and on what conditions they get it. So that is the big fault lines at the moment. But I think we're winning ground on that. There were significant wins for our positions at the FFD4 in Seville. Yeah. The rest of the issues in the G20 is a continuum of discussions that have taken place over the years, and we're moving towards implementation.
About shaping the world.
Yeah. So it's climate change, moving on climate financing, and in our case, it would be looking at how do we have a just transition. And so it's not something that has not been discussed in other G20s. And this is where continuity is so important in the G20, because we're now moving to the point where we are no longer just discussing these issues, we're looking at implementation. And the fault lines have always been on how you finance what we've agreed upon. And we're hoping to get agreements on some of these, not all of them. The next G20 presidency would then take some of the other issues that have not been concluded forward, because you can't do all of it in 1 year. And that's why you have a troika. Every single year you have got the past president, current president, and future president of the G20 having to work as a team. And for the very first time, we haven't had a consistent troika. We did have some good meetings with the US at Sherpa level, but it's not extended beyond myself and the Sherpa and the Brazilian Sherpa.
And then the final question is, I guess, why do we shoot ourselves in the foot? We had just placed this revised offer to the US on, I think it was on a Monday, and then 2 days later, the head of the defense force was in Iran making political statements which have inflamed relationships. Did you know about this and what's being done?
So we did put out a statement as DERCO in the days following that, in terms of the Foreign Service Act, the president and the minister and officials from DERCO are those mandated to make political statements. So we made our position very clear that the military should not be making political statements. And we've seen the defense ministry confirm that to a certain extent, but they had apparently had planned this visit well in advance, but unfortunately we were not reminded that the meeting was taking place.
You weren't reminded. Okay. And I guess the next question is, will the general be fired? I've read that he retires in November, so I don't think that's going to happen. He's going
above
to
my
retire.
pay grade.
Above your pay grade. You have 10 seconds. How would a good G20 look for you come November?
If we get a consensus-based document that covers key issues for us, which is linked to our theme, which is on sustainability, which is the climate change agenda, but also the debt agenda. That for me would be a win. There's going to be other issues on geopolitics, and there's a question that I didn't get to answer on the ICJ. So the geopolitical environment is dynamic at the moment. You had the G7, for example, that could not get an agreement on the inclusion of international law into the G7 agreement. It just gives you a sense of how in flux the geopolitical world is currently. So we will try and ring fence that so it doesn't hold us back. We may have a chair's statement, and a chair's statement is not a failure in the current context where this is perhaps the most difficult year to chair G20. If you get a chair statement that reflects accurately the discussions of the leaders without necessarily having a consensus document that does lay the basis for continuity, it will still be a success.
So I'm going to take an extra minute. 4 UN agencies have declared a famine in Gaza. South Africa was key to the ICJ case, and yet not a single one of the measures set out and which judges agree with appear to be any closer to a sort of ending right now. How do you see things, and what will South Africa be doing?
Look, if you look at we took what is called a contentious approach to the ICJ. It's called an Article 9 approach, which allows you to call for provisional measures because provisional measures are binding. If you take an Article 8 through the UN, it's advisory. The reason we did that is because the Genocide Convention is focused on prevention, and we wanted to prevent further harm. And part of our provisional orders in January followed up in May, and then again later in the year asked for the ICJ to ensure that Israel provides aid unhindered to the people in Gaza, because our projections in January already that they were at a famine level 3, and that if it was not stopped, you would have what is now famine level 5, which is catastrophe.
So famine level 5 is catastrophic.
Yeah, and so we made the projections because it wasn't. We were not sucking it out of our thumbs. We were looking at if the current practices continue, you would have level 5 within the period that it has happened. The fact is that the level of impunity and disregard for international law has conditioned Israel to think that they can get away with it. And I think we are heartened by the fact that many others in the world who were initially very critical of what we were doing are now starting to agree with us. Many more states are starting to use the word genocide because if you take the legal definition of genocide and the special intent required to prove it, it's not one of the most difficult ones to prove.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Zain Dango, for getting off 3 planes and a very long train journey to be with us. And may peace prevail.
Thank you, Fero.
Thank you so much, Ferial and Zain. How good must their school have been? A few quick things, please. We are going out for our next coffee break now. Just a few quick things. One is that if your name is SMR Crow, Shirley Margarita Rachel Crow, or perhaps just Smur is your name, which would be strange. You have lost your driver's license. It is at the info desk. I have also noted down all your identity details and opened a Fashini account. So thanks very much. Separately, a gentleman has lost a Huawei phone with a brown cover. You guys are dropping things like you're already drunk. If you do find that, please will you hand it in at the info desk. Secondly, thirdly, anyone who goes out there and subscribes for a year to our DM168 newspaper gets a Pick n Pay voucher worth 500 Rand. We are back on track. We are cooking with gas. We are sprinting towards those Bradford wines. Please be back in at 4:05. We'll be hearing from Peter Louis Myberg, Estelle Ellis, and Micah Reddy later.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in our final refreshment break of the day. We have had so many fantastic panels and speakers. I am literally overflowing with knowledge at this point. But we're really excited to have an opportunity to do a last bit of chatting with some of our speakers here in the booth today. It's Tamsin Metlerkamp, Maverick Citizen journalist, with my co-host Keenan Hemmonsby. And we are welcoming Rachel Khaleesi to join us for this segment. Rachel is an activist, a philanthropist, one of the co-founders of the Khaleesi Foundation. And you were just on a fantastic panel unpacking education and the importance of nurturing children and the harms when you fail to do that in the South African context. So to start with, you touched on some ideas of trauma and the impact that that can have on a child's development and education in the panel. But I don't think you got a lot of time to really get into that. So maybe linking that up to some of the issues we face with gender-based violence and those issues in South Africa, because they really are interconnected with children and education. How do we go about being more aware of that in how we tackle children's issues?
Yeah, thank you so much. And what a cool opportunity to be in this booth and just to go into things a little bit more. I think it's awesome. And yes, to everybody watching, it was an incredible conversation. We had some spectacular, love that it was an all-female panel, and just some spectacular voices that are really addressing the problem of education in South Africa. And I think what really came out of there that was highlighted was very much addressing and the importance of addressing education from an ECD level. So I think one of the statistics that came out of there was between 1 and 5 was the most important part in a child's brain development, the most important time of a child's brain development. And what essentially happens between those first 5 years is so critical to the human being that it produces, you know, essentially. And then we had, a bit of a discussion around what are some potential solutions, what are other problems, and just something that I highlighted just from my experience in the last 5 years of work is just the impact that gender-based violence and essentially the attack on women is having on young children in our country. And even just this morning, I was having a very interesting discussion with somebody about the science behind when a woman is pregnant and dealing with a traumatic situation, how that really is
is fed into your child and how it impacts your child and their development, even emotionally, and it's significant. So very interesting conversation that I would love to learn so much more about. But I mean, statistics will tell you in South Africa, we've got, I mean, the most incredible rate of gender-based violence in South Africa. And unfortunately, there is 100% a war on women. And I really do believe that if you care about the child and the children in this country, you need to start caring about the children in a much more serious and significant manner. And I just think life has just become so challenging for women, aside from the fact that we have to be great moms, great wives, have great careers, be able to hold our own, protect ourselves. We also have to deal with a whole surge of gender-based violence as well. And I just think it's unacceptable, and we really need to be moving on from that.
Yeah, and Rachel, you touched on how education is very important and it's a gateway to escape someone's circumstances, but it's not as easy as just giving someone a scholarship, giving them a bursary and allowing them to leave their family, because that also comes with trauma. If you could maybe touch on what the solution is, because it's not as simple as here's a bursary, here's a scholarship, because it impacts kids in other ways and their education in other ways when it's not in their home language, for example.
100%, and I mean, this is you kind of have to tiptoe on this subject because you can ruffle a lot of feathers. I think that education in South Africa, because it is such a dire and severe and important conversation, I think that it's similar to gender-based violence in that you kind of need to address it from different areas, but science and statistics will tell us there are significant stages in human beings' development that would release more results than other stages, and that early childhood development is the most critical stage. It's something that I've experienced. You know, we had a bunch of people reaching out asking if we were doing bursaries and, you know, that kind of work, which I think is incredibly important, and it's allowed, you know, a lot of incredible opportunities for a lot of South Africans. But I don't think that there's enough research and data coming out of how many have received bursaries and, you know, let's say a private school opportunity, and are not necessarily making it in their sporting career, whatever it is they've received bursaries for. And it's maybe more specific to sport, because of course bursaries are received for a number of different reasons. But I don't know that there's enough focus on the massive divide that happens when you take a child from their community, from their culture, from their home, from their family, and then place them in something that seems and feels completely foreign, and then you're expecting them to thrive there. And there's a huge amount of pressure, because of course this child is now thinking this is my one opportunity in life to make it and to thrive. But realistically, that places a massive amount of pressure on them already, in something that already is completely foreign. So I think that there are ways that that whole process could be we could be thinking about that differently. I think there could be mentors involved from the community that could maybe help children integrate if that is something that schools want to be doing. I also think that parents could be a lot more involved in that process as well. But something as simple as you think about the average child at like a private school. They get pocket money, they get to go out with their friends, they get to buy the clothes that they need to buy. But the average child that's receiving a scholarship won't necessarily get that spending money. And so there's this huge divide that is constantly happening. So I think more conversations with children that have gone through bursary programs and not necessarily succeeded on the other side, but where it's almost been more of a hindrance to them than actually helpful, I think would be interesting to have more conversations around that.
Very interested in this idea of holistic development, not necessarily just throwing money at something and expecting that to solve everything, but actually creating the supportive environment and being aware of the challenges that come with the shift to ensure a greater chance of success. I do want to bring it back to that idea of ECD, and you've spoken about how important those formative early child years are. We did have a question from one of our audience members, Tanya Faber, who said, the return on investment in ECD is well known and has been for many years. And I mean, we've seen that, I've seen that as a journalist, the importance of play, the importance of that has really come through from even the government side at this point in the last few years. But the question that Tanya asks is, why is it still only 5% of the relevant budget? You know, why is the funding not shifting in this direction, even though the studies and the science is showing how much more important it was than we previously thought?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to answer that for her and tell her straight these are all the reasons that it is still 5%, because I would also love the answers to those questions, but unfortunately not the right person to ask. But I think it really does highlight the gap. You know, I worked a lot and work a lot in the non-profit sector, right? And I've been exposed to some of the biggest, most detailed, most research-driven organizations who are functioning sometimes, in my opinion, at a higher and more efficient level than some profitable businesses are. And they've got so much information, so much data to share, and that will support, you know, where and how they place funding. And the fact that I find like the government and the private sector are still so removed from the non-profit sector, I think is problematic. And I really do believe, and this is just my plight forever, that if there was a way that government and the non-profit sector could be collaborating a lot more, I think we would really see some of these statistics changing significantly, because the majority of non-profits that are working in the education sector are working in the ECD Centre, because that's what research is telling us. Of course, there are a number, and I mean, this is a complex thing that it needs to be kind of addressed from different aspects. But I just think if there was an opportunity for the two to collide, the amount of funding that comes in from both sides as well is significant. And then I really think that we would see massive change and massive statistics coming out.
I want to lead on from that, because it does link to something you said on the panel, which is that there's this divide between government and the non-profit sector when it comes to supporting education. And I couldn't agree more. But I'm curious on your perspective as to what successful strategies could be for bridging that divide. You know, have you seen examples of where smaller, as you say, sometimes smaller organizations struggle to get the support, where smaller organizations have successfully managed to partner with government in valuable ways?
Well, we had, on my panel, we had Kenzie, who's the Deputy CEO of the D.G. Murray Trust, and she kind of followed on from my points about this divide and said, you know, they were working quite closely with government. I think the D.G. Murray Trust are a phenomenal organization doing spectacular work in this country, and I mean in multiple sectors, but they're a really reputable organization that I think are 100% like the best foot forward to be engaging with government. I think what I would like to see as well, not just that, but a lot of grassroots level organizations having more access to government level, where you're really hearing from the ground, from the community, from the mamas that are in the community kitchens cooking food every day for the kids. What are you experiencing? What are you dealing with? What kind of support are you needing? What would be helpful to you? I think that seeing that would be really helpful, and there's multiple ways, I think, of engaging and connecting, but I mean, something as simple as, you know, you get, it doesn't even need to be massive, but I think as a start, you get 5 or 6 like reputable, vetted organizations in a room with 5 or 6 real change makers in the government sector and people that can make calls, and you get them into a room together to have a conversation. I think that there's so much that could come out of there.
Yeah, I think it's been a really enlightening conversation, and even listening to you guys speak inside, it's been really enthralling experience. And just thank you for all the work you do, Rachel. It's really, it doesn't go unnoticed, and it's the name of the gathering this year is Changemakers, and we see one in you. So congratulations on all the work you've done, and thank you so much.
I appreciate that so much. Thanks, guys.
We'll let you go for now. Thank you so much. It's been an incredible last session, Tams, and I think it's been. There was someone special who kicked it off. There's someone very entertaining who kicked that last session off, don't you think?
Oh yeah, no, I think there are few who can match the energy that Marianne Tam brings to a room, and we know this from just being in the office. You can guarantee that when Marianne walks in, you're going to not be able to get any work done for at least a little bit, but you'll be happy to be in that situation because you'll be laughing the whole time. Marianne, thank you for joining us.
I don't know if it's a good thing.
Marianne, a veteran journalist, obviously, and one of Daily Maverick's stalwarts.
Finally a veteran.
You're joining us today with our virtual audience here, and you definitely had them in stitches earlier, but
How do you know?
I was watching too.
Thank you very much. I know some people have asked me why I don't do this thing on YouTube, and well, I just, now you see a little bit of it. Yes.
This is your segue into YouTube stardom.
My segue, yeah. But TikTok, apparently I've exploded up there. I don't know what's going on. There's
It's
blood
funny
on the walls.
because one of my housemates was saying the other day, I see Marianne's a TikTok star now. And I was like,
It's
yes.
like shocking. My daughter actually phoned me and said, "You're blowing up on TikTok." And I said, "I'm not on TikTok."
I don't even know, what is it?
No, you are. I said, "No, I'm not on TikTok." Anyway, apparently I am. Hello.
Well, maybe that's a good place to start with our conversation because we're in an evolving time of journalism, long-form writing. It's something that we as journalists love, but I can't say that our readers always appreciate it quite as much. And so there is a need to change the way you package your stories for a different audience, for a younger audience. And you're relatively new to that space, but you've been killing it, if I say so myself.
Thank you.
So maybe a bit of reflection on what it's been like to repackage your stories in a different way and why it's important for journalists to be adaptable in doing that.
Well, I have two children, so that's where I see how news is consumed by different generations. So young, people, your children pull you into the future. And I watch that they're engaged and they know what's going on, but they prefer eye candy initially, huh? And they want cleverness and they want you to engage them, and then they'll listen. But if you just write, they're not going to go there. They just say too many words. Oh, my eyes glaze over. But if you can just tempt them a little bit and say, listen, go and listen. If you like the way that this is recited, you will see it in words, because also language matters. Because a lot of us just use the same language over and over again. And writers bring themselves to the language. And different languages too, that you should speak, that you can bring yourself to. So anyway, yes, yeah. So young people, I think, alerted me to the fact that it's a technology that we need to change the news. It's not that the interest isn't there. It's just that they've grown up with screens. And they do this instead of that. I used to do this on a typewriter, so these are all things, but sometimes they can overwhelm. But I think there should be a return to reading at some point if you enjoy the words. So the more you enjoy the words or the comedy or the writing or maybe the feeling in something, you might go and look at those words, because sometimes it's not just the news. It's not just pa 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 pa.
And Marion, you've made this leap, sort of. You've become this changemaker, and you've popular on TikTok now. Just it's a massive change from where you started, as you mentioned. Just how easy was it to embrace that change and to be that to venture into this completely new scope of something that didn't exist when you started out writing and started out being a journalist, into this social media age? It's something you've taken to like a fish to water, but you've had to sort of make the leap and put yourself out there. And just how easy is it to venture into that space?
Well,
and what advice do you have for young?
Interestingly enough, for many years, Zapiro and I used to meet. I worked as a journalist in the 1980s, but I've always had an aspect of my own imagination, which is very visual. I see stories very visually, and often I see humor in something. So already back then, I kind of separated it from that writing that you had to do, like who, what, where, and when, what a politician says or what anybody else. And in a sense, that's the journalism where you disappear as behind the byline. And then I would take this other part. People who know me or know me well know that I can be funny. And that's basically a survival mechanism from Pretoria and being an insider, outsider, and thank the universe for it. And South Africans are also funny, yeah? It's not just me.
Yes.
The audience is funny. South Africans are funny. Not a nation in the world as funny as we are. Every single one of us. My children have also shown me that. The way, the disrespect towards politicians, the mistrust, the questioning, the ridiculing of what they obviously see as inauthentic is just so heartening. It's difficult to do that in written media, but they all go together. They're all part of a mosaic, and I'm hoping young people... I started doing this show in order to actually show young people the mechanics of journalism. And what did the law do? How were we protected? How did journalists do their work? Like today, Peter Louis Meiberg was taken to court and we won. So what were the laws, the guardrails that were there to protect all of the journalists in the country in the middle of state capture? I mean, poor United States of America is going through what we went through. We exported Mr. Zuma's plan. It's identical, except people in America are all armed to the teeth. We are too, but we only use that for criminals, and sometimes in KZN for political ends. So it's about telling it as it is, as well, because young people are experiencing the world differently. The job market is different. Young people are creating different workspaces with different diversities. And what I love about them is young people are free. And we expect them all to be interested in politics. But at a certain level, freedom means you don't have to worry about politics. Democracy is ticking over. Okay? It's sort of working. We've got civil society. We've got this government of national unity. So South Africans has got, so sometimes it's really nice to see young people just enjoying themselves.
I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned your sense of humor, you've mentioned your voice, and you have such a unique voice. I've said before that I'd like to be like Marianne Tam when I grow up. But I do think it's something that's maybe a bit challenging for younger people, and for any generation's younger people, but especially in this day and age where there's so much content, there's so much information, there's so much to compare yourself to. Maybe young people have found it a bit more difficult to find their voices and express those voices in that sort of space. So as somebody who has this distinct style, this distinct humor, distinct voice, what guidance would you give to younger writers, younger journalists, but also just younger people trying to find their way in the world and how to cultivate a voice?
You'll find your voice if you go looking for it. And that takes engagement. And I came to journalism as a kind of like radically traumatized child from growing up in the 70s South Africa, witnessing things, and I wanted to be able to tell the truth. That's why I wanted to do journalism. And you have to enter into that space and engage with it and nourish yourself with the knowledge that would enable you to do this, to move through the world. Just be engaged. It's not boring. It's not. Life is like, I always say this, it sounds such a cliche, it's like a chess game. If you don't play it, it plays you. So I'd like younger people to sort of understand that, being online is cool and everything else, but real life experiences with people, interactions with on the ground are far more satisfying and nourishing. So people, you can nourish your visual stuff with reading and put something inside, put the Velcro there, and then you can think for yourself. And you question that thought and this thought. That's how I had to do it. I didn't know what I thought about the Dalai Lama until someone asked me, and I had to go really think about what I thought about the Dalai Lama. And that, the people in Finland didn't want to be photographed with him, and we were all cacking on our government for not wanting to have him. And so I thought, okay, well, somebody's threatening China's victims. That's real politics. What do we do? Anyway, you learn through doing stories where you ask yourself questions around these things. And I was a complete idiot from Pretoria, you know what I mean? Still am.
I don't think you were ever an idiot.
Still am. So it's a slow accumulation of knowledge. And then you find your voice in that. Because you'll disagree with someone. Or you'll have a different or more interesting idea because you live in the world in a different way. And our diversity in South Africa provides us with a fabulous cauldron, because the truth is often only reached through dispute. So it's a fun place to be, especially a journalist.
And how do you stimulate that conversation among young people? Do we need more events like this at the gathering to have people actually having those conversations where they can challenge themselves and have those deep conversations?
Like a political, what do you have? There's game nights where people have to do. Let's do one of those. Maybe an online one where you start to learn. You've got Sizwe Walsh, already got a big audience. Young people are engaged.
Yeah.
Let's have a game show. Let's do a political game show. You spin the wheel and, ask, do you remember? But it's Chaban, who was he?
Yeah.
I mean, there was someone in my office who mistook Helen Joseph delivering the petition in 1956, before I was born, at the Pretoria Union buildings for me. Oh, that's Marianne Tan. I love it. But, there's all of this stuff that you can play with to enter into the world more in multi-dimensions, so to speak, if that makes sense.
I think it's interesting to chat with someone who has the wealth of experience you do in reporting on the South African context, because I think the trap that younger people sometimes fall into is that everything feels like it's falling apart all the time. And it is a global moment that is particularly chaotic. But I think maybe that's what's caused a lot of people to disengage, is this negativity about where we are, where we're going.
It suits people to have young people feeling anxious about the future, because usually young people have an innate set of hope, because that's just what you are when you're young. You want to see a future. And we've got into the habit in South Africa of kind of hysteria. And sometimes we need that, but we're addicted to it in a way. And the world keeps turning. People survived World War II. We learned some lessons from that. People fought apartheid, and here we are. Planes are taking off today. A lot of people are not eating, but a lot of people are driving around in Lamborghinis in South Africa. So you have this manifestation of life, in a way, which, anyway, I don't know where I was going with that. What was your question? I mean,
that, in a way, you've answered the question I hadn't yet asked, which was to say, in this space where a lot of people are seeing calamity around every corner, what perspective do you need?
Well, you need to know that this has always been this way in life, and that you will always have these bipolar, the world is bipolar forces. They seem to continuously repeat in history of good and bad. It's the movies. But if enough good people push back a little bit, you get what we call equilibrium, where the world is restored to a kind of sanity and equilibrium, and then you move forward again. But it always seems that we need to have some kind of bloodshedding and genocide as some kind of way to teach us over and over again. It's unnecessary. But there are people who sell arms. There are people who dig for, who know what they're doing. There's a shadow state of a lot of really dark people. They do exist. Luckily, but unfortunately, the internet and the algorithm has kind of addled the brains. The same thing that helps us expose it addles the brains of those who don't understand how life will always, if you fight back and do the right thing, restore itself. And each generation sort of needs to learn to do that. Restore the balance. Make right what is wrong. Look at history and put it together. In South Africa, there's an amazing history of resistance from the Petty Kingdoms right up the top, all over. People resisted colonization. It wasn't like they just went, okay, come along. Know that history. And each group can enjoy that. I mean, we are ungovernable. And that's not a bad thing.
I think that should be the tagline for the day, we are ungovernable.
It's not a bad thing to be ungovernable, because often laws are unjust. And often laws are not there to protect us. So, chillax, people. Take the anxiety somewhere else and put it into something positive, because they need you to feel anxious. Then you run to them for solutions. Young people, start a Green Party. Where's the Green Party?
And that doesn't just mean the marijuana party.
Please, no, no. But about the climate, where is that? Where is that collective? I mean, there's the whole space around Steve Biko's. Black consciousness is open. See, Floyd might want to go in there, but seriously, what black consciousness means. And there's a Green Party, and besides which, cannabis is the next economy.
I think
cannabis and crypto.
Cannabis
no,
and
crypto. Don't talk to me about crypto. Don't talk to the go-go about crypto.
I think that's a good note to end on before we go down the crypto hole, because we'll never leave.
I want to see the money in my hand, and not that 60K rubbish old notes.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for the last segment. Thank you, Marianne. And wishing you a lovely ending to the day with the panels going forward. This is us signing off for the final time.
Tata.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. I'm sure you are getting sick of the sight of me, but not too much longer to endure now. Mark Haywood is activist royalty in South Africa. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for Mark and his cohort of activists, this country might still not have ARVs. The number of lives Mark's activism has saved must now number in the millions. He was the former editor of Maverick Citizen here at Daily Maverick. He left us to become the campaign manager for a political party called Change Starts Now, which turned out to be more like Change Starts Just Now. We forgive him for that. He's now running his own project, fixlocal.co.za. Please welcome Mark Haywood.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Rebecca, for that kind introduction. As I was preparing for this afternoon's presentation, I looked back on some past presentations that I have given at the Daily Mavericks gathering, and I discovered that the first presentation I was ever asked to give here was way back in 2014, funnily enough, in days when the Daily Maverick wasn't holding gatherings in such grand settings as this. In fact, it was at the Victory Theatre in Johannesburg. And the title of the 2014 presentation that I gave, I called provocatively, "In the Shit." It wasn't a description of the state of the country. It was a description of the state of school sanitation, and in particular on the state of toilets in many, many, many of our public schools. And it came in the wake of the death of young Michael Kamape, you remember, who died in his school pit toilet in Chebeng village in Limpopo on the 24th of January 2014. So it made me feel that there's some tragedy somewhere that I come back here in 2025, once again as the harbinger of another set of bad tidings, and once again the harbinger of bad tidings that have a lot to do with the state of children, of our youngest and most vulnerable in this country. And what I have to talk about this afternoon is about hunger. Before I start out on the facts of hunger in this country, I want to say two things, because it's fairly bleak, some of what I have to say. The first is, for every problem or horror that I'm going to describe, there's a solution. And the second is that if it wasn't for a very big army of individuals, of organizations, of activists from civil society, the situation that we face regarding hunger and starvation would be so much worse than it is. So let me just start with one shocking figure. How many children would you imagine die per day in a year in South Africa as a result of malnutrition or malnutrition-related illnesses? Anybody got an answer? 30 children a day in our country. 10,000 children a year. The equivalent of a classroom full of children every day dying because they don't have enough food. And they die in a country which has this much vaunted, brilliant constitution, something that I have resorted to and turned back to time and time again in my activism. A constitution that says everyone in South Africa has the right to sufficient food and water, and which is even more strong when it comes to children's rights to food, because it says every child has a right to basic nutrition. And if you were a lawyer, you would understand what I mean when I say the difference between Section 27 and Section 28 is that the child's right to basic nutrition is not qualified with progressive realization, available resources, etc. Since the dawn of that constitution, malnutrition in our country amongst children should have been unlawful. And yet, there is probably no greater example of the gap between the promise and the practice. There isn't time to go into the facts of hunger in South Africa, except to say in brief that 20 million people in this country live on a spectrum of hunger, between people who are occasionally hungry and people who are always hungry. As I said, 10,000 children die per year of malnutrition, severe acute malnutrition or malnutrition-related illnesses. And 29% of our children by the age of 5 are stunted, meaning that they are experiencing permanent damage, cognitive, intellectual, and physical, as a result of insufficient intake of nutrition in those critical first 5 years of their life. Now, hunger is not a victimless crime, and that's why I gave this presentation the title, "The Cost of an Empty Stomach," because the costs of allowing hunger are far greater than the costs of managing and overcoming hunger. There's the human cost, there's the social cost, there's the economic cost. Hunger reduces productivity, hunger impacts on gross domestic product, hunger leads to increases in non-communicable diseases, which create an additional burden and cost on our healthcare system. And of course, there's the cost to the beautiful vision that we have for this country, a vision of equality, a vision of dignity. And instead, it leaves us in a country that is unequal, fragmented, and in many instances, despairing. Now, what frustrates me most about the hunger crisis is it isn't occurring in a country that is at war. It's not occurring in a country where there's a famine. It's occurring in a country where there's an agricultural surplus. It's occurring in a country where there is an advanced food system. In fact, the worst thing to think about is that these children who die of hunger usually die so with a shop across the road that has all the food that they would need if they were to be able to live. That is how grotesque it is. So for me, hunger is an example of state failure. The fact that there is no systematic monitoring of child health, that responsibility for food and access to food is fragmented across 9 government departments, that there's poor regulation of the food market, and that there is massive corruption in departments like the Department of Social Development. But we also have to speak honestly when we talk about hunger, about the responsibility of the corporate sector in creating hunger. And I just put a slide together here to show that whilst people die of hunger, companies like ShopRite are making 20 million rand in profit a day, are paying their CEOs total packages of 83 million rand a year, and are telling us, the activists who are trying to work on hunger, that there's no need to meet and to sit down and to talk about the issues because as far as they're concerned, they're doing everything that can be done and everything that needs to be done in relation to hunger. Now, in 10 minutes, I don't have time to break down the false claims, the misleading claims made by these companies. They're very similar to what I experienced many years ago by pharmaceutical companies that used to tell us in relation to antiretrovirals that you couldn't produce antiretroviral medicines for less than 5,000 rand a month, when today they are provided to patients at approximately 150 rand a month. But the point is that there has to be scrutiny, and there has to be questioning, and there has to be questioning by us. So I want to conclude in my last minute just by coming back to this critical point. Hunger is a crime in this country. Hunger is preventable, but it just needs will, and it needs our will. We need to work together to reduce the prices of essential nutritious foods, especially for young children. The D.G. Murray Trust, who you heard speaking earlier on today about early childhood development, have for 2.5 years had a proposal on the table with the big food retailers and the government suggesting a discounting on the prices of 10 essential foodstuffs that would reduce malnutrition amongst young children. But that proposal has gone nowhere for 2.5 years. Implementing that proposal, agreeing to cut profits on just 10 foodstuffs would save tens of thousands of lives but do very little to reduce profits. There are many other things that we can do, but my time is out. We could extend the school nutrition program to ECD centers, not just limit it to children who are in primary and secondary school. We could raise the child support grant, which may have a cost, but would have multiple cost benefits. But I want to finish just by asking us, you, me, to think about what we can do in relation to hunger. I work with many organizations that on a day-to-day basis provide soup kitchens, provide food to people in communities, and almost all of those organizations struggle from day to day. There's an organization called the People's Pantry in Johannesburg that provides food to 500 people in Lawrenceville and Bertrams, but has no money. We can step up and we can work together to end the crime of hunger. So my appeal in 2025, just as my appeal in 2014 and 20 whatever before in relation to antiretroviral treatment, is that the power to end these crimes, the power to create equality and dignity and hope in our country starts in this room. It starts with us, and I appeal to you to take advantage of that power and help us to end hunger. Thank you very much.
Mark. What a mensch. So a few months ago, I started noticing something really weird happening online, in particular on Twitter. And that was people suddenly starting tweeting in large numbers this flowery praise of politicians, and particularly random politicians, you know, like the ANC Youth League leader or the Limpopo Premier. And the moment when I started to feel like I was seriously losing my mind was when I saw this flurry of tweets praising the mayor of Joburg, Dada Morero. Now, there are some politicians that it is plausible that people could feel quite warmly towards, but I draw the line at the mayor of Joburg given the state of Johannesburg. Something, my friends, was fishy. And when I see something fishy online, I turn to the guys at Murmur Intelligence, because they're like digital detectives. They trace patterns of social media activity to detect suspicious behavior. And in this way, they can track the spread and, perhaps more importantly, the source of propaganda campaigns. And in our particularly polluted digital ecosystem, the work they do is incredibly valuable. Please welcome Kyle Findlay from Murmur.
Wow, that's quite an introduction. Thanks, Rebecca. Hi, the gathering. I think we've done as much as anyone tracking and delving into South African politics and what's happening on social media. And when we were given time to speak about it today at the Maverick Gathering, there were three things that I wanted to impart upon you. The first thing was South African conversations online are just a hive of manipulation. But that's the case all through Africa. That's the case in Europe. That's the case everywhere we look. But we're no exception. It's very difficult to take any of these things at face value these days. The second thing is the product that they sell is easy answers to complex questions. Certainty in the face of an ever uncertain world. And the purveyors of that product are a mixture of grifters and cynical populist politicians. The analogy that I like to think of when thinking about social media is a starling murmuration, which is like a flock of thousands of birds flying in unison in a cloud. And that's kind of like what we are when we're on social media. We are one of those starlings in that flock. And the patterns look mesmerizing, but they're actually being shaped by outside forces. And also the outside roles of individual starlings in that flock directing the shape of the flock as a whole. So it's a good analogy for what we do. And sorry, I've got the wrong slides. So it's, I lost my train of thought now. So you've got these, the starling flocks, and you have these behaviors, and there's three things that are shaping our behaviors. The first thing that's shaping our behaviors are obviously the algorithms of the platforms. So what gets served up to you in your stream. The second thing is just the incentive of being a person on social media, influencer or otherwise. The incentive is that you want to create engagement, and you put stuff out there and you get feedback about what creates engagement. And so we're not always trying to put stuff out there that's just the best and the most true stuff. We're putting stuff out there, and the influencers we follow are putting stuff out there that gets them engagement. And the third thing that's shaping our behavior is covert influence. Paid influencers who work under the cover in a gray or black market that work to shape our perceptions in ways that we don't even realize is happening. And what I want to talk about today is that third group primarily. The first concept I want to introduce you to is the concept of buzzers. It's a kind of social media user. There's a lot of talk about bots, but bots aren't really a thing. Platforms are really good at spotting bots. What is more of a thing are users who just behave in a really low-quality way. They produce low-quality social signals. But let's have a look at what a regular user looks like on social media. So that blue dot is a person on social media, and those links are them interacting with people. And you and I, we interact with people like us, people with a few followers, people with many followers, celebrities. We repost them, we like them, we retweet them, we mention them, we interact with them in a diversity of ways and with a diversity of people. The way in which influence occurs on social media is through what are called buzzers. And buzzers are real people, and if you call them a bot, they'll quickly say, oh, you're wrong, I'm not a bot, I'm a real person. But they have a really perverse incentive to act. And what they do is they single-mindedly interact with key influencers. So they might have real interactions with, like you and I do, but they spend an inordinate amount of time interacting with influencers. And there's a few reasons why they might do that. You could be an activist. Maybe you just really care about a topic. Tigray, Palestine, rural safety is a big one in South African context, a lot of buzz is there. Maybe you're radicalized. Maybe you found yourself in a dark corner of the internet, and early in the morning there's mention of the manosphere, for example. Maybe you are in a more extreme political movement. You could have found yourself into those kind of corners. You're radicalized. You are very fastidious about pushing a message. Or someone's paid you to do it. Someone has said to you, I want a hashtag to trend. I want to rehabilitate the image of a politician. I want xenophobia to be a wedge issue in the upcoming elections. And they pay you to promote that as a buzzer. So a lot of what we can look at now is where the buzzers in South Africa, because that gives us some insight into where we're being played. But what I'm going to show you is not who's paid for campaigns. What I'm going to show you is where there's dodgy behavior happening. From this data alone, we can't know who the money is behind a campaign, but we can say who's benefited from it. But past that, that gets back to the realm of journalists. Also, what I'm going to show you is all Twitter, or X. We see it on other platforms as well, Facebook, TikTok, places like that. But the reality is that X is still the public sphere in South Africa and around the world. Even if you're not part of it, it's still the main place where conversations are thrashed out in public, and it has an outsized effect of spilling back over into the broader conversation. One more thing I want to show you before, or talk to you about, or introduce you to before we go into some examples. This is some work that we did with Tabelo Timzi, a journalist, and funded by the Henry Nxumalo Foundation, where we actually went and investigated the undercover black market for influence. It's just like regular influencers. It's just like a brand going and saying, promote my brand. But the difference is that they don't say that they've been paid. And they use swarms of influencers, small little influencers, nano influencers or buzzers, to promote their content in an inauthentic way. So how it works is, I'm a client. If I'm going through the legit approach, I'm going through a marketing agency or PR agency, and most of them are legit. Some of them, however, might put you in contact with some kind of influence broker. Or if I'm some kind of cynical populist politician, I probably have that influence broker on speed dial. And normally that influence broker is what we call a mega influencer. A mega influencer, there are many of them in South Africa. You'll know them. They're anonymous. They're really prominent. They have a hot take on every subject, from reality TV stars through to DJs, sport, and politics. Because what they're actually doing is they are trying to drive engagement on hot topics with their hot takes. They're trying to grow their networks all the time of followers so that they can weaponize those networks and rent them out to the highest bidder. And one day they work for a reality TV star, and the next day they work for a foreign nation state. So we have influence brokers, probably a mega influencer, probably in the same WhatsApp group with a bunch of other mega influencers. A brief gets dropped into that WhatsApp group. They put up their hands, I'm going to take that brief, and in our interviews with them, they don't even read it half the time. And they then cascade it down into another WhatsApp group filled with their nano influencers or buzzers. And those nano influencers then have to do something like comment on a post, comment negatively on a competitor, praise me, get a hashtag trending by everyone using it at the same time early in the morning, like something to make it look more popular than it is. Those are the kind of things that they have to do. They take a screenshot of it, put it back into the WhatsApp group, and they get paid between 10 and 200 Rand in mobile money, mobile data, over-the-top OTT vouchers, which they can use for groceries. Because a lot of these nano-influencers, when we speak to them, they're unemployed. They have to go to a McDonald's or they have to go to a shopping center to get data so that they can actually complete the task. And then along comes us, the regular users, the commentators, the journalists, the unwitting politicians, and we pick up those talking points as a kind of groundswell, not realizing that it's been inauthentically created, and we legitimize it, and we enter it into our broader discourse. Here's an example of the top 20 most influential accounts talking about our elections last year. 5 of them were anonymous political influencers. Some of them definitely sell their services. Some of them likely use those services, and all of them have a perverse incentive to skew our discussions by creating sensational, hot take, partisan content that skews our political debates. This is an example of a campaign, 2 campaigns. This is a great example because it's actually 2 campaigns run by the same network, and one of the second campaign had 2 different networks working on it. And it's around the hashtag Mashatile Itemba Letu, or Mashatile Our Hope, a Paul Mashatile puff piece. And the second one was around budget for the people, which I think was the ANC budget vote, or the ANC budget debate at the time. And every one of those dots is a social media influencer. The size of them is how influential they are. But the important thing to note is that people using those hashtags clustered very tightly together. They were all interacting and repeating and reposting each other. And that's what I'm showing you. And if you look at where the buzzers are, they're all in that community. That's buzzer behavior right there, or those people amplifying each other to get a message out. And if you look at what they're saying, which you can't read, and I'm going to try to read for you, I respect Paul Mashatile. Comrade Mashatile is our beacon of hope. Mashatile is shaping the future of South Africa and the continent. That's the kind of message that hashtag is trying to get out there. If we go to this other cluster promoting the budget for the people hashtag, they're using a slightly different approach. This is giveaway page essay. They're saying stand a chance to win an OTT voucher, repost, like, comment. So they're actually kind of doing it out in the open. But if we look at the kind of content that comes out of it using the hashtags, again, you can't read it. But what you'll see, it's the same picture being used. It's very clean, dry written, and we've spoken to influencers, and they say they used AI to say the same thing in different ways. And that seems to be what's happening here. Someone's being given assets to use and messages to promote. Here's an example from last week, a kind of reputation laundering campaign against, seemingly for Tebogo Malaka after the Daily Maverick sting. Again, we don't know who paid for it, we just know who benefited from it. And this is a case where the account Haze Africa is asking users to they're trying to get this hashtag trending, Tebogo Malaka Uncensored, and the second hashtag, Tebogo versus the system, where Haze Africa actually forgot to include the hashtag. And we see that most of the users that are sharing this are showing buzzer behavior. And when we look again at the kind of content coming out, it's very well written. They've even forgot the hashtag, just like the hashtag symbol, just like Haze Africa asked, and they're using the exact same pictures. It's going to the SAPS scandal, which is obviously so prominent at the moment. This is discussions around Senzo Mqunu from January till recently. Lots of them. And what stands out for me is this community at the bottom, this highly interconnected community of users that sits separate from the rest of the conversation. And lo and behold, when you look where's buzzer behaving happening, it's in this community. They sit separate because they're all trying to amplify themselves and their content to try and create a trend. And if you look at what they're saying, it's actually pretty tame compared to the kind of more sycophantic content we saw with the Mashatile campaign. It's promoting the accomplishments of Mqunu and the ANC and SAPS. In any other scenario, it would just be considered pretty regular marketing, but the difference is that they're using swarms of anonymous accounts and they are not indicating that it's a paid campaign. And Changemakers Mqonazi, also very top of the mind, the flip side of the SAPS scandal at the moment. We still haven't figured what's going on here exactly, but a cursory look at mentions of Mqonazi shows that up until before his press conference, there'd already been 600,000 mentions of him, which is a lot by South African standards. We just don't see that level normally. And since his press conference, there's been almost 2 million mentions, which is like what you see in around election time. You know, it's a lot. It's unprecedented. So that's one to watch. But the point is, there's the battles that happen on the ground, in our courts, also happen online. And it's these swarms, it's these dueling swarms of users that are kind of running the battle. Last example, white genocide, because I think this one's probably more relevant to a lot of the people in this audience. This was conversations leading up to President Ramaphosa's visit to the White House, conversations that came out of the farm murders community through Elon Musk up to Donald Trump, culminating in the White House visit, and hundreds of thousands of mentions of white genocide. But there's three main points to this conversation. There's the majority of the use of white genocide was amongst what we call the MAGA sphere. It was a domestic conversation meant for conservative Americans, anchored by Elon Musk, End Wokeness, Laura Loomer, accounts like that. It wasn't a conversation about South Africa for South Africa. It was actually a conversation for conservative MAGA supporters. On the opposite end of South Africa, we had progressive, liberal South Africans disputing the conspiracy. And in between, connecting them, we had this bridge community, which was like the Plaasmoord farm murders, farm attacks community, who don't always use white genocide. In fact, very few of them do use white genocide. They mostly are activists trying to bring attention to their specific issue. But their content, and some of them in that community, was catered towards the MAGA crowd and was appropriated by the MAGA crowd and transmuted into this concept of white genocide. And when you look at where the buzzers are, I've never seen a picture like this in any other data set I've measured, how they clustered around Elon Musk and into the MAGA universe and reached down into that farm attacks community and pulled out the kind of white genocide narrative. And all that red, and it just shows, it's to some degrees not a real, it's not reality what's happening there. And white genocide generally, it's not really about South Africa. It's a rhetoric tool for a domestic American audience. But all that red can obscure what is happening in the local context. And so if you just zoom in on the white progressive and liberals, not just white, but progressive, or the whole white body politic except for the farm murders are in there. Progressives, liberals of all colors and types are in there. But if you look in there, there are actually quite a lot of buzzer. There's actually quite a lot of buzzer behavior happening in there too. So all sides are being played. Doesn't matter where you think you sit, you're not immune to being shaped by what's happening on social media. And when you look at what those buzzers are saying, you can see them jumping from campaign to campaign, going back for years. And what they're amplifying is not necessarily anyone even knows that they are the target of this amplification. But they amplify voices on the progressive left side that are more strident. And what they do is they set up and they push us to the edges and to the extremes, and our debates and our rhetoric get more and more extreme. And so the end result of all this covert influence is polarization. So it's not, as cynical politicians and populists and these grifters think it's an innocent sport, we are all victims of that. And the end result is our society kind of splits apart. One of my favorite concepts is the euphemism treadmill, this idea that there's a word, people get upset with the word, they don't like the word, they come up with a new word to replace the old word. Other people come along, get upset with this word, and they come up with a new word to replace the old word. And it just repeats. Load shedding, well, rolling blackouts, load shedding, what's the next term we're going to use, And I think there's an analogy to that in terms of how messaging works in this COVID influence world, how these grifters and populists use words and concepts to sell us those easy answers to complex questions. And we refer to it as the populist treadmill. For example, border integrity, border control, it's an issue. Every country needs to have control of its borders. Populists come along and they start shaving off the edges of that complex issue, and they make it about illegal immigration. They shave a bit more off, and it becomes a case of othering, the foreigners, us versus them. And eventually we end up with xenophobic movements like Put South Africans First and Operation Dudula, and the politicians who support them. Another example, crime affects everyone in South Africa. A lot of South Africans live in rural areas, and rural safety is a real concern. Some people take up that issue, and it starts to get politicized and racialized. And others come along and they take that complex issue and collapse it down, and they serve it up as a rhetoric piece for their own constituencies known as white genocide. And there are many of these issues, these wedge issues, that get used on social media and get overly simplified time and time again. Attacks on the judiciary, the legacy media that's filled this room. These are all issues that on left, right, up, down, middle, center, diagonal, we are being bombarded by on all sides. And you can kind of spot when it's being happening to you, when someone takes a complex issue and shaves off that complexity. So just to sum it up, how do you navigate this space? Well, the way that I do it is I try to remember what my principles are. My principles are a free, open, democratic society where I recognize everyone's common humanity. And so I always look for the times when that's being violated. And I have to take a step back and ask myself, is this a real thing or am I being manipulated? If someone says to you, I will give you certainty, I will help you make sense of the world, but you just have to give up one little freedom, that's probably a warning sign that you are being played online. The most obvious example of that at the moment is one of the biggest narrative drives currently on the African continent is the supposed success of Ibrahim Traoré and Burkina Faso after the coup that brought him into power in Burkina Faso. Floyd Chivambo thinks that we need a coup here. Duduzile Sambudla Zuma, big fan. And don't get me wrong, Ibrahim Traoré is a charismatic guy, and he's done some great stuff. He's given a lot of people dignity back. Well, so I'm told on social media. He's given a lot of people dignity back. He's returned African agency and all these kind of things. There's just one problem. You just have to ignore the fact there was no peaceful democratic transfer of power, which means you have to give up just one little freedom. And I'm sure that's the only one they'll take. So, yeah, what I want to say on that was, Bobby Wine from Uganda, I think he put it nicely when, to paraphrase him, he said, if Ibrahim Traoré is such a man of the people, and by all indications he is, then he could set elections tomorrow and win, so why hasn't he? And then we're back and leave it even ground again. No one has to give up any freedoms. If someone's going to scapegoat a certain group and tell you that it's us versus them, well, I'll get to us versus them, but if someone's going to scapegoat a certain group and other them, all Zimbabweans stole your job, or Zimbabweans stole your job, all Mozambicans are criminals, Nigerians are setting up parallel governmental structures in our city, dog whistles like that, then chances are that they are trading on some kind of populist rhetoric, and that is the kind of messaging you're going to find in these kind of networks. If someone says to you that it's better to dismantle an institution than to try and improve it, it may have been true if you were talking about apartheid, but the institutions that we have now were really, really hard won. And if someone says to you the only thing we can do is create a Fanonian apocalypse and wipe the slate clean and start again and rebuild everything that was hard won, fought for, and took decades to build, well, I'm going to think very carefully about that. And as I mentioned earlier, if someone gives you a false binary, us versus them, someone says to you, you need to stop reminding yourself or recognizing our common humanity, that everyone just cares about their kids going to school and being fed, and that at the end of the day, we're all humans with the same issues. They're feeding you an easy answer to a complex problem. And finally, when the shit hits the fan, when the rubber hits the road, if someone says to you, all you need to do is give us a few emergency powers, I'll give them back, I promise. They never, ever do. And those are the kind of messages that you're going to find in being promoted in these swarms. We see them across Africa, we see them across the African continent, we see them across Europe, we see them in America. It's the same playbook over and over again. So, as I said to you in the beginning, there's three things I want to impart upon you. The one is that it's a hive of information manipulation out there, and all sides are being played. If you think you're not subject to it, you're naive. That the product that they're selling you is easy answers to complex questions, and you've got to keep those complex questions in mind by remembering what are your core principles if you want to avoid falling prey to it. And thirdly, we're just people. People are people. And, we have limitations to what we're capable of. We're not the ones to blame for spreading fake news and false information. The ones to blame are the grifters and the populists who impose it upon us. And we should be angry about them for doing that. And not look at ourselves and say, what have we done wrong? Obviously, we have to be aware of what we're doing, and we have to be cognizant of it. But that's where we need to put our efforts. So thank you.
Right. How good is sitting? Thank you, Kyle. So this has been the Gathering Impact Edition, and we thought we would close off the day by giving the last word to journalists, and to journalists who are particularly adept at making impact with their work. And I'm delighted to be closing off the day sitting here with three of my journalistic heroes. From the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, we have Micah Reddy, and from right here at Daily Maverick, we have Estelle Ellis and Peter Louis Myberg. Please welcome them. Welcome, chaps. Peter Louis, been up to anything interesting lately?
I haven't slept much of late, so I can't remember. You answer that question.
Well, I think we may have some footage.
Today we'll unpack the most extraordinary series of developments regarding Tebogo Malaka, CEO of the Independent Development Trust, or IDT.
Why do you hate me so much?
I didn't hate Lucky Montana, I didn't hate Ace Magashule, I didn't hate Zweli Mkhize. Malaka and the IDT spokesperson met me at a restaurant in the Cape Winelands, where they presented me with a substantial wad of cash.
I never bribed anyone. I never went there with the intention to bribe anyone.
So what did you bring today? A 60,000 Rand cash offer, promises of lucrative tenders.
Then you can also look at the portfolio. Maybe you can have a one or two.
That I'm 55 years old.
Okay, sure.
I'm not young. So I just want to close this chapter.
What was Malaka actually hoping to bury? So nobody in this room got a payment in November?
Nobody.
Those monies were used for the house?
Yeah.
Nobody got a payment in December? Nobody got a payment in January or February or March? They must get their salary somehow. Yeah. Those workers, those are very poor people, eh? Yeah.
Which one?
My secretly recorded discussions with Malaka leaves little doubt that she was hoping to quash my investigation into a property currently being built inside Gauteng's upmarket Waterfall country estate. Plus, Malaka's ties to Colin Mashawana, a so-called philanthropist and major beneficiary of government contracts.
There are allegations that Colin Mashawana is assisting and aiding in building a house for you in Johannesburg. These are serious allegations, given the fact that he's been contracted to a project.
That the Colin Mashawana Foundation landed a 60 million Rand contract from the IDT in the very same time frame in which Mashawana got involved in Malaka's Waterfall property.
It's not true that he's contributing anything towards the building of the house for the family trust.
One of Mashawana's many entities transferred roughly 100,000 Rand to a service provider working on Malaka's house. In January 2025, Mashawana coordinated the delivery of ready-mix concrete to Malaka's stand. He also appointed Tuputswa Mayeba Construction and Projects, the main contractor listed on the construction sign. What's more, he regularly communicated with the architects, engineer and other service providers involved in building Malaka's mansion. He made a second payment towards the property in April 2025, and while progress with House Malaka was steaming ahead, the Colin Mashawana Foundation's EPWP workers were still battling with a non-profit to get their salaries. Is it fair for us to at least suspect that some of these funds were being diverted to the IDT CEO's Waterfall property?
All right. So, Peter Louis, let's start with the basics. Are you allowed to talk about this today? And tell them why I'm asking that.
Yeah, Rebecca. So as of yesterday, we have a court ruling in our favor. So Mr. Colin Mashawana, the business person in question, launched an urgent application at the South African High Court to try and interdict us from discussing this very important issue. It was effectively a gag order, and then yesterday, thankfully, sanity prevailed in the South Gauteng High Court, and thanks to the incredible legal work of he said I should use this term, my rotten attorney, and that's Hunter Thompson, Mr. Charles du Plessis and Willem de Klerk attorneys and our instructing advocates, the name will come back to me, we got a ruling in our favor, and we're actually allowed to exercise our democratic right to discuss this issue. So, yeah.
We were all secretly a bit disappointed because if Peter Louis had been unable to speak about his investigation, we suggested he could rap.
Well, I thought we could maybe speak of he who resides in Gauteng and runs a charitable foundation.
I mean, Peter Louis, this is the most extraordinary story, as I think we all appreciate. It's just so rare to catch evidence of wrongdoing in 4K like that. What for you are the aspects that make this significant?
Look, so yeah, I think everybody needs to understand that there's a pretty long run-up to this moment where the bribe is offered. So just quickly, the context is, I've been looking at IDT affairs since October last year when we exposed that 800 million rand oxygen supply tender to provincial hospitals across South Africa. So the IDT managed that for the Department of Health. And that fed into this Malacca issue because a source contacted me and said, have a look at Malacca's property holdings. And I think just this kind of does speak to, and I think it's an important point because I'll raise it again in a moment, it speaks to the enterprising nature of investigative journalism. We get very raw little bits of intel, and then on the back of forensic news and experience and skill, we do actually put together what are pretty much sound forensic investigations. And I just want to mention this because earlier Mr. Edward Kieswetter did make this kind of point that there's this massive crevice between their evidence load and what the lowly media does. That is not the case. If they do go through the effort of reading our work, Amabungani's work, the work of other investigative journalists, they would realize that it's actually totally populated with these pieces of forensic evidence. Our filings at the South Gauteng High Court now was attached with 36 individual pieces of evidence that I had accumulated in the process of investigating Mr. Colin Mashawana under IDT. And that kind of like led to the video moment because I was making progress on this house issue when the spokesperson contacted me in early June and said, hey, let's go meet and discuss private matters, matters of a mutual sort of nature. And that immediately kind of set off alarm bells. I knew this is no longer an ordinary interaction between a journalist and a spokesperson. There's something dastardly, something weird happening. And at that very moment, I briefed my editors, and from early June, we approached it as a potential investigative sting project and put it together in the ensuing 2 months, culminating in that event at Spier on the Sunday in August somewhere. Yeah.
One last question on this, and then we're going to move on. But I think a lot of people have expressed just total surprise at how reckless, I was going to say dumb, but that may be unfair, how reckless Malacca and the spokesperson were in this situation. To agree to meet up with one of the country's most renowned investigative journalists, the guy who took down Ace Makashula, who took down Zweli Mkhize, you're going to meet him up at Saturday at Spear and just hand him tens of thousands of rands. And not bat an eyelid when you whip out your iPhone 14 or whatever it is and take a picture of the bribe.
Absolutely. I think the concerning takeaway there is that the brazenness probably shows us that they are accustomed to offering people money to make things go their way. Just the insouciance and the calmness with which they offered that money shows me that this is kind of their conduct in the course of running their affairs. I think that's the worrying concern there. So they actually, with the photograph moment, and the reason why I did that, I must just point that out. So I knew that because obviously we'd consulted with the forensic team, we'd set up the surveillance, we'd planned for that moment for months, weeks in advance. I always suspected that what we were going to possibly get is pretty good video footage, but it would only show an item presented to me because I knew they were going to offer me money. And if we only had that, they could conceivably say, Listen, we gave him documents. We wanted to give him a tip-off about something in the IDT, actually resources. And I knew that I had to also get the opportunity to document the cash in that little Dior bag, which I did. And there was much startlement on the side of Mr. Makhalane and the Bohomalaka. And he actually made they were worried about the development, and they asked me, do you have an app on your phone that can count money? So that was why I said, yeah, something like that, whatever you have to.
I love that detail so much, because who would think you have an app on your phone to count money other than a criminal? Who would have that?
Yeah, exactly. So at that moment, the meeting was over, and I knew too, because things couldn't really go wrong at that point. It was towards the end of the meeting. They'd presented the money. I took my chance, took the photo, and then got out of Dodge pretty soon after that.
Sticking them with a bill as well, just as a little extra. Yeah. Micah, you have recently taken on one of the country's most enticing political targets, and that is Mr. Julius Malema. So Micah here has just finished, right? You've just finished your book? Just finished a book with our dearly departed Polly van Wyk. She's not dead, she's just gone to work for Investec. On Julius Malema, it's called Malema, Money, Power and Patronage. Tell us a bit about that, and I'm also curious, because we are talking about impact. What is your sense of how the VBS scandal has damaged Malema politically?
I'll just firstly say this is very fitting.
It is, all right. I was wondering if you brought it as a prop.
Yeah, look, I think, Malema has been a very slippery character. His corruption scandals, for those of you who can't remember, go all the way back to On Point when he was very young, and that was about, that was more than a decade, and where are we now? So more than a decade and a half ago. And he has survived that. VBS, I do think, really dented him. I think it really damaged his credibility in the eyes of the public and his constituents, because it was just such an egregious case of corruption where ordinary people, poor people, working class people in Limpopo were essentially fleeced with the connivance of politicians. And so, although we haven't seen him hauled before court for that, we have seen what happened to the EFF's, what happened to the EFF at the last elections. The book is kind of a deep dive into Malema, but I've never actually managed to interview him, sadly. And the book sort of tries to tell a bigger story about money, power, and patronage in South Africa through the story of Malema. But unfortunately, I mean, it's kind of frustrating, because the stuff that he really gets snagged on is, what he says. So there was this recent hate speech ruling, for instance, and not really what he does. Or the firearms case has captured headlines. But that's, I mean, it's relatively trivial when you weigh that up against the VBS looting, the corruption in the metros, the On Point case, which the NPA again said that they were going to revive, and we've seen no sign of that.
Malema used to come to the gathering. Marianne Tam and I were reminiscing about it. And we'd give 50 free tickets to EFF members, and they'd come with their berries. And I must say, they brought a hell of a lot of gears to proceedings.
I'm hoping we won't get that much gears at the book launch.
No. Micah, can you give us a sort of sneak preview, a tidbit of any of the juicy details that you've uncovered about Malema that are in your book?
Without giving too much away, we found a lot more that hasn't been in the public sphere on Point. That was a lot worse than he was. I think much more deeply implicated than has been written about so far. There's a lot of new stuff about how the EFF were maneuvering in the metros, how they sort of positioned themselves as kingmakers and gatekeepers in the metros, and how they were able to sort of sway tenders and feed off tenders in the metros. I mean, that was a major cash spinner for Malema. And his close associate, who doesn't get much media attention, Marshal Dlamini, who's the Secretary General. So those are some of the new things, and lots of other little bits and bobs.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it's been a long time in the works.
Yeah, we can't wait to read it. Estelle, you said something interesting to me backstage just now about the difference between dragon slayers, which is what you called journalists like Peter Louis and Micah, and yourself, who you sort of uncharitably, I think, referred to as the auntie in the kitchen. The truth is that Estelle here is a one-woman impact machine. I think she is probably the hardest working journalist in the country and the one who has the most impact in a bunch of different ways. What did you mean by that?
So, I mean, we all have that auntie, right? In my family, I'm that auntie that takes off the plucky, and then when it's Christmas time, they keep the flies out of the kitchen. And I think, and that's how I see myself, right? But I mean, on a deeper level, let me just explain. So Peter Louis and Micah very much work with people who do things that they do not want to be seen. And the people I talk about are the people who desperately needs to be seen. So we found, I think maybe by accident after I joined Daily Maverick, we found that when we amplify our community voices, the voices of people that are struggling, the voices of children that are dying of hunger, then we suddenly see impact. And that is what I do, but very much in the kitchen with the plucky every day. There's a lot of flies to kill.
And thank God for that. It is quite a plucky that you have. Is there a story that stands out for you as having had a particular impact?
So my hunger investigation started in 2021, and it was just after the initial aid relief for COVID was sort of ended. You know, we were all coming out of the pandemic, but the people who had lost their jobs, maybe casual workers, there was enormous hunger in the Eastern Cape. And we started writing about it, and there were denials, very vociferous denials from the Eastern Cape government. No, the children are just making it up. They like to get the extra food. People like to get food parcels. No, there isn't a problem. We're helping. It's no problem. But, you know, once you've seen like a 10-year-old that weighs 7 kilograms, then you know there's a problem. It's not, you can't deny it. And this went on for 3 years. You know, you get the phone calls, no, but you're lying, it's not true, you're telling people the wrong story. And eventually the Human Rights Commission took up my stories, and my stories formed the basis of a commission of inquiry into, it's a bit of a swear word, right? They just call it an inquiry into hunger in the Eastern Cape. And in November 2024, they found systemic hunger exists in the Eastern Cape, and they issued quite a far-reaching order. And that story is very close to my heart.
Jeez, that's amazing. That's incredible work. How easy do you find it when you're working on these kind of stories to extract information from the authorities?
Oh, no. So, you know, the good thing about being a journalist is you can basically just be a 4-year-old and you get paid for it, right? So you just have to ask the same question over and over. So you're just like, why? And I'll use my story on the chemotherapy. So children I report a lot on children's issues, especially vulnerable children. And I mean, you all Daily Maverick readers, I hope, sign up for Baywatch, by the way. So I report on the Eastern Cape Health Department quite often, and we got wind that the chemotherapy was running out. There was no money to replace. They had very bad supply chain management issues. And then, of course, you know, then we got somewhere along the line, we got an MEC who then said, oh, you know, we intervened, so the problem's solved now. Because I think money fixes everything. But I've learned now, because I've been at them for about 15 years, so you had to go check, right? So I think if I counted correctly, it took 95 WhatsApp messages and more than 100 phone calls. Because I just phone, right? After a while, I don't even speak. I just phone, and then I breathe. And they will tell you, they'll say, the chemo's there, and I'll get in my car, and I go, and I've got lots of insider people at the hospital, and they'll say, but we don't have any chemo for the kids, we're turning them away. And then I go back, and I phone, and I'm like, stop lying to me, there's no chemo. And then they'll tell you, oh, but you don't know the types of chemo that we use, so you're looking at the wrong thing. And I'm like, no, I know exactly what we need. And then I take pictures for them of the empty shelves. And I'm like, there's no chemo. But it does take, that's the amount of effort it does take, because, you know, we're 30 years into democracy, and the spin doctors have been spinning for 30 years, so they're very good at it now. But my inner 4-year-old is very strong, very strong.
I can't let you get away without telling the story. It's about your persistence and a lift.
Oh, the lifts. Okay, now let me just start saying I haven't taken a lift since I've done what I'm going to say now, because now I have a big fear of lifts. So we received reports from the one hospital that the lifts aren't working, supply chain management is problematic, so the lifts aren't being fixed. And this is a tricky hospital, it's an old building, so the theatres are on the first floor. So families need to carry their sick up and down the stairs for up to 7 floors. If you want to, the food ladies had to carry the food up and down. I mean, it's a huge mess. But of course, the department denies. No, the lifts are, no, it's just a small glitch. No, it was a power failure. No, shame, this is you heard wrong. So then I thought, no, next 5 days, I'm going to take the lift every hour. So I go, the security looks at me a bit dodgy, but I've been banned from this hospital a few times, but they can't really ban me, so just carry on. And the lifts get stuck. I mean, I think I got stuck in a lift maybe 8 times, 9 times, but the last time I was coming down from the 6th floor, I think, and the lift stopped on the 4th floor, and a man pushes a dead body into the lift, right? So, I mean, it was sort of covered, but I still remember to this day, this guy still had a cigarette stuck in his fingers. Not the porter, the dead man. And sort of between the 3rd and the 2nd floor, the lift gets stuck. So, so now you're in a position that your mother never taught you what to do, and you sort of, you say, hi, I'm Estelle, and how's the children, and, but eventually, I mean, this is not a fresh dead person, this, the eyes go back, and we were there for about maybe 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours, and then I must say, when the lift went down and opened, the CEO of the hospital was there. Shame he's dead now, but he then, all he said to me when the lift opened, all he said to me was, "Oh, it's you." Yeah, and then we wrote the expose, and I must say, this was a big impacting for me, because those lifts are now working like a charm. They've never gotten stuck again.
Incredible. Peter Louis, what is your experience like in terms of extracting information from your subjects? Because if I opened up my email inbox one day and I had an email from Peter Louis Myburg with media inquiry in the subject line, I would soil myself.
I do get that effect. So I was actually, after we published the latest stories, I was on the Anele show, which is our 947 up in Gauteng, and she actually told me that at one point somebody from Daily Maverick, it wasn't even me, emailed her about something unrelated about an event they wanted to do, and she was like, oh shit, what have I done? This Daily Maverick. So I mean, we do get that. It's just that, at that point of contact with the subjects of our investigation, we've already obtained externally quite a substantial bulk of evidence that really, they wouldn't be in a position to run away in any case. I mean, at that point, it is up to them to provide sufficient rebuttals to what are very detailed queries that we put to them so that they can substantially grapple with all these issues that we unpack in these stories. And we prefer that. We definitely want to, in the course of producing, compelling, good journalism, we want the affected party to be given a very good opportunity to, provide information that might possibly, correct some of our material or some of our conclusions and actually, provide more accurate reports. But frequently, I mean, as was the case with Mr. Mashawana, at that point, they decide to rather provide these very broad rebuttals. They don't, I mean, so we wanted to ask him about specifically those payments that were made to Malaka's property, because I know there were at least 2 payments that he transferred that was for the benefit of Malaka via that property building in the Waterfall Country Estate. And he just simply chose to ignore that. And instead of, grappling and sort of hashing out those issues with me, he then at a later stage ran to the court and then tried to get this urgent interdict. So it is a process. I mean, it's an ongoing, it's a very fraught and frustrating process. And to kind of add to your previous question also to Estelle is that, and I think we have to address this country needs urgent redress in the legislation that enables journalists like myself to access what is records that we must have and that constitutionally we should be getting to enable us to inform the public of key developments pertaining to the public's funds. I mean, you guys are all paying tax. I am too, SARS. This is our money. What is currently happening, we've got very good mechanisms on paper. One of them is PIA, it's the Promotion of Access to Information Act, that kind of ties to global precedent like FOIA in America, Freedom of Information Act, where journalists and the public can rightfully access public records pertaining to expenditure, etc. Very good on paper. In practice, it is absolutely insufficient at the moment. We're hitting stone walls where stone walls should not exist. We have very little recourse to address that without running to very expensive legal aid or legal assistance. And we are in a position marginally to do that, but I am concerned about smaller publications, community-based publications who also need to access those records, who do not have access to the same legal assistance that we do. So we have to get a discussion going about fixing PIA in South Africa. The mechanisms, the lag times are too long. There's 1 month for the first application, 1 month after the denial, etc. It needs to be radically fixed. The officials who run roughshod and ignore the queries, they need to be held more accountable. I think it needs to be a criminal offense to not assist the public and journalists in providing that information, because this is key democracy, this is democracy promoting mechanisms that should be functioning better in South Africa.
Couldn't agree more. Let's just get back to impact, Peter Louis. So you are, I mean, all too often, you know, as journalists, we write stories exposing fairly clear-cut wrongdoing and absolutely nothing happens, which is really quite kind of a soul-destroying effect. But you have had extraordinary impact, I think. What would you count as your most satisfying scalp?
Okay. It's kind of dangerous terrain to start highlighting it like that. So there's a couple of gentlemen who clearly, mostly gentlemen, who know that I have their scalps above my bedpost. And I worry about that sometimes. But I mean, that's the nature of the job. So, I mean, just the most prominent ones, it starts in 2015 with Lucky Montana and Prasa and the 2.5 billion rand Swifambo contract that luckily, through our reporting, it culminated in the South Gauteng High Court overturning that contract, so 3.5 billion rand, sorry. So that no longer went ahead, and that kind of fed into my work on the Gupta leaks with a whole bunch of other amazing journalists, by the way. We're about 20 journalists, including yourself, unpacking the Gupta leaks. Very much a high watermark moment for South African investigative journalism. But then I'm quite happy about my work on the 255 million rand Free State asbestos audit, which I unpack in the book Gangster State, because that then leads to the arrest and prosecution of Ace Magashule and 19 co-accused in that current case. And then in 2021, there was Digital Vibes, and that then Health Minister Willem Kize, who was effectively booted from President Ramaphosa's cabinet because of my reports, and then also the current work on Malacca. So there's a couple of highlights. Yeah. And
pretty amazing stuff. Yeah.
And I don't want it's not for, you know, by any means for ego purposes that I ramble through this, but I really think I want to re-emphasize and re-emphasize and re-emphasize is that this work can have impact, and we need to be supported. We cannot be supported in these moments. We have these very prominent investigations, and we have the headlines, and I'm all over ENCA and SABC, and all the focus is on me. We have unfortunately found in the past that, yes, during those moments, the public kind of rallies, and they come to us and they support us. There was the Gupta leaks, wonderful moment, and then in those in-between moments, when the tide kind of recedes, we are frequently kind of left on the beach on our own to again put up these bulwarks for the next tide on our own, and the support dries up. And I know I'm preaching to the choir to an extent here. A lot of you are insiders, but it's not the case broadly speaking. There's a lot of people who pay lip service to supporting us. I get the most wonderful compliments, and so do my colleagues, but it doesn't materialize and translate to
the real financial support that we need. I think this country needs to collectively decide, and when I speak about the country, I speak about individuals who want to stay here and believe in the good of this country and what journalism can achieve. We have to make a new social pact today to decide to fund this kind of work because we are floundering. Paulie van Wyk is no longer in this business because she made a decision to go work privately, and I do not blame her for it. It's a person who has a family who made a career decision because the business, the industry could not support her anymore. And we are going to lose more and more journalists if we do not very urgently, collectively decide that this work will be funded consistently by the public who profess to support it.
Well said. So either you guys become Maverick insiders, or we will have no choice but to start accepting the bribes. I think it's pretty much as simple as that.
But let's quickly put that into context. So that's 60,000 Rand. We have now spent 250,000 Rand on this story alone.
Yep.
That is the forensic work in filming that moment and also the legal work after that. I'm not sure if Stilly and Gillian, if you figured out who's paying that bill, but I mean, we are...
The T-shirts.
We are
We
the
figured it
T-shirts.
out.
We are $250,000 Rand into just this one story.
Sure. All right. We might have to cut some of those drinks. Post-networking. Micah, how about you? What has your experience have been in terms of, writing a story and finding out that there is actually follow-through from, the NPA, from the Hawks, from whoever?
I mean, I don't have his kind of score of
strike rate. Yeah,
scalps. And it is, I mean, impact is a very annoying word in investigative journalism because it's so hard to quantify and to measure.
Yeah.
And donors want, in this digital age, they want analytics, they want to know, they want numbers, they want measurable impact. And with investigative journalism, I mean, sure, sometimes it's sensational, like what we saw on candid camera. But that was after a huge amount of work, and Peter Louis started publishing last year. Sometimes it is, sometimes the return on investment is very obvious, right? You may spend 200,000 Rand on a story, but assets get seized and the public recovers millions or billions. But that's pretty rare, and change is often very sort of incremental and very subtle, the change that investigative journalism brings about.
Yeah.
I think of the Gupta leaks as well. Before the Gupta leaks, there was plenty of work on the Guptas, but nothing really happened until there was this explosive leak. And it can be very frustrating because some of the stories I care least about go viral, have gone viral and gotten lots of readership, but readership doesn't necessarily equate to meaningful change. We steep ourselves in a story and we become unhealthily obsessive over this story for months and months and months, and it finally comes out and it's just crickets. So just to give you some examples, I mean, the one story I can think of that went viral at the time was a kind of quick hit piece. I almost didn't publish it because I thought, no, this is too silly and it's too easy. I just got a leak about an MEC who was giving her staff a real bollocking over like 10-day irregularities that they were sort of drawing attention to. And she was a complete bully, and so this recording was of her using very colorful language, bullying her staff. And I put it out there, was like a stub of an article, and it went viral. And what happened, I mean, ultimately she had to, issue a half-hearted apology, and then it was finished and clar. No real impact. Similarly, I just did a story on Equatorial Guinea. It was a collaboration with various media partners across the world, and we showed very dodgy financial transactions between an international construction firm and the son of the president, who also happens to be the deputy president, because it's practically a family business. And we published a bunch of stories that didn't get all that much traction. The story that I got a lot of positive feedback on was the kind of behind-the-scenes story about my trip there and a run-in with the cops. People loved that; they lapped it up, and I rarely get that much feedback from a story. But the actual investigation that we did, the forensic dry, thousands of word long stories that few people would have read, and even fewer would have read top to bottom, that resulted in real change. There was an impact, there was an inquiry opened in Portugal, but that was never really made public. I think we wrote a sort of follow-up story on it. But that was real impact. I mean, I don't know where the inquiry will go, but it was something. That is something that's, I mean, I suppose that you could quantify to donors. And newsrooms have all these ways of trying to quantify impact of their stories. At ICIJ, we've sort of tried to quantify, how much in assets have been recovered from our various big collaborations. But it's very difficult work, and it's as if investigative journalism is not resource and time intensive enough. This is a real demand on resources to try and show, to try and justify ourselves to donors, to say, well, this is the quantifiable impact that we are having. So yeah, long story short, it's hard to say. Probably the book will be the most impactful thing I've written.
I'm so intrigued by something you said there, where you said you got leaked this recording of the MEC and you almost didn't want to publish it because it was too easy.
Yeah.
Do you investigative geeks not consider it, I don't know, real work if you don't have to go through 5,000 spreadsheets and look at shell companies and stuff?
I mean, I don't mean that like hubristically. It's just it just kind of landed on my desk. And it was like, hey?
Does it feel like cheating?
It almost felt like cheat. I mean, it felt like a news story as opposed to an investigative story because I hadn't done the investigative legwork. So I just thought, well, maybe I should just pass this on to a newsroom. And then we thought, no, this counts as investigative.
This is not how normal journalists think, just to be very clear. If you want to leak me anything, I'll give you my number and the drinks. And that goes for you too, Michael. Pass it my way. Estelle, what does it take to get accountability in your experience?
I think, look, it's hard. Also because, you all know, I work in the Eastern Cape. I think there's alternative realities, right? We've got the way the Eastern Cape government sees the province, and then we have what the province really is. So somehow you need to find a way to merge the two. And it is difficult, so I like to get my hands dirty. If we get something leaked, look, you have to check. So I know Fran wants me to tell the horse story, but so I went to do some work in the Karoo, and I had to go see a farmer. But there were fairly extensive floods, and the roads in the Karoo are terrible. And I was waiting at the gate, and he says, okay, no, don't worry, we'll come fetch you at the gate. So I'm parked at the gate, I'm waiting. And I see you after a while. I'm waiting, but you have to be patient. After about 15 minutes, nothing. And I'm phoning again. It's like, no, we're coming. It's like, it's the Karoo. We'll be patient. Next minute, it's like a young boy coming, but he's on a horse, and he's got a horse with him. And let's just say, I wasn't dressed for horse riding. But what do? You get up on the horse and you get back up on the horse again. That's what it takes. That's what we do. And but it's difficult, right? I mean, but even if you get things that are leaked, sometimes you get a midnight phone call. Maybe you want to be there. Maybe you want to check what's been thrown away. Yeah. I don't often go through trash, but every now and again we do it. But you do have to go check for yourself, right? And I think that's the thing. It takes a lot of time, and as I said, but the most emotionally draining thing we do is to deal with the government spokespeople, because they will never admit wrongdoing, never.
Unless they hand you bags of money.
Yes, unless the bag and the Peter Louis and the phone and the what. I must say I only got once, I got almost bribed by a guy who, for some reason, very high-level politician in the province thought I looked like the type of person who wanted to go to Euro Disney. And let's just add, he wasn't wrong. So I was having a meeting with someone in a dark restaurant, and this man walks past and he puts an envelope on the table. And I opened the envelope and I'm like, wow, this looks interesting. And it's like a whole proposal. But of course, you know, I just folded it up and I gave it to the waiter and I said, will you go tell that gentleman he dropped something? And the arrogance of the man, he actually brought it back. And then I thought, now I've got two choices now, right? You can either send it back, or I thought, well, let me just tear it up. So I tore it in half, gave it back to the, I said, now at least he has to redo the document if he wants to. But yeah, I mean, you have to be vigilant all the time. We get in the Eastern Cape, we get our hands dirty. We sit down with the communities, with the mourning people, with people who are really desperately struggling. And that takes a lot of, you know, I often come home and your heart is just torn out because you can't believe that people are struggling like that. But that's what we do. That's my commitment. I published my first newspaper when I was 8. And it's been a few decades, so this is what I know how to do.
I'm going to ask all of you this. We are running low on time, I see. And it's a question I think a lot of people wonder about, and that is the danger of the job. Estelle, have you ever considered yourself to be seriously at risk because of what you're reporting?
Funnily enough, not so much in the Eastern Cape. I used to, in my previous life, I used to report on, this was a while ago, but you'll all remember sort of early 2000s, we had a very bad, they called urban terrorism problem in Cape Town, and I was covering the court at the time. And for some reason, people took against those who reported what was said in court. And we did get a few threats. But, you know, what can you do? I'd rather go down fighting than to run away.
Get out that plucky.
Get out my plucky.
Yeah, exactly right. What about you, Peter Louis?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, so it looks like they'd rather offer me money than do something else. But like in my research for Gangster State, it was a daunting episode in my life because that was taken on completely in isolation. That was a book project for Penguin Random House. So I decided to do that without the support of a newsroom, and that was me in the Free State on these consecutive research trips, increasingly expanding my contact network in the ANC structures in the province, many of whom had started to sort of, you know, flip against Ace Magashule and had started to move to the Cyril Ramaphosa kind of faction. And many of them were my sources, but it soon became evident that a lot of them were playing a double game and were feeding progress of my investigation to the Magashule camp. And there were kind of intimations made that Ace is watching, he knows, he's dangerous. And I suppose, you know, you have to make the call in terms of to what extent is that just a chilling effect, or is there any possible real intent behind those kind of threats? So, yeah, I mean, those were very lonely, desolate, tricky moments in 2019, well, late 2017, going into 2019, researching and then writing that book. And then a couple of occasions over the years, there have been like anonymous messages, intimations, you know, it's always kind of like this code language, you know, we watching or we know what you're up to. So, I mean, it sort of does loom. It does loom. I do still, I think we thankfully are in a dispensation where journalists seem to be untouchable at the moment. I think they are wary of the fallout that would bring about. I mean, it's one hell of a potential liability to take out a journalist when they are researching or investigating yourself, because naturally that will very quickly point back to you. But I mean, as we've seen, unfortunately, and as Jeff Wicks's work has shown, it's the whistleblowers and the sources who frequently come under fire before us. There are a couple of positions ahead of us on the parapet. You know, they're definitely on the front lines, you know, a couple of trenches ahead of us. So there is also, just once again, much work needed to protect whistleblowers and sources in South Africa. And there's ongoing work with the Whistleblowers Protection Act, etc. at the moment, but it doesn't seem to be happening quick enough.
I published a story a few months ago dealing with a whistleblower, which I hate, by the way. Whistleblowers are, I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. They can often be tricky to deal with. And anyway, I published the story and she got fired the same day. And I felt fucking awful. You know, have you been in that situation where your work has caused direct harm to someone else?
Yes. So, I mean, I have to cop to my journalistic failures. And early in my career, very naively, I worked with somebody who was involved in the South African Airways. And unfortunately, because of she did decide to become a whistleblower, and she knew the risks, but she was dismissed on the basis of our information sharing agreement. So I did cost somebody their livelihood.
Do you feel safer when a story is published? Because, I mean, if you get offed now, we all know who did it, right? It's those clowns.
I do. No, totally. Yeah. That's like the horse has bolted, to borrow from another horse metaphor. But so the moments before publication involve the most trepidation, undoubtedly. That's like when you're most worried. You know, then something can go wrong. A businessman, let me not call him by the name, he can at that moment do something pretty extreme before publication. After publication, we'd just be foolhardy.
Yeah,
so we definitely, that's why that's this massive cathartic effect. If you publish, the information floats into the air and is consumed by the public, and that really makes it very unviable for them to then take that sort of action. And mostly we see legal action instead of those extremes.
Yeah. Micah, how about you? Have you felt under threat?
Yeah, I've had my run-ins. I mean, the Equatorial Guinea, I was arrested. It's not a nice place to be arrested.
No.
But yeah, thankfully all was fine. I spent a day in being held by the police. But not specifically for being a journalist, because I wasn't there as a journalist, of course. It being Equatorial Guinea, I went in as a tourist. And yeah, we've had issues. A lot of legal threats, to sue us in the UK, which would have financially crippled the organization I was working for. We had the case with Zunaid Moti. I think often the danger comes from sort of lower level sources who are perhaps less politically prominent, less shrewd, and for whom there's a lot more at stake. So it's like I'm talking about sort of a small, say a bureaucrat and this is where I think your work gets very dangerous, is like, sort of mid-level crooks who have invested everything in this one act of corruption or whatever it may be, and who probably inhabit a world that is pretty violent and dangerous. You think of sort of tenders within the municipalities and that kind of thing. And I've had, doing those sorts of stories, I've felt a bit more at risk at times. There was one, sort of bureaucrat from an obscure organization who was completely unhinged and suicidal and was very threatening. But then also, I think we also have to see this in perspective, right? I echo everything you say about whistleblowers and them being sort of, in a sense, lower down on the food chain, easier targets, but we're still on the food chain. And across the world, we're seeing free speech come under attack, from Hong Kong to New Delhi to Berlin to Trump's America. And last year was the most dangerous, the most lethal year on record for journalists, driven by Israel's killing machine. Israel's policy of deliberately targeting journalists in Gaza. More than 200 journalists killed last year. It's unprecedented. So it's not a good year for journalists, I don't think. Yeah. It's not a good time for journalists. The last few years have been bad. Thankfully, in South Africa, we're relatively okay. I think when you look at things globally, he's still alive, and I think the courts have shown, the higher courts have shown that shown a real appreciation for freedom of expression. They've consistently erred on the side of they've consistently taken the side of journalists and free expression. They've shown it to be absolutely central to our democracy, and we are at least in what we can say. I mean, we live in a very dysfunctional democracy in many ways, and we have all our problems with access to information, and we live in a violent society where whistleblowers get killed. But we can get away with saying a lot more than journalists in, say, the UK even.
Yeah.
And that we have to fight hard to protect, I think.
100%.
And that is only the situation because we very jealously guard our freedom of expression in this country, I think.
Yep. We have less than 40 seconds, so I'm just going to ask you for a sort of one-word, two-word answer to my final question, and that is, if you could ask Santa Claus for one thing for journalists for Christmas, what would it be, Estelle?
I think boundless energy, that you can just keep going, don't have to sleep.
Fair enough. Micah?
Buckets of cash.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he got that, didn't he?
I would say unlimited free therapy for the rest of your life.
We've come to the end of our time, so I'm going to thank you very much, not just for being on the panel, obviously, but for the absolutely outstanding, exemplary work you do for all of us in this country. Thank you so much. We will see you at the drinks. I know. Right. Please don't go just yet, everyone. I have to give you some last words to send you off with. I hope that you have enjoyed the day as much as we have. You have been in the words of the Beatles, such a lovely audience. We'd love to take you home with us. And the good thing is we don't have to be separated just yet, because we really do hope that we will see most of you at the networking drinks just outside in the hall. But really, we just also want to thank you from the bottom of our battered knocker-upper hearts for your support. If we manage to have any impact in this world at all, it is only because of you. Thank you. Thank you once again to our sponsors, 91, Binance, and Friedrich Naumann. And to close us out, here to sing the national anthem with you is a prodigious young talent from right here in Cape Town, in Belhar. She's only 16 years old. Please welcome Bianca Prince, and I will see you at the drinks.
Kileli Afrika malupakan isu ono wayo hizwa imintanda so yetu kosi sikilela tina lusapuayo si chaba sa Yesu ufedi sedin tuale matwenye o si buluke si chaba sa Yesu si chaba sa South Africa Heidi beloven onze jammer uit de diepte van ons ziel, waar ons eeuwige gebergtes, waar die kransen aan vergeet, zoals
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
Join me on Binance.
It can look like this. Or like this. It is threatened. But it is our responsibility to protect it. For each person, it means something different. But when we reach it, we all know what it looks like, what it sounds like, or how it feels. And if we all fight for it, it will eventually bring us together. Freedom.
Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change. Change is daunting, challenging, disorientating, unstoppable. Change is inevitable. Change is wise. Change is action. It's liberating, rewarding. Change is brave. Change is opportunity. We're always ready to invest in it. 91. Investing for a world of change.
Join me on Binance.
It can look like this, or like this. It is threatened, but it is our responsibility to protect it. For each person, it means something different. But when we reach it, we all know what it looks like, what it sounds like, or how it feels.